Chapter 1. The Changes. Harry was annoyed. He knew that one of his friends was telling Dumbledore about him. He would be stupid not to realize it. First of all, Albus Dumbledore had taken him up to his office and spoken to him about his duty and how he had to go back to the Dursleys, and it being for his own safety. He had told Ron and Hermione that he would not go back to the Dursleys and he was not going to try to defeat a madman. Harry was not stupid. He knew that Voldemort was stronger than he was. Harry knew that up to this point he had escaped their encounters only through luck, and he was not so stupid as to think he would have gotten away otherwise. If it were not for his mother's sacrifice, he knew he would not have survived at all. His mother saved him from the killing curse. Her protection had killed Quirrell, or more rather, turned him into ash, cascaded him. Fourth year, if it had not been for Priori Incantatem and his parents' appearance, he would again not have survived. He had not known about portkeys, so he had not known he would have been able to get back if he touched it. Fifth year, he hated to admit it that Dumbledore saved him. It turned bile in his throat at the thought of the man as a grandfather. Dumbledore is not even trying to train me yet, he knows the prophecy too. I don't understand it. He knew that Snape and I do not get on yet. He forced us to work together, and together we make more destruction than help. Thinking about his father, he grimaced. And I cannot help but think I deserve it. I mean, my father was horrible to him and nasty. Even I would not do that to Draco Malfoy, he thought. I need help, I just don't know who I can trust. The only thing I can do is get one of them, either Ron or Hermione, under Veritaserum. And soon, before the leaving feast, said Harry, determined. Nodding to himself, he walked out of Gryffindor common room, ignoring Hermione and Ron's shouting calls to him. He honestly thought it was Ron who was informing on him, so he thought to himself, I will question him first. I really don't want it to be Ron. He was my first friend, and he did not seem interested in me until I did say my name was Harry Potter. Gods please, Ron, do not let it be you. I do not want it to be you, thought Harry. He was so deep in thought that he did not see Severus Snape following him out narrowed eyes. Severus had stopped being so horrible to Harry since the death of his godfather. He would be stupid to know Harry's childhood had not been full of pampering. Although he was lucky, he did not know about the beatings nor the cupboard, or he would of course tell someone. Severus thought, perhaps he wears a mask just like me. Since that day he had been watching Harry and he found himself impressed. There was an only small hint that he was wearing a mask. Sometimes his annoyance shows through his masks when Hermione annoys him. He had saw Harry trying to stop himself from rolling his eyes when Ron went on at length about Quidditch all the time. Severus realized that to Harry they were just children, and that had stunned him because Harry was the same age as them. His eyes, however, were completely different from theirs. Harry's eyes looked like he had aged 10 years each day. His soul was probably old and weary, Severus thought. Just like mine, but that cannot be. He may have not been spoiled, but he still had a family and they probably loved him. Perhaps the wizarding world it's doing it to him, thought Severus. That had been days ago now, and Severus had hardly seen nor heard of Potter. It being the weekend, he had not even seen Potter at Quidditch practice. Ron had told everyone that Harry did not feeling like playing. There was also another thing that Severus had noticed. Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, and Harry Potter were not as close as they used to be. They had either had a fight or they have just not found the time to talk to each other. He could see it was mostly Harry who was responsible for the distance between them. He seemed a lot more suspicious around his friends these days. He was acting as though he could not trust his friends at all. That totally mystified Severus. He also knew that Harry was not getting as much sleep as usual. He had heard whispers of people among the students telling their friends that Harry often woke up screaming Sirius in his sleep. He seemed to be having nightmares about the veil of death that his godfather had fallen through. He could not help but think to himself, that boy has been through too much and seen too much death. First his parents, then his friend Cedric Diggory with the killing curse, now his godfather. How much more can a boy that age take? So you could imagine how surprised to see Harry coming from Gryffindor common room and walking down all the way to the dungeons. Of course, by then he had gotten suspicious about where the boy was going. Deciding to follow him, he had quietly taken an invisibility potion and he became invisible. He found Potter raiding his private stores. He had wanted to catch him and take house points, but stopping himself he watched as the boy found what it was that he obviously sought. His jaw dropped when he saw what Harry had taken out. Veritaserum, he thought to himself, astonished. What would the boy be doing with that? Got ya, said Harry, slipping the potion into his hand. Severus had to duck out of the way so Harry did not hit him. He watched as Harry peeked out of the door, making sure no one was coming or would see him coming out. Harry opened the door. Severus swiftly followed before Harry could shut the door on him. He saw Harry pull out the map he had seen 2 years ago. The parchment had insulted him and he had been furious. He was not stupid enough to not know what it is. He had seen James Potter and his friends using it. He was not horrible enough to actually take it from the boy, but he would have liked to have examined it. He was astonished to actually see what it was for the first time. It was a map of Hogwarts, not just any map, but actually a magical map that showed where everyone was. He was in awe. One could even tell where someone was even under invisibility potion, possibly cloaks too. He panicked, thinking he would be seen, but Harry did not seem to look at the part where they were. There you are, muttered Harry. Severus looked at where Harry was pointing at. Why do you want Weasley? You're surely not going to use it on your friend, are you? Was all the man could think. He barely heard the muttering of mischief managed, before Harry was off down the corridor, the map safely back in his pocket. Ron, come here, yelled Harry when he reached the area he had seen Ron in the map. Severus followed still closely, but not that close, kept himself from being detected, watching everything that was going on. Chapter 2. What is it, Harry? Asked Ron, as Harry swiftly grabbed him and pulled him into an unused classroom. Severus was still confused. He was so lost in thought that he barely made it past and into the room before the door was shut and locked. Now Severus was getting more worried. What the hell was going on? Wrapping a silencing spell around himself, he listened to what was going on, knowing he was free to make noises with the silencing spell up. Stupefy, said Harry softly. Ron fell to the floor with a thud. Severus took his wand out, not sure what was going on. He did not think that this was Potter. Perhaps someone had polyjuiced as him. He had not been in the company of the boy long enough to tell, so his thoughts were plausible. Then Harry took out the potion, opened the stunned red head's mouth, before letting 3 drops into Weasley's mouth. He was now sure that this was not Harry. The boy did not listen into his class, and he would not know it was only 3 drops maximum that you were allowed. Potter had never been good. Potions, he was getting angry now. He just hoped that it was not one of his Slytherins. He could not even let his Slytherins away with something like that. Not that they were going to loose the house cup anyway. They were way ahead of any of the other houses. He did not really care who won, as long as it was not Gryffindor. He did not think he could take the smug look on Minerva's face. What's your name? Asked Harry to see if it was working. Ronald Weasley, said Ron, his eyes glassy. What's your middle name? Asked Harry. Bilious, said Ron. It's working, good. Now what to ask first? Said Harry to himself softly. Are you reporting to Dumbledore everything I say and do to you? Asked Harry finally. No, replied Ron. Has Hermione hounded you for questions about me? Asked Harry. Yes, she asks how you sleep and if you are having nightmares. She seems concerned, said Ron. Have you ever seen her coming from the headmaster's office? Or leaving everything and going to Dumbledore? Asked Harry angrily. Yes, I seen her going to Dumbledore's office once. She told me she went to see him about doing extra classes. McGonagall told her to go, said Ron. So you know nothing of Hermione spying on me? Asked Harry, looking relieved. I know nothing, said Ron. Do you hate gay people? Asked Harry curiously. He was now more thankful that he had not told his friends this piece of information. He was gay, and he was now wondering what his friend would say that he could not lie. If he was okay about it, then perhaps Harry would tell him. Only time will tell. No 2 of my brothers are gay, replied Ron. Harry sat there for at least 15 minutes, waiting on the Veritaserum wearing off. When it did, the redhead looked stunned that his friend would do that to him. Extra stunned at what he had been accused of, and even more at what Harry was accusing their last best friend of. Harry, how could you? Asked Ron, shocked. You could be arrested for this. Who would believe you over the boy who lived? asked Harry, smirking. You don't actually think Hermione would do that, do you? Asked Ron. Yes, she's always telling us to go to Dumbledore, if we ever have problems. It's not until recently I have realized she was, said Harry. She was what? Asked Ron. That she was telling Dumbledore everything, said Harry with a sigh. What evidence? Asked Ron. He refused to fall out with his friend over something that might not even be true. He did not think it was like Hermione to do this. However, he could not deny she did like Dumbledore, perhaps a bit too much for a normal student. Well, I used a silencing spell while telling you and Hermione that I was not going back to the Dursleys. Nobody apart from you and Hermione knew. Next thing I know, Dumbledore invites me to his office, telling me it was my duty to kill Voldemort, and that I was going home after school ended, said Harry. So that's why you asked, said Ron. Because I knew it was either one of you. Yes, now I know it was Hermione. I have to admit I had thought it was you, wanting back at the great Harry Potter. Wanting to be better. I am glad you're not, though. I really don't want you to be another Pettigrew or another Pettigrew on my conscience, said Harry. I can't believe you thought that, but it doesn't matter. I might have suspected myself too, said a somewhat sheepish Ron. Fine, but it's not like I have anywhere else to go. I mean, I don't have enough money to buy a house or anything like that, said Harry, looking depressed. His head snapped up when he heard Ron's shocked laugh. Severus himself had shocked too. Not enough money to get a house indeed. He knew for a fact the Potters were rich beyond their dreams. Do you not know why Snape calls you a spoiled brat? Asked Ron. Because I am the boy who lived, said Harry, thinking he knew the answer. That's where you are wrong, Harry. He calls you spoiled because your family has a lot of money, said Ron, looking at Harry as though he had never seen him before. What do you mean? I hardly think that the vault I have will do anything, apart from make me get my way out of Hogwarts, said Harry, shaking his head. Hello, your father was a pureblood. For God's sake, the Potters were rich and still are. The money not being touched for 15 years or so, you could live of the interest alone, said Ron. Rich? Me? Then how come I don't know? Asked Harry, frowning. You should have been told by whoever is in charge of your vaults at the age 11, said Ron. The boy is right, said Severus, coming out. Professor, said Harry, looking faint. Don't worry, Potter. Take the map out. Make sure no one is near here and I will explain everything, said Severus. While Harry got the map out, he conjured chairs and a big table, made the classroom more livable. He was not expected anywhere anytime soon, so he could sit down and tell these boys everything. They were being used, he knew that now. Especially Harry Potter, he would help them in any way he could. He knew what it was like to be controlled. Dumbledore liked to think he controlled Severus. In fact, he did not. No one controlled him, and he did what he did in need to survive. No one is coming, Professor, said Harry, sounding years younger. Fine, now yes, the Potters are rich. Dumbledore is the one in charge of your vaults. Why you do not know, I do not understand. I thought you knew, and Weasley is correct. I did call you a spoiled brat because I thought you had control over the Potter vaults. How else would you have gotten a Nimbus or a Firebolt? Said Severus. He did not buy any of them, though, said Ron, piping in. What? Asked Severus, stunned. Our head of house gave him the Nimbus and his godfather gave him the Firebolt, said Ron. I see, said Severus. Why are you being so nice, Professor? Asked Harry, confused. Potter, I've never been horrible to you since your godfather died. Too bad you have not even realized that. Even if I was horrible to you, I don't think you would even be bothered, said Severus, saying the last bit kind of amused. You're right, I have not noticed. But I ask again, why are you being nice? Another plot of Dumbledore or Voldemort? Or are you thinking yourself? Asked Harry, his eyes twinkling. For some reason Severus felt that Harry understood him, having a master of his own. Well, Dumbledore had been telling him what to do since he had gotten into the wizarding world. Perhaps not a master, but as a manipulator. For myself, how much do you know about me? Asked Severus to Ron and Harry. Nothing much. Apart from that, you are a potions master, and that you used to be a Death Eater, said Ron, looking uneasy when he said the last part. Correct, said Severus, tilting his head. You're a spy, you spy on either Voldemort or Dumbledore, perhaps both, and I don't really care. You bring back information either way, said Harry. You forget that I am a Slytherin and a Snape and purebloods follow no one, or more like a pureblood who follows no one, said Severus. Malfoys do and many others, said Ron. Yes, but they think Voldemort is a pureblood. They think he is someone worth bowing down to. I know differently. I was shocked when I found out that he was just a half-blood, said Severus. So was I, said Harry with a smirk, remembering the chamber. You know who is a half-blood? Asked Ron, shocked. He did not know he had been on the other side of the chamber. I don't know who, Ron, said Harry. He was getting pissed of that his friend was still scared of saying Voldemort's name. You know? Don't make me say it, said Ron. You're pathetic, Ron, it's just a name. Fair enough, he has killed people, Hooptito. I don't hear you being scared to bring up Grindelwald or anything, said Harry, remembering his first train ride. That's different, said Ron, fidgeting. It's not Ron. They still have killed people. Just say his name, said Harry, getting annoyed. Fine. Voldemort, are you happy now? Asked Ron, red in the face. Totally ecstatic. I think you just broke my eardrum, said Harry sarcastically. Sorry, mate, said Ron, his ears going red. Yes, Voldemort is a half-blood. His mother was a witch and his father was a muggle. I think I might look up on that when I have time. I wonder what happened to his mother and his father for that matter, said Harry curiously. He killed his father, that much I know. He left school and killed him. I think it was a place called Little Hangleton, said Severus. The graveyard, I know where you speak of. I am rather curious to know why he killed his father too. He did say that his father abandoned his mother in the graveyard, mind you, said Harry. How can you sit talking casually about Voldemort like that? And why do you want to know about his family for? Asked Ron, looking nauseated. Ron, please stop opening your mouth without thinking, please. Then you will get somewhere in life, said Harry. He really needed to change his friend if he wanted him to survive the war. There was 5 minutes of silence while Ron thought about it. Fine, I get it, so you have an advantage over him, knowing all you can about the madman, said Ron, admitting he spoke without thinking. That's right, Ron, now think before you speak. Anyway, back to the discussion, how do I get my money? And are you rich? Asked Harry to Severus. Yes, I was rich, the ministry froze my accounts, and I cannot get into them. I still, however, make money by making potions. I have more than I will ever need now, but I would someday love to have the Snape heirlooms back, even though I won't have an heir, said Severus sadly. Why not have an heir? Asked Harry. His teacher was not that old, was he? I'm a Death Eater. No one would trust me, said Severus sadly. That sucks, paying your whole life for a mistake you made when you were younger, said Ron, shaking his head, thinking about the time that made his scared of spiders, Fred turning his teddy into a spider. You have no idea, said Severus, looking at Ron. You're right, I don't, said Ron. Ron knew he had been coddled and loved all his childhood, shielded from anything bad that happened. That was until he came to Hogwarts. Even then, everything he had done was just adventures, gaining house points and happy to be in the limelight. However, his 5th year had changed all that. He had changed, but still acted as if nothing had happened. 5th year had changed him, and it was not the brains that had done it. It was nearly seeing his friends die, even Luna. He had not thought much of her until he had watched. She was just a girl who had been hurt and was pushing everyone away, Harry, and he had stopped her. She was not more outgoing, but still weird to everyone. Neville, they may not be best of friends, but they had shared rooms, nights of fun, pranks and pillow fights and God knows what else. The worst ones were his sister, his beautiful baby sister. He had always protected her. He knew she was capable, but he did not want to admit it. After 5th year, he knew she could. If she could survive Death Eaters, she could do anything. Harry was another thing. His best mate since 1st year, closer than anyone he knew, almost a brother to him. He knew that his friend could look after himself. Overall, it had been a moving experience. He had only then realized that they were at war and people were going to die unless he grew up. Harry had been dropping hints there and here, hoping his friend would grow up and become a man who would have to face the real world. For example, one time he said, "You won't be playing Quidditch forever, Ron. You are going to have to know how to fight." Do you know this is weird? Sitting talking to a professor? With your best mate? Asked Ron. I don't really care. So how do I go about getting my money? Asked Harry. Go to Gringotts and ask to take control over your vaults, said Severus simply. Easy as that? Will Dumbledore not fight for control? Asked Harry. He could not let his pawn run amok now, could he? Thought Harry. Dumbledore will fight. In the end he will lose. After all, they are your vaults. No one can really touch them, said Severus. Okay, I have money, I can buy a house, all I need is books, food, and a house elf. I know a house elf that would be willing, said Harry. Why do you want books? Asked Ron. Because I am going to start training myself, said Harry. Why, that's what the order is for, or are you joining? Asked Severus. No, I guess you never heard the prophecy? Asked Harry. What? Yes, I know, I heard it, well, half of it Dumbledore knew, he told me to tell it to Voldemort, said Severus. Well, you had a hand in my parents' deaths. That prophecy was the whole reason Voldemort came after me. He would have probably gone after Neville if he had gotten me that night, said Harry. What do you mean? Asked Severus with a scowl on his face. You missed the other half of the prophecy. He will mark him his equal, quoted Harry. The scar. The fact you can speak Parseltongue, it fits, said Severus, looking shocked. Not forget that I have the brother wand of Voldemort's and that the hat wanted me in Slytherin, said Harry. You're really his equal, said Severus in awe. Not that I want to be power corrupts, said Harry. Chapter 3. That's not necessarily true, said Severus. What do you mean? Dumbledore thinks he is better than everyone, thinking everyone will do everything he asks. If that's not a corruption of power, then I do not know what it is. And that's only the tip of the iceberg, said Harry. And don't get me started on Voldemort, he then added. Fair enough, most of them turn manipulative, but they did not have loyal family and friends. Dumbledore was alone pretty quick. They died when Grindelwald was in power. The Dumbledores were powerful, it was join him or die, but they did not, and in the end resulted in their deaths. Voldemort was alone all his childhood and all his school years. He doesn't know what it's like to have a friend, said Severus, trying to get Harry to see. Dumbledore surely had friends, said Harry, looking as though he did not believe that the great Albus Dumbledore did not have friends. I do not think he had friends, acquaintances yes, but friends no. He doesn't even have a family. If he does, he is never in touch with them. I'm here all year not being able to leave apart from when Voldemort calls. He never leaves, not even for a day, said Severus. Poor man, said Ron, shaking his head. You may have a small point there, but I didn't have a childhood. I was a house elf for the first 10 years of my life. More like the Malfoys' house elf, said Harry. That bad? Asked Severus with a wince. Yep, only house elves were allowed to use magic, I however could not, said Harry with a sigh. Yes, but you have your friends, said Ron, trying to make Harry see the bright side of it. Ron mate, I only really have you. Hermione is spying on me for Dumbledore. I don't know what I'm going to do, said Harry, looking sad. I would have let you come to Snape Manor if I had my properties and monies, but I don't have either, said Severus with a frown. You stay here because you don't have anywhere else to go? Asked Harry, remembering what Severus had said earlier. Yes, said Severus. Why not buy a place then? Asked Harry curiously. Dumbledore has to know where I am 24/7, sneered Severus, obviously not happy about having to tell them. What would happen if you told him you were moving into your own home? Asked Harry, curiosity piqued. Probably send Aurors after me, grumbled Severus, blinking before saying, then he would lose his spy, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Yes, but he would rather me behind bars than me going back to my old ways, as he likes to put it, said Severus, sneering. Old ways. Do you think this will work out? If I buy a place, will you teach me all I need to know? I will pay for it and everything I need. I will make sure that the wards around the place are safe and secure, and I will get the house under a different name. Moreover, I only want a small cottage or something, a small house to train in, a huge backyard and Quidditch pitch. I would love to learn the way of the samurai. They are good at clearing their mind, and with swords, not total samurai way, but learning swords and occlumency and mind reading the way they do it. I seem to be able to do that, said Harry. Where did you learn about a samurai? Asked Severus curiously. My cousin went out leaving something on his TV. As I cleaned up, I watched it. I tried it and it worked quite well, although I cannot do it at Hogwarts. To much distraction it's hard to be by myself. The night you caught me going up the stairs at the 5th floor, I was heading to the astronomy tower to try and practice, said Harry. I see. I can teach you the way of the sword and to discipline your mind, said Severus curtly. Great, would you let Ron try too? Asked Harry. If I must, said Severus. He had no idea that it was going to be easier to teach a Weasley than he thinks. Great, so I need to get to Gringotts, get the money, and how the hell am I going to buy a house? Asked Harry, looking confused. You really need to do things for yourself, Harry. Otherwise you are going to be independent on someone for the rest of your life. That's something you do not want. That's the first thing you need to do if you want out of Dumbledore's control. Depend on no one but yourself. If you need advice or anything you can come to me, but you really need to start looking after yourself, said Severus in a lecture tone. Harry nodded his head in agreement. He had to admit the man probably had it right. He had never really thought for himself. He needed to start thinking for himself. Right, first thing first, perhaps he was better to write to Gringotts first. See who was in charge of his vault. Perhaps he could get a bank statement from there. Every penny I have as well as property will be on the statement. Well, I will get in touch with Gringotts. I will send them a letter. I will get a statement. I will look over it. Would you lot like to help me? Asked Harry to both Sev and Ron. I will help you, said Ron. And I will offer assistance, said Severus resultantly. Well, I'm going to have to go before we are discovered. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, said Harry. Looks like the bitch spy is waiting for us in the common room. What will we tell her, Ron? Asked Harry, looking up. Tell her we went for a walk, talked about Quidditch and that, said Ron. Right, let's go then, said Harry, getting up. Severus looked at him proudly. He would help these boys get their act together and get out of Dumbledore's thumb. Even if it cost him his freedom, he had no doubt he would probably be sentenced to Azkaban. If he is lucky, they will give him a proper trial. Perhaps Dumbledore would not find out, if Harry and Ron can keep quiet, then all is good. Dumbledore would not suspect him of helping them anyway. But if he disappears every day, then he will. He knew the headmaster was not stupid. He would put 2 and 2 together. Goodbye, Professor, and I will do something stupid when I have my statement. Just make sure me and Ron get detention, said Harry, his mind working overtime, getting everything into motion for his new plan. Just don't destroy my classroom, Potter, said Severus with a wicked smirk. Why, Professor? Do you think so little of me? Asked Harry in mock shock. Get going, said Severus, looking amused. Growling, he got back into his part quickly. Harry and Ron just raised an amused eyebrow at him, almost making Severus groan. He could hardly believe he had let his masks and facades down in front of those two. They would never be scared of him again. In a couple of months he would be glad it did not work. Bye, said Ron, dragging Harry from the classroom, talking about Quidditch. Watching them go, he knew that they were Slytherins at heart. It did not matter what a stupid bit of cloth they call a sorting hat had called they were Slytherins. If they were not, they would not have been able to pull that off or even think so fast. Where have you been? Shrieked Hermione as soon as they came in. Ron and Harry looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. I want to rub it in her face that I know. Thinking about that evening, they blinked and Ron was the one that answered. Calm down, Hermione. We were only taking a walk talking about Quidditch, said Ron, making himself shocked at her outburst. Are you all right? I thought Harry was hurt? Asked Hermione. No, don't worry. We were only talking about Quidditch and stuff like that, said Harry, smiling at his friend, as though nothing happened, just like he had the last few times. I'm actually thinking about going to the Libber, was as far as Harry got. Come on, we have homework, said Hermione, making them sit down. Harry frowned at that. She either really wanted him to get their homework done, or she was keeping him from the library. Question was, why? What was in there that would interest him so much? Then it hit him. He knew what was there. Knowledge, power, and independence. Chapter 4. Detention, Potter, Weasley, snapped Severus. A week later, both Harry and Ron were sharing a cauldron. They had purposely made a mess of the place, black smoke billowing everywhere. But Q, protested Ron like he usually would. Don't make me take points too, Weasley. Fact, go right ahead. I would love to take them off you, said Severus, looking angry. His eyes were alight with anger. If Ron and Harry had not known that was fake, they would have been shitting themselves. One thing for sure, Severus Snape was good at his acting. Sighing softly, they pretended to be miserable for the rest of the 2 periods. Today had been a shit day for them. They had had herbology, history of magic, 2 double periods back to back. So 4 periods of history of magic and herbology. It was their least favorite subjects. One good thing came out of it: Hermione was not in any of their classes. "Just go, Hermione," said Harry, looking sadly, as though he didn't want her to go. "It's okay, I will wait for you," said Hermione, smiling pitifully at them. "You will not, Granger. If I find you there, I will give you detention for a month and deduct 100 points from Gryffindor," snarled Severus, coming back in, from where he had been putting things away. Class had ended and everyone was out apart from the so-called Golden Trio. "Yes, Professor," said Hermione, lowering her head. She walked out. She put her head against the door, but she could not hear anything. A silencing ward had been put up. Sighing, she decided to go and see Dumbledore while she had the chance. She didn't have much for him, but she still went to see him. Sighing, she was getting sick of being with Harry and Ron. They were stupid and so boyish. She wanted nothing more than to be by herself and get her work done, find a job, then speak to someone more mature for her. "She really is a good actress for someone her age," said Severus dryly as he sat down. "Do you know that bastard has been spending Harry's money?" snapped Ron. He looked like he had wanted to do that all day. "What do you mean?" asked Severus, blinking at Ron's abrupt temper. "I mean that Dumbledore has been stealing Harry's money, not just small amounts, huge amounts. About 20 to 40 times a year. How can he get away with doing that?" said Ron, angry, wishing he had told his best friend earlier. He had not said anything for fear that Harry thought he was asking for money. "I see it is as I feared then," said Severus. He had suspected that as soon as he had heard Harry did not know about his own accounts. "What did you know?" asked Ron, frowning. "When it appeared Harry didn't know about his money, I feared that Dumbledore was using the money for his own gain. I didn't ever believe it was going that far, however," said Severus, sighing softly. "I read a book earlier. It says there is a ritual that can make you come of age and also make you come into your magic early, instead of when you're 21, said Harry. "Do you even know what you were talking about?" said Severus, his eyes slightly wider than normal. "Yes, I do," said Harry. "Harry, I don't think it's a good idea," said Ron. "I need the magic to defeat Voldemort. If I want to defeat him, I need all the training and magic I can get. Now getting my magic now will mean I have time to train and get used to the magic before I'm due back at Hogwarts. Voldemort won't know what hit him, especially if I have special powers," said Harry passionately. "You do have a point there," said Ron, biting his lip nervously. "What's wrong, Ron?" asked Harry, frowning. "You're not going to ask me, are you, Harry?" asked Ron, wide-eyed. No thanks, Ron," said Harry, grimacing. "Then who?" said Ron. He knew Harry didn't trust anyone else. Harry looked from Ron, and then to Severus. His eyes never left the man. Both Ron and Severus felt their eyes widen more. They obviously understood what Harry was trying to tell them. It was Harry's turn to chew his lip. "No way," said Severus immediately. "Am I that repulsive?" asked Harry, hurt, lacing his voice. "Don't be stupid, Harry. I'm your teacher and old enough to be your father," said Severus, knowing it was wrong. "There is no rules against a teacher and student getting together. Plus, we are not getting together, it's just sex." "Well, a ritual anyway," said Harry nervously. "I'm old enough to be your father," said Severus. This was the only thing he had left to protest with. "But you're not, and never will be my father. Look at Dumbledore and McGonagall, no one against them, but Dumbledore is old enough for her to be his great-great-granddaughter," pointed out Harry. "You are serious?" asked Severus. He had not expected Harry to put up such a fight, especially when he had people falling at his feet, day in and day out. He was the hero, why would he want to sleep with him? "Very," said Harry, nodding his head. "But why me? I mean, you could get anyone you want to do it for you," protested Severus. "Not everyone. I would not do it," said Ron, pointing his hand in the air, a smirk on his face. "I don't want anyone else. You are experienced. Someone I trust to share this with. I don't think I need any other ideas," said Harry, smiling slightly. "How about you could have the most gorgeous person in Hogwarts?" asked Severus. He didn't want to fight anymore, which surprised Severus deep down to his very core. That's probably why he continued to fight it, for his own sanity. You may not be gorgeous, but you are sexy and handsome, said Harry. Harry, are you gay? Was that why you asked me that question? Asked Ron, looking and sounding serious. Yes, Ron, I am, and I have had a crush on Snape, although I never admitted it. His voice was like the devil, and the way he moved was like he was in a cloud in heaven, said Harry. I don't want to listen to this, so are you going to do it or not? Asked Ron, looking at Severus along with Harry now. I'm not going to get out of this, am I? Asked Severus, sighing softly. Nope, you of all people should know by now, Professor. When I want something I will go to great lengths to get it, said Harry, smirking. This is not right. The spell is actually in the dark arts section, said Severus. Yes, but no rule has been made about the spell, so I can use it, said Harry. Severus was surprised at how much Harry had put into consideration before talking about it. Reading all the rules, shaking his head, he agreed, knowing he would not get out of it. Fine, if we do this, we need to leave Hogwarts, said Severus. Why? Harry asked, confused. Because your magic will mature. This means magic will pour off of you. Dumbledore would become suspicious right away, said Severus. Well, we can just go to a Muggle hotel for the night. They won't know about magic, they might feel it, but that doesn't matter, said Harry. Yes, but if Dumbledore finds out we are fucked anyway, said Severus, sighing. True, we will need to get Ron to cover for us. It will need to be a night you won't be called, and there is not an order meeting, said Harry. I will sort everything out, you give me the book and go and do whatever you want to do. I will give you detention when it's ready, we don't have long. Everyone will be going home soon, said Severus. Okay, said Harry, handing the book over and leaving. Goodbye, Severus, said Harry, walking out, leaving a god-smacked Severus behind. No one had dared call him his first name in a very, very long time. It was kind of refreshing in a way. Goodbye, Professor, said Ron before leaving. He knew Professor Snape and his best friend were going to end up together before they knew it. Smirking, the two boys went back to Gryffindor Tower, towards a probably bitching Hermione, who was slowly getting on Ron and Harry's last nerves. The statement that Harry had gotten was safely in his pocket. They had got sidetracked that evening. Harry had decided he would do it himself. As soon as he got the paper, he would look out the property section and find something. Hopefully Dumbledore would not find out, not at least until he was 16. Then the old man would not be able to do anything, for the vaults would be his legally. Everything went to the heir when he was 16 years old, and he would be that on July 31st. It was a long time, but Harry had decided to let Dumbledore continue getting the money until his birthday. As soon as he would be telling the Gringotts goblins to give him his keys and that no one was to get into his vaults. Only then would Dumbledore find out. By then it would be too late. Harry would be of age, and there was nothing Dumbledore could do. Dumbledore seemed to forget that he was Muggle-raised and he legally came of age at the age of 16. He would not learn until it was too late. By then Harry would be free of Dumbledore's hold and manipulations. Chapter 5. So why were you not surprised when I told you? Asked Harry. He was once again in detention with Ron, all planning their next move. I'm not a spy for nothing, Harry. I knew before even you did that you had a crush on me. It's not the first time either. Some of my Slytherins have as well. It's mostly my voice they are attracted to though, said Severus, chuckling, drying. Oh, said Harry, not knowing what else to say. Fine, but Ron, you didn't seem surprised, pointed out Harry. I think I've known for a bit, said Ron. What do you mean? Frowned Harry. Well, when you said Cho Chang's kiss was wet, that's exactly what my bother said. It was not long before he came out and said he was gay, said Ron, shrugging. Right, said Harry, nodding. It made sense, I suppose. Now, what was this you were saying about a house? Asked Severus. Well, it's a house in the Prophet. There is only one problem, really, where to get the money from to stop Dumbledore from knowing, said Harry, shrugging. Let me see, said Severus sternly. Here, said Harry, taking the paper from his bag, which was lying on the ground under his feet. He was sitting on a comfortable seat in the classroom. The heating was on, so he was not as cold as it normally was in the dungeons. Was all Severus said. The house was quite big, comfortable, even had a potions dungeon in it as well, fully furnished as well. He would not need to buy anything, apart from anything he would like that the house didn't. The person who had it was half-blood, so he had electricity in it as well. Sounds good, admitted Severus. If he had the money, he would have more than likely have bought it. Yeah, it's nice, I would like it. I'm thinking about going to Gringotts and getting the money out for it. Asking Griphook to be my manager and let him in on everything that's happening. So he might be able to stop Dumbledore finding out. It's not that long before I come to my full power and get control over everything anyway, said Harry thoughtfully. Good idea. Do it, said Severus, nodding his head. Harry was starting to think for himself. It would not be long before it was totally independent. Something Severus was happy about for sure. After all, he had not acted like this a few months ago. He had to have everyone think for him and do everything for him. I think I will, said Harry, smirking slightly. It is a nice place. Just wished I could afford a place like that, said Ron, smiling wistfully. You never know, Ron. Someday you might, said Harry, smiling at his friend. Aurors made a lot of money, that is, if his friend was still going to be an Auror. He had not made any indication of not wanting to be either. Maybe, said Ron, smiling slightly. His friend always knew how to cheer him up. When are you going? Asked Severus. He would need to distract Dumbledore. The man was always checking on his golden boy, not wanting him to disappear or becoming too independent. Tomorrow, it's Friday anyway. Dumbledore is going to the ministry on Saturday, so we can go to the house then, said Harry. Okay, good idea. I will distract Hermione, said Ron, piping in. Thanks, Ron. Are you coming tomorrow, or will I go myself? Asked Harry. He wanted his friend there. I can't. Hermione will go running to Dumbledore if she senses anything amiss, said Ron. But she most likely be more suspicious if you are there without me than you not there at all, Harry pointed out. True, I'll come then, said Ron, shaking his head. He could not believe they had to sneak around just because of Dumbledore. Great, by Severus, said Harry. He didn't have permission, but Harry didn't care. After all, Severus was using his name. Goodbye, said Severus, just rolling his eyes at both of them, before taking of the silencing and locking charms. 0. Harry, get up. It's best if we leave now while everyone is asleep. As far as I know, Gringotts is open all day and night, said Ron, shaking his sleeping friend. Oh, we could have went last night then, said Harry, getting up. Yawning, he rubbed his eyes and sat in his bed, trying to wake himself up. How long do you reckon it will take to get everything sorted? What if he has already sold the house? Asked Harry anxiously. We won't know until we get there, said Ron, chucking his friend's clothes at him. It was a strange sight to behold. After all, Ron was never the one up early. 0. I would like to speak to Griphook, please, said Harry to the goblin at the counter. Hold on a minute, said the goblin. He was neither horrible nor nice. However, Harry had gotten the goblin's respect even if it didn't show, for he had actually remembered a goblin's name. It had been a long time since anyone had requested nicely and said any goblin's name. I am Griphook. How can I help you? Asked Griphook. I need to speak to you in private, please, said Harry. Ron just stood next to his friend, quiet. Follow me this way then, sirs, said Griphook, taking them to a room. It was not big or really nice, but it would do. No one can hear us in here, said Griphook. Harry didn't know how the goblin had known he was about to ask that. Shaking his head, he got straight to the point. I need your help. I'm trying to get control over my vaults, and Dumbledore has been taking my money without me knowing. I want to buy a house and want the money without Dumbledore knowing, at least until my 16th birthday, said Harry. I see, said the goblin, his eyes darkening. They hated thieves and showed no mercy to them. Why else did they have such big protections and dragons? I will do everything I can, Mr. Potter. Of that you can be assured, however. I cannot do anything unless I have proper control over your vaults, said Griphook. I know, that's why I asked you here. I want you to be a manager, said Harry. Very well, just sign here, and the one in charge of your vault will be nulled, and I will be put in his place. However, once I speak to the managers, I can assure you he will no longer be an employee in Gringotts, for he has not followed the code. He will most likely be banished from Gringotts and the UK altogether, said Griphook. Good. Now keep me updated. Don't let Dumbledore know he doesn't have control. God knows what he will do. Possibly make me his ward until I'm 21. And no sending any statements to him or me, said Harry. Griphook and handed over a piece of paper. Harry read it. It basically started that he wanted Griphook to become his manager. Signing it off, Griphook clicked his fingers and it was gone. Very well about this house? Asked Griphook. Yes, this is the house I want, said Harry, handing over the paper. Just a minute, said Griphook, clicking his finger. All the information he needed was in the paper he had in his hand about the house. The first person to claim for the house is to get it. The person that has it wants away from the UK. The money is to be sent to his account, which will be cleared out as soon as he has word someone has bought the house, said Griphook. Well, I will take it. Give him the money, said Harry. Good, now here are the house details. Sign that there and the house will be officially yours. And don't worry, no one will know, especially if the man is moving from the UK, said Griphook. Good, said Harry. He signed a bank check. The money was instantly sent to the man's vault. Harry then signed the contract, making the house officially and rightfully his. Do you need anything else, Mr. Potter? Asked Griphook. Clicking his fingers, the documents were gone. Probably to a file room no one could access. Yes, I want you to go through all my vaults, get all the books and other useful things that I could use to train and fill my new home up with, and make sure it gets to my new home, said Harry. Are you getting house elves? Asked Ron. Harry could not use goblins to do his bidding. I suppose I could use a couple. Dobby Winky, yelled Harry. Master Potter, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in bed? Squeaked Dobby. Dobby, you and Winky are free, right? He asked. Of course, Master Harry. I was not wanting anyone else after you freed me. Not anyone apart from Master Harry Potter, said Dobby. How would you like to come and live in my new home? And be my cook? Asked Harry. I would be honored, sir, said Dobby, jumping up and down excitedly. Okay, but you will still be free, wear clothes and have rooms. But you will need to buy food, you know everything I like. So will you stay with me? Asked Harry. Yes, Master Harry Potter, sir, said Dobby and Winky at the same time. Good. Now Griphook will be getting everything I have requested from my vaults. You will take it to my new home, which is this house, said Harry, showing the elf the home. Of course, Harry Potter, sir, said Dobby. Good. Now Griphook, give them 100 galleons to get food, please, but for now I need to go back to Hogwarts. Dobby, if there are already house elves in the home, which I doubt, tell them to stay. Have the house cleaned up, the beds cleaned, and everything by tomorrow if you can, said Harry. Yes, sir, said Dobby and Winky. Goodbye then, said Harry. He nodded at them all before he left. Ron, trailing behind him, was looking thoughtful. What if they know we were gone? Asked Harry. Don't worry, said Ron. As they made their way back, they could not afford to be seen. Chapter 6. Is it done? Asked Severus as soon as silencing charms were up. He had been dying to know for ages if everything was sorted out. Yes, the house, if legally and rightfully mine. Dobby and Winky are cleaning it up. They are my house elves now, said Harry, sitting down comfortably. People would have heart attacks if they saw this. Severus Snape acting civil and Harry Potter being comfortable. Good. Now I have a question before we go any further, said Severus. What? Asked Harry, looking at him with a curious look in his eye. Are you sure you want to do this? You know you will always be connected to me forever after this? Said Severus, looking at Harry intently. Of course I want to do it. I read everything and know what I'm doing. Plus it might be handy, this connection. I can keep in touch, said Harry honestly. Fair enough, we will be leaving soon. Just make sure no one sees you, said Severus. I know, I'm taking my invisibility cloak as well as my map, said Harry, nodding in agreement. He didn't want anyone catching them, and otherwise there would be hell to pay, especially if this news reached Dumbledore's ears. Good. Now go, said Severus, opening the door. The silencing spell was then removed. Just be lucky I'm not giving you another detention, Potter, snapped Severus. Yes, Professor, said Harry meekly. It was merely just in case someone was listening or watching them, including the portraits that hung in the dungeons. Yes, there were portraits in the dungeons. Dumbledore would not let any part of the school be unwatched, especially the dungeons. Harry walked from the dungeons, making himself downhearted. He was nervous about what was coming. Another part of him could not wait. Sighing softly, he said the password and gained entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Harry, are you all right? Asked Hermione softly as he came in looking miserable. Yeah, Snape has given me another detention for walking around, said Harry. That fucking stupid bat. It's the weekend. He should not be giving you detention, snapped Ron, looking enraged. Harry smiled. Ron sure knew how to keep up pretenses. Thankfully, Hermione thought Harry was smiling because Ron was sticking up for Harry. Good you didn't lose points, at least it's only detention, said Hermione. Gryffindor had been whining the house cup for years. She didn't want them losing it because of something stupid Harry was doing. She really only cared about getting best grades in school as well as house points, being Potter's best friend, getting a great job being Harry Potter's best friend and all. Yeah, we can go play Quidditch after your detention, mate, said Ron, laying a comforting hand on his mate's shoulder. Thanks, Ron, said Harry, sighing softly. When is your detention? Asked Hermione. In a couple of minutes, actually. I better head down now, otherwise I will be given another one, said Harry, miserable. How long for? Asked Hermione, looking thoughtful. Probably all morning and most of the afternoon. What are you guys going to do? Asked Harry, trying to cheer his friends up like he normal would do. Me? I'm going to hang around with Dean and Seamus. Hermione is probably going to end up going to the library, said Ron. Yes, I'm going to the library. I will see you both at dinner time most likely. I have homework I need to do anyway, said Hermione. Okay, I better go, said Harry. He went up to his room, got his cloak and map. Putting them in his baggy jumper, he went back down. Hermione was already gone. Sighing softly, he winked at Ron before leaving the common room. He went down to the dungeons, entered and closed the door, sealed it off before climbing through a shortcut. Found himself back in the dungeons. He then made his way back, cloak already on. He was at the entrance hall before he knew it, ready to get away from the school. All he needed to do was find his professor. Then they could hit the trail. They had to be quick, otherwise people would get suspicious. 0. Professor, said Harry, still under his cloak. Potter, good you're here. On time for once. Come over here. I need to apparate us, said Severus. Okay, said Harry, going over to his professor. His teacher's hands wrapped around him before he felt like he was being sucked down a rabbit hole. Right, we're here, said Severus as the sucking stopped. That felt weird, defiantly better than flu or the night bus, said Harry, shaking himself, making sure he was all there. He had heard what Arthur Weasley had said about being splinched. It had not sounded very pleasant at all. Of course it is Harry, otherwise people would not apparate as opposed to fluing. However, some people cannot pass their apparation test. They can't seem to concentrate on apparating properly, said Severus. Oh, said Harry, perhaps that explains why people always ended up splinched. Right, come on. We don't have long, said Severus softly as he walked up the garden of Harry's new home. It looks better than the pictures. I can't wait until I can get loads of new things for this house, said Harry, looking excited at the prospect. Severus said nothing in reply, just continued on walking. Whether Severus agreed or not, Harry didn't know. Master Harry, there was 3 house elves already in the house. I told them to stay and they are happy to do so, said Dobby, bowing low. Thank you, Dobby. I will free you of your duties for 5 days if you call me master again, said Harry. Yes, Harry, sir, said Dobby, bowing low, looking actually frightened. Not at Harry, but the prospect of facing 5 days free of work. No cooking, no cleaning. This was something every house elf dreaded. Better, now Dobby, me and Severus are going to do something very important. I want you to shield the house from magic in general. The better the shield, then the safer we will be. The Ministry nor Dumbledore can find out about this, said Harry. Yes, Harry, sir, said Dobby, bowing again before leaving. Come on then, let's get this over with. Did you bring the dagger? Asked Harry as if he was just remembering it. Yes, now come on, said Severus. Okay, said Harry. They walked into the first room they saw and decided just to get it done. Harry could decide what room he wanted later. The room was actually nice and spacious. Perfect for what they were going to be doing anyhow. Get undressed then, Harry, and on the bed, said Severus, sounding a little businesslike. There was an air of nervousness around the teacher, something Harry had never witnessed before. Harry did as he was told. Stripping of his clothes, he climbed onto the bed and relaxed, trusting his professor. Which he did with his life. The man had after all saved him more times than he could count. Those were the ones he knew of. There could possibly be more than he knew. He would not put it past his professor to help and him never be aware of it. Severus placed the dagger on the bedside. They would need it close when they needed it. He had spent ages memorizing the chant in Latin. The chant was actually bringing Harry's magic forward. When Harry was penetrated, the magic would go to his magical core, merging with his other magic. Any gifts he has will come through, just like it's supposed to. However, Severus feared that Harry may have too much magic for him to handle. After all, he was really powerful already. Could he handle it? Well, Severus was about to find out. Climbing on the bed, he actually got a good look at Harry, who, by the way, in his mind was absolutely gorgeous. Smirking lightly, maybe this would be less awkward than he had first thought. Kissing those innocent lips, causing Harry's eyes to fling open and look at him in what could only be awe. It was not long before Harry was kissing him back, eagerly. They were not able to take their time, unfortunately, so everything was fast-paced. As he kissed every inch of Harry's skin, which was sinful to Severus, he chanted, kissing in between breaths. Kissing him, as if it would help bring the magic forth quicker. Maybe it did or didn't, Harry certainly didn't know. Harry was in heaven. The kisses were amazing. Harry didn't know how else to express the feelings he was feeling. The voice. Not to forget that, not that he could forget, and in a foreign language too, bad thing for Harry. It was just making the boy all the more aroused. His cock was now really hard and aching, pre-cum leaking from the tip. Harry, slice my hand now, said Severus, then starting the chant straight away again. Harry grabbed the dagger, without moving, with great difficulty. Slicing Severus' palm, he knew his was next and held it out, waiting for when the man was ready. However, Severus was nowhere near ready. He took something out of his robe which was on the bottom of the bed. A jar of some liquid, however. He moaned and hardly noticed anything else around him as he concentrated on those fingers, which were inside of him, scissoring and hitting something incredible inside him, which caused him to moan louder than he had that night. He might have let out a scream, but he was not sure. Only once Severus thought he was properly prepared did he pull out. Taking the dagger, he cut Harry's wrist as well. Quickly he took Harry's hands in a death grip, putting the boy's hands above his head onto the pillows. The chanting had changed. Wording was different now. What more, he could feel his magic almost like it was begging to reach the top, to break free. Harry could feel Severus' cock at his entrance. He wondered if it would be painful. He knew the book said it was uncomfortable, but with him nothing was normal. His eyes rolled in the back of his head at the first push. He had never felt anything like this in his life. Before Harry knew what was happening, he felt fullness around him he had never felt before. If he thought that was great, he changed his mind when Severus pulled out before pushing himself back in. Looking back up at Severus, Harry realized he was not the only one enjoying themselves. Severus' eyes were dilated in lust and his head was thrown back. He was sweating and breathing heavily. Severus was enjoying himself. The feeling of Harry's tightness around him was unbelievable. He would have felt the same if it was anyone if it had not been a ritual. However, the fact that this was a powerful wizard and a ritual was making this experience more intense. He could feel Harry's magic around him and in him. It was amazing. No normal person could make him feel like that. Severus wished it would last forever, and then he shook himself. Emotions like that were not good for him as far as he was concerned. Plus, he knew Harry would get over his crush and him in a while, as soon as he saw gorgeous men outside Hogwarts. The magic burst forth. As Severus released his seed deep in Harry, the glow eliminated from their joint hand and worked its way down. Harry was shaking. His lips pursed to stop himself screaming in pain, as pain unlike anything he had felt before coursed through him. Harry, calm down. Accept the magic. Let it do its course, said Severus soothingly into the boy's mind. Thank you, mumbled Harry as he slipped unconscious, unaware that he had mind spoke to Severus Snape. 0. Harry, get up. Come on up, yelled Severus. Harry opened his eyes, yawning only to bolt up when he realized that he had fallen asleep. Looking down at his hands, he could feel the new magic coursing through him, and could not help but see what he could do. Accio clothes, said Harry. His clothes came towards him. Grinning in glee, he put his clothes on, unaware of Severus' stunned, odd look. Once he was dressed, he looked over. Severus was already dressed, as if this had nothing happened. What? Asked Harry, looking uncomfortable that someone was looking at him like that. You just did wandless magic, said Severus, as if stating the obvious. Yeah, just like you, Professor Dumbledore, Lupin, and the others can do, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. They can open doors, light candles, but no one is ever able to summon their clothes. Several items might I add before, said Severus. So it's something I should keep to myself then? Asked Harry. Yes, it will give you a great advantage over Voldemort, said Severus. He was suddenly feeling much better about everything and everyone. He knew Voldemort didn't have a hope in hell against this powerful young wizard. Even Voldemort needed a wand to do magic, Harry didn't, and Voldemort would be surprised when Harry hits him with something, a killing curse perhaps coming from his hand. It's only 2 o'clock. I've missed lunch but not dinner, that's great. We better get back, said Harry, looking down at his wand. You're right, let's go, said Severus. Aren't you more powerful? Asked Harry, knowing the one doing the ritual could get some magic too. However, if people thought they could force them to do it, they had another thing coming. It needed to be mutual for both parties involved. Yes, however, I am locking the magic behind a shield. Voldemort nor Dumbledore must know. I've already put a shield on you, so you don't have to worry, said Severus. The shield makes Harry look less threatening and less powerful. It's one Dumbledore uses, however. He could not hide the power in his eyes. Okay, said Harry. Chapter 7. Harry indeed was much more powerful. He could feel it rushing through him, and it was the greatest experience he had felt in a while. Apart from last night, it had blown him away. He just hoped he one day could win the man's heart, and it maybe could happen again. He knew it would be a hard thing to do. He knew how closed off Snape was. It would be hard to get past the man's defenses. Harry was actually able to apparate back to Hogwarts himself. He sat outside Hogwarts near the lake. Letting Severus go in, it would not matter if he was late for dinner. Although he was famished, he needed to let Hermione and Ron find him. He could not just stroll in, as if he had only been gone 20 minutes. Harry! Shouted Ron, running over towards his friend as soon as he spotted. Acting his part really well, Harry had to bit his lip to stop the smirk that he wanted to let loose at Hermione's annoyed look. Where were you? We have been looking all over for you, said Hermione in an annoying, clipped tone. What do you mean? I've only been gone a while, said Harry, shaking his head, faking confusion. Harry, it's dinner time. You have been gone hours, mate, said Ron sympathetically. Oh, sorry about worrying you guys. I guess I'm just not feeling like myself going back to the Dursleys and all, said Harry half-hearted. Oh, don't worry, mate. I'll get Mum to convince Dumbledore to let you come early, said Ron softly. Thanks, mate, said Harry. Now come on, I'm hungry, whined Ron like he normally would do. You're always hungry. I'm hungry myself. Come on then, let's go for dinner, said Harry, shaking his head. Come on then, said Hermione. 3 of them headed into the Great Hall. 0. After filling their plates, Ron spoke in a low tone. Not even Hermione could hear what they were saying. She was sitting across from them. How did it go? Asked Ron curiously. Good. It's amazing, Ron. I can't wait until you experience it. The magic running through you. It's a shame that you have to wait until you're 21 to receive it, said Harry. Wicked, said Ron dreamily, taking his friend's word for it. What are you whispering about? Asked Hermione, a frown on her face. I asked Harry if I would ever really be good at Quidditch, said Ron. I just said he would one day, maybe even be a famous Quidditch player, said Harry, shrugging his shoulder, going along with his friend. Oh, that's fine, said Hermione. She agreed only because of the dreamy look Ron now wore. She knew he always got that look thinking about Quidditch. She was more observant than she was given credit for, that was for sure. I can't believe we are leaving tomorrow, said Harry sadly as he ate as much as he could, not knowing when he would be fed again. Yeah, another summer, only 2 years at Hogwarts to go. It's unbelievable that we have already spent 5 years at Hogwarts, said Ron. Yeah, said Harry, nodding his head. It felt like just 2 or 3 years since he had been there. When he thought about it properly, he felt as if he had been there for over 10 years. With all of the things he had happened to him, it was hardly surprising, really. Harry, I'm going to talk to Dobby. I will be right back, said Ron, walking away. Okay, said Harry to his friend's back, wondering why his friend was going to Dobby for. 0. Dobby, can I ask something of you? Asked Ron, entering the kitchens. What can Dobby do for Harry's Wheezy? Asked Dobby. Could you get what's eatable from the leaving feast and keep it for Harry? His cousin is on a diet and Harry doesn't get enough to eat. Can you help Dobby? Asked Ron kindly. He didn't want his friend starving all year again. He would do anything for his friend. Even shield Harry from the killing curse. That's how much Ron loved his friend. Dobby can be doing that, put spells on it so it doesn't go off. Yes, Dobby can help. I will give it to Wheezy when you are leaving, said Dobby. Good, thanks Dobby. I'm gonna go now, said Ron. Harry's Wheezy indeed. By Harry's Wheezy, said Dobby, already getting a box and putting food into different containers and into the box for his Harry Potter. By Dobby, said Ron, leaving the kitchen sighing softly. Loyal house elves who needed them. Harry was Ron's thought, shaking his head before going up the Gryffindor common room to be with Harry. 0. Dumbledore entered Hogwarts once more. He felt something off about it, and he could not work out what it was. Frowning in thought, he went to his office and ordered dinner. He was exhausted and hungry. He wanted nothing more than to go to his bed, which he could thankfully do. He had no other duties tonight. He swore he would find out what was wrong with Hogwarts later. Eating and drinking his fill, the plates disappeared. He then went to his bed, hoping no one disturbed what sleep he was able to get. Between the Ministry, Hogwarts, head of Wisengamot, being the head of the Order, and his manipulations, he hardly got any sleep. 0. Harry, can you come up to my office for a moment? Asked Dumbledore softly. Yes, sir, said Harry immediately, acting the way he was supposed to. Good. Now let's get going, said Dumbledore. What is it, sir? Asked Harry upon sitting down. There. Lemon drop? Asked Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. No thanks, headmaster, said Harry, smiling softly. I'm stuffed. Good, good. The Dursleys know not to pick you up. The Order members will portkey you right to your house as soon as you get back to King's Cross. You won't be able to get out. We cannot take the chance of anyone getting into Privet Drive who should not be there. Hedwig will be kept here and no one will be sending you post. It's all for the best, my boy, said Dumbledore. Yes, sir, said Harry, looking downtrodden. Good. Good, you can go now, my boy. The train will be leaving soon. Also, the Dursleys know about Sirius dying. I'm sure they will help you in any way they can, said Dumbledore, his normal happy self. Goodbye, sir. Have a good summer, said Harry, gritting his teeth in anger, leaving the office. Harry had to swallow hard and stop his magic from reacting to his anger with all his might. He could hardly believe that the old man was doing, stopping his mail? That was just downright out of order. Even worse, the old man telling him he was not to write to anyone. The first chance he got, he was going to find a way out. He would test the wards, find a way around them. Otherwise, he didn't think he would survive the summer. How he really hated Hermione Granger right now. He had told them both about him using Sirius to bait his aunt and uncle. Now Dumbledore had taken his defense and ripped it up into 1,000 pieces. He was almost willing to let himself be killed by the Dursleys to teach Dumbledore a lesson. Shaking his head, he went down to his friends. He didn't even talk to Ron, who was getting more and more concerned by the minute. His friend looked more miserable than he ever remembered. Harry, what's the matter? Asked Ron. When he got no reply, he decided not to push his friend. Otherwise, he would be on the receiving end of his mate's anger, something he didn't want. 0. When Hermione left the compartment, Harry let out his steam by beating and punching the train seat. Dust was coming out of it, as the blows rained down on the poor seat which had done nothing to Harry. Calm down, mate, said Ron, grabbing a hold of his friend. God, Ron, I don't know how much more I can take, said Harry. The knowledge that Dumbledore would no longer have control over him on his birthday was not enough to keep him quiet and satisfied now. What's the matter? What's the old fool said now? Asked Ron, worried. He's sending me to the Dursleys. Without Hedwig, I won't be in touch. No one will be able to send me owls or anything. I won't hear anything all summer. I won't be able to get out. What worse, he has told the Dursleys that Sirius is dead. I'm in for it this summer, Ron. They are going to kill me. They have been too scared of Sirius to hurt me. Now they know they will take out the pent-up frustration at everything on me, said Harry, his anger cooling off. I'm sorry, mate, but I'll find a way to talk to you, I promise. I'll even owl Snape. See if he has any ideas, if that's what it takes, said Ron. That's mate, said Harry, sitting down. I hope it's not my dad that's going to be taking you home. Otherwise I doubt I will speak to him again all summer, said Ron, shaking his head. His father knew some of what Harry went through. I hope not either. I'd hate to hate Arthur, said Harry softly. Well, we will just have to wait and see, said Ron. By the way, here, it's food from Dobby. It's all got spells on it so it won't go off. I asked Dobby to get you what he could. I hope it lasts you the summer, but I don't know how much he was able to salvage for you. Thanks, mate, said Harry in slight awe. Why had he never thought about that before? You're welcome. Now let's talk about Quidditch or something before someone walks in, said Ron, looking uneasily at the door. Yeah, do you think there is a slight chance the Cuddly Cannons will ever win? Is that the team you would play for if you do go into professional Quidditch? Asked Harry curiously. No, I'd play for either England or Scotland. I guess I'm in either country enough to want either of them to win, said Ron. True, said Harry, nodding his head. We are in Scotland more than anything though right now anyway, said Harry. They had obviously spent their first 11 years in England purely, but now for 5 years they had spent most of it in Scotland. Chapter 8. Thankfully it was not Arthur that took him home. It was Tonks, the stupid clumsy witch. He didn't have a kind thing to say to her. She had seen how he lived yet took him back. He just looked at her blankly before going to his room, shutting the door knowing it would be locked in a couple of minutes anyway. Indeed it was. Petunia came up and locked him in, the keys clicking and turning in the holes. Harry sighed softly. It was only a while he would need to stay there until he came up with a plan to get out. Or stay at least until his birthday at the latest, thought Harry. I'm probably safest staying here until my birthday. That way I can leave and Dumbledore will not be able to do anything. To think the old fool thinks he has me completely under his thumb, the fool. Later on the night, his uncle came into his room and beat him up, simply because he had nothing to take his frustrations out on during the whole school year out on. Of course, blaming him for his clients not signing the contracts and that his boss was not happy with him. Harry was left curled up on the floor bleeding, supporting a broken arm and nose, bruises forming all over his body. My birthday can't come quick enough, groaned Harry, moaning in pain as he moved slightly. Harry soon passed out, wakening up to water being poured all over him. Groaning, he got up. Knowing it was Dursley thanks to the voice shouting in his ear, Vernon spat on him as well. Harry shuddered in disgust, waiting until Vernon was away before roughly cleaning the spit from his face. Vernon had a huge mouth. Get up and make our breakfast, boy. Otherwise, I won't be held responsible for what I do to you. Yes, Uncle Vernon, muttered Harry, getting up and walking down to the kitchen. He made their breakfasts but didn't get any himself because he had not made it the way Vernon liked it apparently. Thankfully he had some things stored away for him. He went up the stairs, was locked in once more, until lunch before he would be made to do chores. This he knew. As soon as his door was bolted shut, he quickly dived under his head and ate everything he could. However, he felt sick afterwards. Thinking he ate too much, he put it all back under his bed before lying on his bed. He wanted to get some sleep and rest before Petunia started making him do chores. However, he could not. The pains in his stomach was worsening. Thinking it was probably a broken rib, he didn't think any more of it. Sighing softly, he closed his eyes and meditated softly for the next few hours. Get a move on, you lazy boy, screeched Petunia coming up the stairs. Harry groaned softly but obediently got up, wondering when he had fallen asleep. He felt better, though that was a good thing. The clicks went 1, 2, 3, and 4 before the door swung open, revealing his aunt. He wanted nothing more than to curse her, but didn't. He could not afford to not yet anyway. Get and do your chores, she snapped. Harry didn't even need to ask. His chores were always the same, as they had been since he was about 5 or 6 years old. Perhaps when he was younger, this treatment was all he remembered really. Yes, Aunt Petunia, said Harry humbly before getting started. That was how his afternoon went, along with having pains in his stomach. He felt sick and also was getting pains in his back. He wondered if he could ask Snape for some pain potions. Perhaps that would help. No, he couldn't. Dumbledore would suspect, he was sure. How could he not if he saw his owl? He would need to wait until another unrecognized owl came to him. He wondered how Dudley could make so much mess. The boy was truly disgusting, and he could hardly believe what his aunt and uncle were doing. They were treating Dudley into an early grave. He was huge, lazy, and a bully. He would never get a job being all these three, and he will eventually eat himself into a grave. He was saddened for his cousin, despite all the things his cousin had done. Really, it was not his fault. It was the way he was brought up. He wished sometimes there was a way to get though to and help his cousin. "Make dinner, boy!" snapped Petunia, not taking her eyes from their huge TV. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," said Harry, rolling his eyes, swallowing the urge to tell her to get off her skinny arse and do it herself. "Make extra. My dudders is hungry," she screeched from the chair. "Okay," said Harry softly, getting more potatoes out. Harry sighed, thankful when dinner was made. Knowing they would not want to see him tonight, he went up to his bed. His aunt locked him in once more. Harry lay on his bed, and he was lost in thought. He was gladder to have been finished his chores. Something was wrong with him, he knew that. After checking all his ribs were in place, he became confused. Why was he feeling sick and queasy? Why on earth was his back hurting him? Vernon had not touched his back, just his stomach, legs, and anything he could hit. Just then Pig swooped in. He had told Ron before he left when the best time to send owls to him were. Smiling softly, he opened the letter. Sighing, he already missed his friend. "Hello, Harry. Who took you home? It wasn't Dad, was it? I hope not. How are you? I hope the Muggles are not treating you too badly. Hang in there, mate, not long to go. I'm sorry I can't help you more, mate. If there is anything I can do, please tell me. If I don't get an owl from you every day, I'm gonna Snape, so you better write. I need to know you are all right. Hope to hear and see you soon, mate. Ron." Harry smiled. His friend was concerned, and it was not just mindless chatter now. His friend was growing up and showing his true self. He had to admit Ron's true self was rather Slytherin, threatening to go to Snape if he didn't get back. Shaking his head, he penned his own response and sent it of with Hedwig, letting Pig go for a fly with her. Hedwig needed out and about, plus she can go hunting while she was out delivering it, so she didn't get hungry. Ron stood pacing his room, waiting for Harry to reply. He had not before realized just how cruel the Dursleys were until Harry had told him. Now he knew he was worried. Very worried. Worst thing was he had no one he could tell. He thought he had been able to tell Hermione everything. It was not the case now. After 2 or 3 hours, he finally spotted a white blur in the sky. He knew it was Hedwig. He didn't need to open his window because it was already open, thankfully. The owl swooped in 5 minutes later, along with Pig, a letter attached to her foot. "Hey girl, nice to see you," said Ron, giving Pig and Hedwig an owl treat. He didn't have many, but enough to last the summer. Pig could spare one for Hedwig. Sighing softly, he quickly read the letter. "Ron. Hiya, mate, I'm fine here, or as well as I can be, I suppose. The Dursleys are as normal as they ever have been. Something is wrong, however. I've been sick all day. Sore back and stomach, and it's like someone had taken my insides out. I was lucky I was able to even do the chores today. You don't have any pain potions, do you? Because I could really do with one right now. Otherwise I'm gonna pass out. Can't wait till my birthday, mate. I'll hopefully be seeing you. Harry." "I'm going to fucking kill those bastards," snapped Ron after reading it. How dare they hurt Harry like that? He didn't have any pain potion. He could not brew one either. He didn't have ingredients his parents can't afford to live, never mind get potion ingredients they didn't need. Biting his lip, there was an order meeting tonight, here in the house, a small one. Hopefully if Snape came, perhaps he could hurt himself and hopefully Snape would give him potions. It was the best he could do. He had to get that potion for his friend. Nodding his head, he said to the owls, "Go hunt and come back later at night. Hedwig, make sure no one sees you, okay? Go." The owls were out of the window and out of sight within minutes. Ron stood there marveling the intelligence of the owls before he got back to his planning. After dinner they were shooed out. Ron went outside with his broom. He was going to pretend to fall from his broom. He just hoped his acting skills would survive this. He had never done acting to this magnitude before. Once the order meeting started, Ron let himself fall a few feet from the broom, breaking his broom regretfully before screaming in pain, making it look like he had just fallen from his broom, trying to do a wonky feint. "Ron," shrieked Molly, concerned at once. "What happened?" asked his father. "Fell of my broom, it hurts," said Ron, flustered. He knew his mother would coddle him until he was blue in the face. If it helped his friend, who was he to care? "Severus, do you have some potions?" asked Dumbledore. Of course, said Severus, looking at Ron suspiciously. He knew Ron was not that stupid to fall from his broom. Neville yes, Weasley no. Ron looked him right in the eye, almost wanting him to do legilimens, and Ron let him see everything. Snape quickly answered Dumbledore's question, inwardly impressed and awed at Ron's actions. Here, Weasley. Take that one, and this one. These you can keep for later, snapped Severus. Thanks, sir, said Ron, as his mother levitated him to his room, coddling him some more. No one noticed Hedwig on the cupboard apart from Snape. Most of all, no one saw him not drinking the potions. Here, girl. Take them to Harry, said Ron, putting them in a pouch. Hedwig hooted in agreement before quickly taking off. She had fed and wanted to get back to her master. She knew he was in pain, and knew her master's friend had helped him. Soaring high into the air, she swooped back home. Free in the night air, flapper her wings extra hard. It took many hours for Hedwig to finally swoop into Harry's bedroom. Harry sighed thankfully when he noticed the potions. Smiling at his owl, he downed the numbing one. He needed to spread them out. This was not going to be the last beating and needed all the help and potions he could get. He wondered how Ron could have gotten them. They were defiantly Severus potions, and he had enough of the potions in the hospital wing to know they were Severus. It's unbelievable the length Ron was going to protect his friend. Even snapped his own broom to make the lie convincing. He didn't think anyone else apart from Harry maybe would have gone to such lengths. He sometimes envied the closeness the two had, the fact that they would do anything. He wished he had someone in his life willing to do that for him. Sighing softly, he knew that would never happen. Severus was now in his quarters drinking some brandy with a roaring fire warming him up. His thoughts were in turmoil. All he wanted to do was wrench Harry from that house. He felt so protective of Harry. He was turning out to be a true friend, like one Ronald Weasley by the looks of things. He had felt the boy's emotions when he had read the letter. Well, it was the same with him right now. Wanting to rescue him, but knowing he could not, unless they wanted their plans to be ruined. His mark burned. Sighing, he got up, summoned his things, getting ready to face Voldemort once more. The haunted, tired-looking eyes sighed, wondering if he would ever find peace or if this was his payback for joining the monster in the first place. Chapter 9. Ron was defiantly getting worried now. His friend's letters were getting more disturbing and horrible as the days went by. Ron was actually sitting in his room reading over the letters, as if they contained a clue to what on earth was going on. Ron. Hiya, mate. Things are not going well here. Something is very wrong with me. I'm getting very bad stomach cramps. My back is still aching and I'm beginning to actually feel sick. This morning I was up puking in the corner of my room. My uncle raged at that, calling me all the names under the sun. I've taken the potion though. It seems to make the beatings better, but nothing else. I thought I would be more powerful, but it doesn't seem like it, Ron. I don't know what it is. My magic has went to an all-time low now. It's like my magic is not responding to me. Come to think of it, I've hardly done any magic in this house. I've always been out. Only when I've been really angry and only been there a few days. Marge is one of the instants. I don't know, Ron. I don't think I will ever find out. I have to go now. Chores to do. Better do them while I still can, otherwise the oaf will kill me. Harry. 0. Ron. Okay, I'm getting really worse. Now that I don't have any pain potions, I don't think I will be able to wait until my birthday. As soon as I was outside, my magic sort of danced. What on earth is wrong with it? It feels like I'm suffocating each time I enter the Dursleys' house. How's your family? I hope they are all right. I've got to go. Vernon was mad when I passed out yesterday. I spent all day lying in the garden. Got an awful sunburn and beating. I need to finish them before I start feeling faint again. It's happening every day. I've hardly any food left, by the way. I've eaten it all despite puking up all the time, so I've not been able to gain weight. Harry. 0. Ron. I can't write long. I think my wrists are broken. It's killing me writing this. Just want to let you know I'm fine. Oh, and by the way, I'm bloating, so I can safely say I am gaining weight and fast. Harry. 0. Ron was sitting looking at the letters, biting his lip, his brow following him deep in thought. He was rather curious to know what was wrong with his friend. However, he could not think of anything. None of the books had said anything about his magic going wonky. or that he would start feeling ill. Sighing softly, he put the letters away. Locking it so no one else could get at them, he joined his family for dinner, not at all really hungry. "How is she, dear?" asked Molly quite loudly, pulling Ron from his musing. Ron began eating dinner half-heartedly. He was not in the mood for his family at the moment, not when his friend needed him. Normal as she can be for someone who is pregnant, her back is sore, so she hardly gets up now. Her feet are starting to swell as well. A week ago I demanded her to stay in bed. She spent too long in the sun, she ended up passed out, said Bill, shaking his head. Ron's head came up at that, looking at his brother, intently wondering if he would say anything else. What he said next made him gasp. "She's being sick now. She's always moaning about feeling bloated. She is finally beginning to show," said Bill, looking proud and exited as everyone else. Ron gasped and paled dramatically, something the entire Weasley family didn't realize. They were truly blinded. Ron looked too white to be normal, and yet they didn't even look at him or ask him if he was all right. "Oh dear, why not let her stay here? I'm sure I can look after her," said Molly, looking hopeful. "I will ask Mom, even if it's only to come for a few weeks," said Bill. Fred and George didn't take part in the conversations as usual. They were talking amongst themselves. Arthur was at work. Charlie was in Romania as always. Ginny was sitting there, in her own little world. "I can't wait to get pregnant," said Ginny dreamily. "Young lady, you better not get pregnant before you are out of school and being married," snapped Molly. "Well, I'm sure Harry will wait," she said, smiling. "What?" said Ron, rounding on his sister. He had not known she still had a crush on his best mate. "Nothing, Ron," said Ginny, going back to eating. "So the baby is fine?" asked Molly again. "Excuse me," said Ron, diving out of the kitchen and up the stairs, leaving his meal practically untouched. Another oddity they didn't realize. Ron never left the kitchen without at least having 2 helpings of everything. Ron ran up the stairs and started looking through the letters. Biting his lip, he thought, was it possible for men to get pregnant? He would need to ask someone. Just then a ping followed the entrance of his father. "Dad?" asked Ron after running down the stairs. "Ah, Ron," said Arthur, continuing to put his cloak away. "Dad, can men get pregnant?" asked Ron curiously, making sure he was just portraying he was curious. "Yes, Ronald, they can. Only powerful and bond mates can. Why would you ask such a question?" asked Arthur, clueless as always. "Nothing, just curious. I thought I saw a man looking pregnant in Hogsmeade," said Ron. "You did, that's delightful," said Arthur, sitting down and beginning to eat his spell to keep warm dinner. "Yeah, bye, Dad," said Ron, quickly running back to his room. Now he was worried out of his wits. What if Severus and Harry were compatible and they had actually bonded in that way? He stood pacing his room. Each minute he knew that not making his mind up might mean Harry losing his child. Quickly deciding what to do, hoping he was not making a mistake, he went off to find his parents. "Mum, you're right. I want to take potions again. I don't care what the greasy git thinks," said Ron. "Professor Snape, Ron." "Good, I'll go and get him," said Molly smugly. She had finally made her son see sense that he needed potions to pass. "Fine," said Ron, looking defeated inside, smirking, so it had worked. "Professor Snape, Hogwarts," yelled Molly. "What?" snapped Severus Snape moodily. "Severus, can you come over for a second?" said Molly. "Fine," snapped Severus, rolling his eyes once she had left, wondering what on earth they could want. He flew Ed to their house. "Now what?" drawled Severus, standing in the Weasleys' house, beside the fire. "Ron would like a word with you," said Molly before leaving the room. "What do you want, Mr. Weasley?" snapped Severus. "Can I get into your potions class, sir?" asked Ron, mouthing "silencing charm, please." Severus frowned before doing just that, so their conversation was private. Plus, he was curious to know what Ron wanted. It was obviously important, no doubt, about Harry. "I think Harry's pregnant," Ron blurted out bluntly. Severus felt the room sway for a second before he regained himself. Severus frowned. It couldn't be. Ron was probably just reacting out of portions. "Mr. Weasley, I very much doubt he is pregnant. You are possibly misunderstanding," said Severus, his heart pounding fast. "But sir," He has been sick and has a sore back and swollen feet. Not to mention he said he was bloating. What else could it be? Said Ron, standing ready for an argument. Severus shook his head once again. He could not deny that it did sound like Harry was pregnant. He held the urge to start biting his teeth or bite his lip. Sighing softly, he rubbed his eyes. He was too tired to deal with this right now. If he is, there is nothing we can do until it's time to act, said Severus. But he might lose the baby, said Ron. He knew it would kill his best friend if he lost a child. He has always wanted a family of his own. Why is that? Asked Severus, completely forgetting what he had learned just weeks ago. His family are abusing him. One too many kicks to his stomach could cause him to miscarry, snapped Ron. I see, said Severus, his eyes flashing in anger. He hated child abusers. He loathed them with all his being, and would never willingly leave one in their care. He knew what he would do, but he felt he needed to stall. They were perhaps completely destroying their plans. Hedwig made an unexpected appearance, flying right at Ron's direction. Ron quickly caught the bird before she could land properly. She bit him on the finger for ruffling her feathers. Ron didn't care. He grabbed the letter and opened it. Ron, I'm really sick now. I can barely move. I don't think I can cope with much longer. You know something else? You should try putting chocolate in beside gravy. It really does taste nice. I cried when my uncle started calling me fat. I don't understand why. I've never cried, not for as long as I remember. I can barely move. I think I'm going to have to get myself out of there much sooner than I thought. Although I don't think I will be able to move. My stomach feels like it's about to burst. The pains are unbelievable. Harry. Oh no, said Ron, paling completely. Oh no is correct, Ronald. He may already be losing our child. We have to go now. And without arousing suspicion, said Severus, paling himself. I know what to do. Stay there, said Ron quickly, getting his wits around him. Mom, shouted Ron. What is it, Ronnie dear? Asked Molly, coming in almost immediately. Professor Snape wants to take me to Hogwarts. He is giving me one last chance to prove I'm good enough. I've got to make a potion. Is it okay if I go? Asked Ron, looking disgusted at having to go but wanting to prove himself. Of course, dear. Be back before supper though, said Molly. Molly coddling her son already. Okay, said Ron. Move, Mr. Weasley, I don't have all night, snapped Severus, sounding annoyed. Sorry, sir. Lead the way, said Ron, paling. Hogwarts, Professor Snape's room, snapped Severus, not telling Ron to come. Ron, however, did the same as Snape. They were in the potions master's room before they knew it. Severus was already moving around and getting potions ready. Come, said Severus, holding out a vial that was empty and broken at the top. It was obviously a port key. Putting his finger onto it, he waited until it was due to activate. Chapter 10. What are you two doing here? Asked Harry, surprised, as both men appeared in his room. We are here to get you out, said Ron. I told you. We cannot get out now, otherwise the planning will have been for nothing, said Harry, scowling. But you're pregnant, blurted Ron. Men cannot get pregnant, Ron. Didn't your mum tell you that? Asked Harry, shaking his head. Maybe men cannot in the Muggle world, but wizards in the magical world are known for their male pregnancy, said Severus. You're kidding? Asked Harry, shocked. Unfortunately not, said Severus softly. But if you knew, why didn't you use protection? Asked Harry. I didn't think you would be powerful enough to get pregnant, said Severus admittedly. Great, said Harry, slumping back. So what are we doing? Asked Ron. I have no idea, said Harry, looking defeated. Look, get out of here. Start your own side in this war. Give people 3 options instead of 2, said Severus. Dumbledore will make sure he gets custody of me, said Harry. Not if you go to Gringotts and fill out an form. Once it's signed, you will have access to all your vaults and no one will be able to ever take responsibility for you ever, said Severus. And that includes? Asked Harry curiously. Paying for your own school education, paying for everything yourself, really. Apart from that, everything will be the same, said Severus. Sounds good, said Harry thoughtfully. Good, let's go, said Severus. Why the rush? Asked Harry, frowning. Don't you understand? You're pregnant. If you let your uncle beat you again, you could lose your child, said Ron. Oh, said Harry. Finally it got through to him. He was pregnant, he was going to have a child. Nothing could be better as far as he was concerned. Come on then, my trunk is down the stairs in the cupboard, said Harry. I know, Fred told me about it, said Ron, nodding and magically removing the padlocks and descending the stairs. What are you doing in my home? Snarled Vernon from down the stairs. Getting Harry out of here, that's what I'm doing, snapped Ron, quickly getting the trunk and bolting for the stairs. They would be gone hopefully before Vernon came up. They could not let Vernon know that Severus was here. Otherwise Dumbledore would get really suspicious. Let's go, said Ron, bursting into the room. Ashes to ashes, said Severus, and the portkey activated, and they were gone. Vernon Dursley only reached the room when they were gone. He snarled violently at the fact that the little brat had gotten away before going back down the stairs. 0. Okay, now what the hell are we going to do? Asked Harry. Don't ask me, I don't know, said Ron. Calm down for a start. Welcome to my cottage, said Severus. Thanks, said Harry softly. You're welcome, said Severus, nodding his head. At least someone had manners. So what are we going to do now? Asked Ron, obviously calm. Well, nothing much. We will need to lay low, go to Gringotts, and then sign that form before starting on getting this war over with, said Harry. Good idea, said Severus softly. Right, Ron, you work some of your ideas. Me and Severus will go to Gringotts, said Harry. What ideas? Asked Ron, confused. One's for the final battle, make a map of where everything will go and everyone, so we have plenty of time to get people together, said Harry. Right, said Ron, nodding his head, quickly asking. Where is the library? Asked Ron. Up the stairs and to your right, said Severus softly. Okay, said Ron, quickly following the directions. Put glamour on me, said Harry. Okay, said Severus, understanding immediately and casting the charm on Harry. Okay, we will flew there. Let's get going, said Harry. He needed this done as quickly as possible. Come on then, said Severus, giving Harry a handful of flu powder and grabbing some himself. Gringotts Wizard Bank, shouted Severus. Gringotts Wizard Bank, shouted Harry after Severus was away. Chapter 11. To shock, to feel pain. Ron immediately started reading all the books about Hogwarts, the grounds, and everything he could get his fingers on. He then began drawing maps of Hogwarts, places where they could hide or trap people with. He then began thinking about all the inhabitants of the Hogwarts grounds. Discarding all his thoughts about maps and places they could trap people, he started reading up on centaurs, acromantula, and other beasts of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry at Gringotts with Severus. I'm here to sign the emancipation forms, please. I'd like Griphook to take over, said Harry demanded, sounding like a pure blood, respecting but not tolerating any nonsense, and wanting his business done as soon as possible. Right away, sir, said the goblin, respect in his own voice, as he shouted for Griphook in gobbledygook. Ah, Mr. Potter, how can I help you? Asked Griphook. Mr. Potter is here to sign his emancipation forms. Take him there at once, said the goblin, obviously higher up than Griphook. Yes, sir, said Griphook, with nothing but respect in his voice for his superior. This way, Mr. Potter. Do you wish for your companion to come? Asked Griphook. They didn't listen to rumors or gossip. They stuck to their own business and never helped any wizard with their problems. Of course, said Harry, nodding his head. He didn't know if he could make it on his own. Griphook then noticed the state of Harry's appearance. Wide-eyed, he quickly gestured them into the nearest empty office. Can I ask what happened, Mr. Potter? Asked Griphook attentively. My stupid muggle uncle is what happened, gasped Harry in pain.
I'm sorry.
I should not have brought you out right away, said Severus, nothing but concern lacing his voice. We need to do it right away. Every minute counts, before Dumbledore finds out, said Harry. Indeed, said Severus, who could not help but agree with Harry. Do you not have potions? Griphook asked the potions master. Indeed I do, but they are shrunk, said Severus, well aware that magic in Gringotts was forbidden. Then unshrink them, said Griphook. The rule? Said Severus, an eyebrow rose. You can use magic in these offices, said Griphook, smirking. Severus immediately took out his pouch and turned it to its original size. He gave Harry some potions, Pepper Up, Basic Healing Potion, and some others. They would do until he got back. Then Severus would heal Harry properly. Here are the forms, said Griphook. A quill and ink was already there. Thanks, Griphook, said Harry, signing it, his hands now finally steady. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Asked Griphook once the paper had disappeared with a pop, no doubt to the Ministry of Magic. At that very moment Griphook knew the monitor on Harry Potter's magic would burst into flames. Thankfully no one watched the monitor orbs, so it would take them a good while to figure out something was wrong. I think it's best to get him home. We will no doubt be back at another date, said Severus, helping Harry to his feet. Is the original plan still going along, Mr. Potter? Asked Griphook. Yes, keep giving the old fool my money. I will get it back anyway, said Harry adamantly. Indeed, very well then, Mr. Potter, it was a pleasure doing business with you. And before I forget, here is your ring, said Griphook. Why do I want a ring? Asked Harry. It proves you are the head of the Potter fortune, said Severus, still guiding Harry out of the room. It was his child Harry was having, although that was not the only reason he was helping the young man. Make no mistake about that, Severus was becoming fond of Harry Potter. Goodbye, Griphook, said Harry, letting Severus lead him out of the room. You can use this flu network here if you like, said Griphook. We don't want people knowing where we are going, said Harry adamantly, just in case the Order was watching them right now. There is a silencing spell and a spell to stop people from lip-reading what you are saying, said Griphook simply. Oh, thanks then I guess, said Harry, limping towards the fireplace. As they walked towards it they felt the wards. Griphook had been honest, there really was silencing and muffling spells up. Smirking, Severus helped Harry into the flue before getting himself in. Before they knew it, Severus shouted in the name of their destination, and they were gone in a roar of green flames, leaving no trace that they had just been there. Luckily they left when they did, because Albus Dumbledore had just come through the door of Gringotts. I would like to make a withdrawal, please, said the headmaster, handing over one of Harry's many keys. Amount? Said Griphook, his voice not respectful nor happy at all. Dumbledore frowned but shrugged it off, never thinking for a second that perhaps Griphook knew what he was doing was illegal. 500 galleons, said Albus, his voice full of confidence. Very well, said Griphook, giving the headmaster the amount he had requested and asked him to sign the paper. Then Griphook quickly put an ink-covered key on the paper and it vanished. Thank you, said Dumbledore respectfully. Next was all Griphook said after that. This baffled Dumbledore. He was used to being respected. He put it all down to the goblin having an off day. However, if Griphook didn't get a hold of himself, Dumbledore would become suspicious, and very soon as well. Severus home. You're back. About time, said Ron. He was so excited. What's got you all hyper? Said Harry curiously. Harry, we can use the inhabitants of Hogwarts in the war, said Ron. Huh? Asked Harry, having never used the word inhabitants in his life. But with being enclosed in a cupboard most of his life, no wonder he didn't understand. The spiders, centaurs, the giant squid, said Ron. How are they going to help us? We will never get them to agree, said Severus. The spiders will help. With the promise of more food for his children, he will help. As long as we tell him not to allow any harm come to Hogwarts students. Hagrid would be able to talk him into it. The centaurs? Why would they help? What do they want? Asked Harry curiously and thoughtful. That had me stumped too, said Ron. Said Harry, frowning. They want to recluse themselves from the wizarding world, want their own little world, where they can gaze at the night sky whenever they want, said Severus softly. How do you know? Asked Harry curiously. I, saved a centaur when it was just newborn, said Severus. Really? Cool, said Harry, impressed. He was called Firenze, said Severus.
Firenze.
I know him, he saved my life, said Harry. So we know what they want. The Squidwell, if it wants to stay in Hogwarts and not be killed, it will need to help. He can drown the bad wizards. With just them there would be hardly any trouble with the Death Eaters, said Ron. Yes, But they have snakes, giants, and dementors, said Severus. I give up, sighed Ron, slumping down. All his good ideas seemed to be crushed under Severus' honest statement. Severus doesn't mean to be like that. He is just being honest, Ron, said Harry supportively. I know, said Ron. Well, snakes, I can get my own. It's not only he who has the advantage. Dementors, make some potion or just make sure everyone has good Patronus skills, said Harry. And the giants? Asked Severus. Well, if 2 first years can defeat one, then it should not be any problem for grown adult wizards too as well, said Harry said in a matter-of-fact voice. Smart arse, said Severus smirking, obviously impressed. So it might work, said Ron more than hopeful. It might just work, said Severus agreeing. We have work to do, loads of work, said Harry. First you are going to get healed, and then we will get to work, said Severus. No time, said Harry protesting. The quicker you let me get you better, the quicker we will get started, said Severus, obviously not up for fighting nor protests. Fine, grumbled Harry, knowing his teacher would not back down. However, he could not help the sigh that left his lips when the potions were rubbed into his skin. Ron, Harry noticed, was already away. He couldn't help but think, who would have thought Ron would study so much in the library? Everything was changing, and for the better. It's a shame, Harry thought, that war was making them grow up too quickly. Sighing softly, he let himself relax and trust Severus to do what he needed to do. Severus was nice, making sure all his hurts were healed, and everything he was giving me would bring no harm to their child. When he had said that, Harry had brought his hand to his bloating stomach, still awed that a child was growing in there. His and Severus' child, maybe it would be their only child unless they got together. He liked the way Severus was with him, liked being looked after, and having a say in things. Perhaps he could grow to love Severus, perhaps this was how it was meant to be. Sighing softly, he let those soothing hands and silky voice take him down to the darkness, where sleep came to claim him, his body now in a soothing, healing sleep that his body desperately needed. Chapter 12. Are you feeling better? Asked Severus softly. Yes, thank you. I really don't know what I would do without you, sighed Harry, just laying there comfortable and warm. I'm sure you would do fine, said Severus softly. They sat reading, in comfortable silence until lunchtime. This was when Ron decided he couldn't sleep anymore, because of the grumbling of his stomach. Sitting eating lunch as if he had not eaten for a month, when he finished he joined the others on the couch, wondering what was going to happen, if they had thought of anything since his ideas had been proposed. Sev, is there a way to get undetected into Hogwarts? Asked Harry softly. No, said Severus immediately. Is there a way to get into the Forbidden Forest then? Asked Harry. Yes, as long as you stay as near to the forest as you can get, that is, said Severus in thought. Right then, we will go and try and convince the spiders today, said Harry. What, no way? You remember what happened the last time, protested Ron. You don't have to come, Ron, said Harry softly, knowing his friend's fear for spiders. And miss all the fun? No chance, said Ron, smirking at them. Dobby, shouted Harry. Yes, Master Harry, said Dobby. Has the headmaster found out yet? Asked Harry. He has, Master Harry. He's very angry. He smashed his office and made us elves clean it, said Dobby, his ears dropping. Jesus, said Harry, shocked. Dobby, are any of the house elves scared of Dumbledore? Asked Harry, curious. Of course we is, sir. The more magic they have, the scarier they are, said Dobby. Including me? Asked Harry, sounding upset. No, sir. Your magic is soothing, Master Harry, sir. Dumbledore's is threatening. He is a bad wizard, Master Harry. He makes sure the house elves are all bound to him, so they can't be telling anyone, said Dobby. So how can you? Asked Harry. I is overhearing many things, Master Harry, said Dobby, sounding like he wanted to beat himself up for it. Don't worry, Dobby. I asked you to. But Dobby, can you do magic? Asked Harry. Yes, Master Harry, sir. You is seeing me use it, said Dobby. I know, you knocked Lucius Malfoy off his feet and flew him down the stairs. It was amusing to see. Now tell me, Dobby, have all the other elves got magic? Asked Harry. Of course, sir. Them being bonded to Dumbledore gives them a little more elven magic, said Dobby. I see, and they can use it even if they are bound? Use it freely, I mean not just for cleaning, said Harry. Of course, sir, said Dobby. Dobby, I would like you to bring some house elves to me, when you can without it being obvious, just a few each night. When the dinner is already served. Dumbledore will be eating, so that way he will be distracted, said Harry. I will be doing what Master Harry suggests, said Dobby, bowing low and popping out. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking, are you? Asked Ron. What is he thinking? Asked Severus. Letting the house elves join the war also, said Harry. What use would they be? Asked Severus. They have powerful magic, elven magic at that, Sev. They will be a great asset in the war, said Harry. Why hasn't Dumbledore thought of that then? Said Severus. Because he thinks of them the same way you do, said Harry. And how do I think them? Asked Severus, not knowing if he was being insulted or not. You think all they are good for is cleaning, but Dobby threw Malfoy across the lobby and down the stairs. If they are assigned to some students, then we have less chance of losing anyone, said Harry. I've never thought of that, but if your judgment is correct, then please go ahead. If you are correct, I will see the elves in a better light, as will the entire world, not just as servants, said Severus. I know, world peace, go figures, said Harry, smirking. Right, let's go, we need to get black cloaks first so we can blend in, said Ron. It's not dark, said Severus, shaking his head. Aren't we going to go when it's dark? Asked Ron. No, we are going now, said Harry, getting up. 0. Stay in single file, said Harry, creeping in and out of the trees of the Forbidden Forest. Aren't we better asking the centaurs first? Because we will need to pass them first before we get to the spider pit, said Ron. Shit, you're right. Fuck, well, we can't stop now, said Harry. Too right, that's just asking for trouble, said Severus. Come on then. Too late to turn back now, said Harry. Who goes there? Said a centaur angrily. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, and Severus Snape. We venture into the Forbidden Forest to speak to the spiders, said Harry. Are you insane? Said the centaur, coming out of the shadow. Hello, friends. No, we aren't, but to win this war we need to do something, said Harry. Yes. Everything is changing. If it's for better or worse, we don't know yet. Good luck, Harry Potter, you're going to need it, said Friends. So you are the one I saved, said Severus, meeting him for the first time since he was a child. Indeed, I was told about you, I thank you, said Firenze. So why do they all hate humans if it was one of us that saved one of their own? Questioned Harry. Dumbledore, as usual, sneered Severus. What about him? Asked Harry curiously. He threatened them. They haven't tolerated anyone since then, said Severus. I see, said Harry. Goodbye, Harry Potter, said Firenze, trotting away. Come on then, let's get going, said Harry, his wand being lit up, and they continued walking towards the spiders. 0. Harry Potter. You have guts coming into my domain again, stated Morag. Indeed, said Harry, tilting his head in respect. Are you wanting to be fed to my young? Asked Morag. I've actually got a proposal to put to you, said Harry. And what would that be? Said Morag, curious. Help us win the war, you can eat all the dark wizards you like, and you will get fed meat 3 times a day. Fresh from Hogwarts, a house elf will bring it. You won't need to hurt any or kill more creatures of the forest to feed, said Harry. That is quite a proposal, said Morag, looking like he was considering it. If not for us, then Hagrid, said Ron, whimpering when the spider's eyes landed on him. Why should I help someone who is fearful of us? Questioned Morag. I am not, neither is Severus here. But my friend has a phobia of spiders, said Harry. Phobia? What is this? Asked the spider, curious. Fear, even small ones, said Harry. I see, will I have your oath that we will get meat every day? Said Morag. Yes, you do, said Harry. He had every intention of keeping all the promises that he made. Very well then, name all your terms, said Morag. No eating the students, which goes for all of your children. You can eat all the dark wizards you like. After the war, we will start giving you meat, said Harry. He will honor it. I promise you, said Severus. Ron could only nod his head. No matter what happened, he couldn't get over his fear of spiders. Chapter 13. You know that wasn't the spider we dealt with in second year, said Ron, looking pale. That was Aragog's wife, said Harry, nodding in agreement. He has a wife? Questioned Severus, looking quite sick. How do you think he had all the children? Questioned Harry. What children? Asked Severus, looking worried. There are thousands of spiders in that forest. Hagrid brought someone for Aragog to stop him getting lonely, smirked Harry. Merlin, said Severus, paling. He had not knowing that piece of information. Yeah, you should have seen our faces when we realized as well, smirked Ron, finally regaining his composure now that they were a good bit away from the spiders. We might as well speak to the centaurs while we are here, said Ron. I think we are going to be talking even if we didn't want to, said Harry, stopping in his tracks, as centaurs were surrounding them. What are you doing in our forest? Asked Bane. We were just speaking to the spiders, said Harry casually. The centaur's eyes widened. If there was an answer he was expecting, it was not that. That much was sure. Yeah, we were going to talk to you some other time. Since you want to talk now, we might as well. It will save us another trip into the Forbidden Forest and less chance of Dumbledore finding out, said Severus. You are against Dumbledore? Asked one of the centaur, his surprise not hidden. Yes, we are. We will win this war now, not in years to come. We need your help, said Harry. And why should we help you? Asked Bane, sneering. Because I can give you what you want, said Harry, looking seriously at each one in turn. What do you think we want? Asked Friends. A place of your own, where you and your kind can be free without anyone else bothering you, said Harry. So you did your homework. It doesn't mean we will accept? Sneered Bane. So when Voldemort attacks, what will he see? Scared centaurs? Shaking horses? No, they will see free centaurs and free men, and what the enemy will see is the wind gusting past as your bows enter their bodies. What the enemy will hear is the words of our spells. Do this if not for yourself but freedom, yelled Harry, his magic coming out and showing them just how powerful he was. What do you demand? Asked Bane, bowing in respect. Nothing, but kill those with bad intentions towards your clan and this school. Let Voldemort know you are not going to go quietly. You will go out fighting until death. Harry finished yelling the last word. Yelled Bane, his bow and arrows high in the air, agreeing with Harry. The other centaurs all copied Bane. Harry smirked. Another successful meeting. Good, one less thing on their never-ending list of things to do. Once it quietened down, Harry let his throat calm down a little. He was not used to shouting like that. It seemed shouting had a better effect than talking, which Harry found weird, but he didn't think too much on it. Well, goodbye, said Harry, sounding unsure what to do. Severus gestured to him to bow. All three of them bowed low and quickly left the forest, leaving the centaurs deep in thought. Well done, Harry, you did it, said Ron, amazed. I did what? Anyone with common sense would know what to offer them, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. No, Harry, you don't realize it, but you are uniting everyone against our enemy, said Severus. I just don't understand, why didn't Dumbledore do something like this? That way Hogwarts would have been even safer? Asked Harry, frowning in confusion. Because he didn't want to cooperate with the animals of the wizarding world, said Severus regretfully. But why? Said Harry, getting angry. No one would rely on him too much if the animals of Hogwarts were the ones protecting Hogwarts, said Ron thoughtfully. Makes sense, said Severus, nodding, knowing Ronald was most probably correct. They operate once they were well away from the wards of Hogwarts. They didn't want Dumbledore knowing they had been there. Sighing softly, they went back into Severus' home. It was always nice and warm for them. Despite it being summer, it wasn't a very nice day. In fact, it was probably the coldest day they had ever experienced in a while. They went into the sitting area, letting the warm fire heat them up. Even if it had been nice, they had been walking through a forest. A forest that didn't get much sunlight with all the trees anyway. Tea and coffee appeared for them. Thanking the house elves, knowing they could hear. They were always nearby just in case they needed anything. Dobby, who is this? Asked Harry, surprised. This is Dippy, Mandy, Pippi and Dum, said Dobby softly. Hello, everyone. How would you like to protect students when the war starts? Asked Harry softly. You is honoring us with this task? We is honored to do this for Dobby's Master Harry, said Mandy. The others all nodded, obviously agreeing with what Mandy had just said. There is only one thing, said Harry. What is Master Harry wanting? Asked Dum. You cannot tell Dumbledore, said Severus. No telling Master Dumbledore? Asked Dippy as if he was making sure he had heard correct. Yes, it has to be our little secret, said Harry, nodding in agreement to what Severus had just said. Then we will do what Master Harry wishes, said Pippi, nodding her head. Bowing low, the others did the same, obviously agreeing on what Harry wanted. Very well then. Goodbye, Dippy, Pippi, Dum, Mandy and Dobby. I will see you another time, said Harry. It's only the afternoon and we have 3 tasks already done, said Severus, putting his feet up. A few months ago this would have been weird for Ron and Harry to witness, but no longer. I'd say it was a good day's work, agreed Ron. I'd like something though. I don't know what it is, just something to help me relax. Something that's not a potion, said Harry before Severus could open his mouth. I have something that will do the trick, said Severus, going over to the cabinet in the corner. Oh no, Harry's never had anything like that, said Ron once he spotted the fire whiskey. Then he will just have to have one large one and make it do him, said Severus, smirking. Muggle-raised didn't know what they were missing until tasting the fire whiskey. What, it's only whiskey, said Harry. It's a lot stronger than normal Muggle stuff, Harry, said Ron softly. It didn't take them long to settle down drinking fire whiskey. Harry seemed to calm almost immediately. If anything, he was giddy. Ron was amused he could hold his drink a little better, however, 3 drinks later he too was drunk out of his mind. In UK it was 18 you were allowed to drink by, but in America it was 21. So Harry and the others couldn't help but pity them. However, they were drinking underage, but it wasn't by much. They didn't make an idiot of themselves that night. It didn't take long before they were all snoring drunk from fire whiskey and celebrating. They had just gotten house elves, centaurs and spiders on their side. Nothing could be going better for them in their opinion. Chapter 14. I'm never doing that again, groaned Harry, wiping the sleep from his eyes. You won't be doing it again either. You aren't supposed to drink while you're pregnant, said Severus. However, you can drink if you really want to, and it's just up to yourself. Here, drink this. It will clear the alcohol out of your system. Thanks, sighed Harry when the headache and sickness disappeared. You're welcome, said Severus, smirking at the unconscious form of Ronald Weasley. You won't be able to wake him, said Harry, amused. Really? How much you want to bet on that? Sneered Severus, almost wishing Harry would make a bet. Nothing, said Harry, curiously wondering what Severus would do. A silent spell was sent Ron's way. Harry realized what it was. The second Ron's eyes opened wide and gasping. Water. Harry smirked. He would have to remember that, so he could use it on Ron himself. He always hated trying to get Ron out of bed early. It was like murder. You best get back to the burrow, said Severus. What? Why? Protested Ron, frowning. Because Dumbledore and your mum will get suspicious if you don't, Ron. I don't want you going away any more than you want to go, sighed Harry, resigned. I understand. I'll try and get back before school starts back, said Ron. He had more Slytherin in him than his family had Gryffindor in them. I'm sure you will think of something. Now let's go, said Severus. CYA, mate, said Ron. Sadly, he didn't want to leave, but the knowledge that his friend was going to be all right soothed him. Cheerio, mate, sighed Harry, smiling sadly also. Severus Snape's quarters, Hogwarts, Boomslong, shouted Severus, trusting Ron to follow. One last look at his friend, he did indeed follow. Severus Snape's quarters, Hogwarts, Boomslong, shouted Ron. He was gone before he knew it. Get into the lab now, said Severus, and that's where they spent the next few hours. Severus was waiting on Dumbledore coming, which he had no doubt he would. As soon as he felt the wards change, he hissed at Ron and began acting like a jerk. Grind it properly, Weasley, said Severus, now hovering around Ron like a big bat. Yes, sir, said Ron, red in the face and angry, just as it would be expected of him to be. Ah, Severus, Mr. Weasley, I have been looking for you, said Dumbledore, coming in cheerfully. Headmaster nodded Severus curtly. Ronald, your mother has been fluing my office. She is worried about you, said Dumbledore. Oh no, said Ron, paling completely. She's going to kill me, he thought. Only for Dumbledore's benefit he had been learning occlumency. Fear not, Mr. Weasley. I am actually here to offer you training, said Dumbledore. Training? Is Harry getting this training? Asked Ron curiously. No, he will need his two best friends watching his back, said Dumbledore. Huh? You mean Hermione? Asked Ron. Indeed, said Dumbledore. Brilliant, said Ron, smiling. Inwardly he was groaning, so there was his plans out of the window. Now excuse me, Hermione will be here tomorrow night. The portkey will drop her off in the Gryffindor common room. The door will open without a password during the summer. Good luck, said Dumbledore. Goodbye, Severus, and try not to be too hard on him, smiled Dumbledore, leaving Severus' quarters. Manipulative old BD, snarled Ron. I know, Ron. There is nothing you can do, sighed Severus. Chapter 15. Change of plans, sighed Severus once he was out of the flu and wakening up his sleeping lover. Why? Asked Harry, shaking his head to clear it. Granger and Ron are getting training by Dumbledore, said Severus softly. Harry looked as though he had been stuck across the face by the mother he didn't know was alive. I'm sorry, love, said Severus, bringing his lover into his embrace. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much, sobbed Harry. He tried as he may to hate Dumbledore's guts. Because it does. It will not hurt in time. Trust me, soothed Severus, calming his pregnant lover. Harry seemed to snuggle right into him, moving his clothes out of the way. He seemed desperate for skin-on-skin contact with the one he had fallen for. Before they knew it, both of them were naked, and Severus was aching hard. He was supposed to be the adult in this relationship, but the sight of a gorgeous green-eyed young man rubbing himself against you will do that to you. Can we have sex? Asked Harry softly. Why are you asking? Asked Severus. The baby, said Harry, embarrassed. Ah, not until you are further along, said Severus soothingly, rubbing his hand up and down Harry's spine, making him shiver. Then take me please, hard, said Harry, his green eyes watching Onyx's eyes, which flared with passion and need. He carried Harry up the stairs and into the bedroom, kissing him passionately, urgently, and fast. Breathing heavily already, he dropped Harry onto the bed and climbed on beside him, kissing him leisurely. Please, said Harry, rubbing himself against Severus, impatiently. He had only ever been taken once, so it was obvious he had not taught himself restraint. However, Severus was well restrained until those green eyes latched onto his, begging to be taken. Growling low in his throat, he latched onto Harry's throat, kissing and sucking on the area marking the young man as his. Harry was his and would always be. He would never let the young man leave. He ventured further, nibbling and biting at the hard nubs of flesh called nipples. Harry was begging for him. Precom was dribbling off the full long cock. Seeing Harry totally debauched in front of him didn't help his own growing problem any. However, he knew Harry was close to coming, going further down. He massaged the balls of his lover. Harry arched up even further, begging and screaming for more. He was so responsive, the most responsive person he had ever bedded in his life. Severus found himself liking a very responsive lover. It was nothing compared to the moan, scream, and arch he gave off when Severus licked the head of that purpling cock. The whole cock pulsed. Severus knew he wouldn't get to enjoy this for long, so he decided to wrap his hand around the cock and tighten his hold. Severus, said Harry, pain-filled eyes latched onto his own, as the cock became flaccid. Not for long, as Severus returned to doing what he was doing, licking and sucking along his lover's cock. It didn't take long for the cock to lengthen or harden once more. Severus, Severus, Sev, 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 mumbled Harry, unable to say anything else. He licked the head and dipped his tongue into the slit. That did it. Harry arched up once more, and with a wordless cry, semen spurted from his cock, to be swallowed by his lover. How did you like that, little one? Whispered Severus, crawling back up to Harry. God, Sev, mumbled Harry, sweaty and totally debauched. He had never experienced pleasure like that before in his life. He never wanted it to stop, and that's what he said. Please don't stop. I don't intend to, little one, smirked Severus, knowing by the time he was finished Harry would fall unconscious from the amount of pleasure his boy was receiving. Little one? Asked Harry curiously, looking up at Severus. You're my little one, said Severus, kissing Harry softly. What about this one? Asked Harry softly, circling his stomach. We will have to wait and see, but I'm sure I can have more than one little one in my life, said Severus. Oh, suppose, mumbled Harry. Are you ready? Asked Severus, his hands traveling down Harry's arse. Always, said Harry, opening as far as he could so his lover could do as he pleased. Accio lube, said Severus. The jar was in his hands in seconds. Harry's eyes lit up even more at the sight of it. The emerald eyes sparkled with passion and lust. It wasn't long before Severus was circling his hole with lube. A finger came in to play, arching up, making the finger go further into him. He moved from side to side, groaning when the finger left him, smirking knowing it was going to return this time with a friend. Indeed it did. With more lube, the fingers slipped effortlessly into his hole, scissoring him and hitting the bundle of nerves inside him. It set his cock off almost immediately. Severus smirked before leaving and returning with 3. Harry pushed them out, grabbed his lover's cock and lathered it in lube before positioning it where he wanted it most. I haven't prepared you enough, said Severus, managed to get out even though he just wanted to slam home. A little pain is worth it, said Harry, arching up the head, popping over the ring of muscles. That said, Severus drove his cock right in, his balls slapping off Harry's delicious ass. He didn't stay there long, he was in and out before he knew it. Harry arching into him, moaning, screaming and begging for him not to stop. Harry was breathing like a racehorse. Severus hardly seemed out of breath. Eventually it became too much for him. Harry came hard and fast, his semen covering his own and Severus' stomach. Severus had to stop the pull to come. He didn't want to end it just yet. Even after that second explosive climax, Harry started to harden once more, under that talented cock hitting his sweet spot with each thrust. Severus looked down. If it was possible, Harry was even more debauched now than before. His entire body was covered in a coat of sweat, making his body seem to glow. His green eyes were unfocused and nearly rolling into the back of his head. After 5 more times of Severus hitting that spot inside him, again and again he came once more without having even really been touched. Severus couldn't control himself this time. He came spilling his seed into his lover. Looking up, he saw that Harry had indeed passed out. Smiling smugly, he rolled over and brought his lover to him. Fuck Dumbledore, he wasn't going to give Harry the greatest fuck in his life, then leave him to wake up alone. With that thought, Severus joined his lover in sleep. It had, after all, been a long time since he had ever had sex that much all in one's time. 0-0. Harry felt himself wakening up. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to see Onyx's eyes watching him. Shouldn't you have left by now? Asked a worried Harry, but a glowing ball had settled deep into his stomach. No, I'm hardly going to give you the fucking of a lifetime and then leave, smirked Severus, upon seeing Harry blush dark red. Such innocence, and it was all his, to devour, to love, to cherish, and he would never do anything to jeopardize that. Harry smiled, showing how much he appreciated it, staying wrapped up in his lover's arms. You do want this baby, don't you? Asked Harry, insecurity returning. Of course, said Severus, replying immediately, leaving no doubt he meant it. So they are getting trained without me? Asked Harry. Severus was right, the anger was building up now. Unfortunately, I will still have him most days, by himself without Granger, so he can come here, said Severus. Brilliant. Thanks, Sev, but what about Dumbledore? Won't he be wondering why you both keep leaving? Asked Harry softly. I will make him think I'm taking Ron to see potion ingredients or something like that, said Severus. Thanks, Sev, said Harry, knowing Severus was making these changes for him. You're welcome. Now let's have breakfast. I'm afraid I must go afterwards, said Severus sadly. Doesn't matter, smiled Harry. He had been there when he had woken up. It had meant the world to him. Chapter 16. Ms. Granger, Mr. Weasley. Come up to my office at 2 p.m. and you shall receive your training then. Albus Dumbledore. Looks like we're starting already, smirked Hermione. Shame about Harry though, said Ron. Yeah, it sure is, said Hermione sadly. Ron caught the starting of a smirk as she turned around. He hasn't given us much time, she moaned, running up the stairs. Ron frowned. If he didn't know any better, he would think Hermione liked Dumbledore. Shivering in revolution, he was an old man. She couldn't like him. Could she? That was just disgusting. Shuddering at the thought, he waited on her. When she came back down, his doubts came back. Hermione, we're going to train and see Dumbledore. You're not going on a date, said Ron, a face of disgust on him. I thought you would like it, Ron, said Hermione sadly. Shite. I didn't think Ron was. God, I'm gonna have to pretend to like him now. Can't let him know I want Dumbledore. No one can. I want the name. Hermione Dumbledore. I would get the respect and everything I want and the money. Oh, you look really nice, said Ron, flaming red. Hermione didn't like him that way, did she? No, he knew she didn't. So why was she pretending to like him? He knew what she thought of him, just a dumb friend, a dumb Weasley. Hermione smiled sweetly at him. Before saying, come on then, sighed Hermione. We best get started. 0. Ah, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, good of you to come, said Dumbledore, beaming at them. Call us Hermione and Ron, please. If you are training us, our full names might be a mouthful, said Hermione eagerly. Very well, Hermione. Ronald, said the headmaster, smiling. Another student that wants me? Goodness me, she wants the name and money just like the last one. She was good while she lasted, of course. Perhaps I should take another toy to my bed. She is willing to do anything after all. No one was any the wiser about his thoughts. Today we are going to learn the 3 unforgivables, said Dumbledore. Wow, already? Asked Hermione, looking at him with admiration. Yes, already, said Dumbledore with a tone of impatience in his voice. Then let's get started, said Ronald. So that's what they did. They didn't stop practicing the curses until they had perfected them. The Imperius was first, practicing until they managed to keep it on for a long time. The Crucio they practiced on a rat, which Ron got well before Hermione, which shocked everyone in the room. Ron was thinking about that rat he had looked after being the one that killed his best friend's parents. A Gryffindor that had joined the dark side. Well done, Ronald, said Dumbledore. Thanks, sir, beamed Ron, but the praise didn't make him feel on cloud 9, like it would have before he learned the truth. Hermione got the killing curse right away. Obviously, Dumbledore praising Ron didn't sit well with her at all. She got praised herself for getting the killing curse right away. Albus? Asked the fire Severus Snape had fire called. Ah, Severus, can I help you? Beamed Dumbledore as if he was happy to see the man. The brat is due down, sneered Severus as glaring at Ronald. Late once more, boy, and you can say goodbye to advanced potions. I'm sorry, sir, said a gobsmacked Ron. He was just sneered at for his troubles. You best go, Ronald, and not make Professor Snape any angrier than he is, said Dumbledore kindly. Yes, sir, gulped Ron. You coming, Hermione? He didn't know why, but he dreaded leaving them alone together. You better go. Quickly, said Hermione urgently, not answering. Fine, groaned Ron. Going into the fire, he shouted his destination and was gone. Dumbledore spelled the fireplace inaccessible. The door locked and turned the portraits around, so they couldn't hear or see anything that was going on. Hermione just watched, unzipping her zipper a little more. She needed Dumbledore, and she knew it, and Dumbledore knew it also. She walked over to him, young and wanton. She put her hands on his robes. When he made no protest, she undid his robes at the bit she wanted. She had no pants on, which Dumbledore discovered and found he rather liked this girl. She guided his penis to her opening and sat down on it, bit by bit, moaning softly. She was finally where she wanted to be, on Dumbledore, the most powerful man in the world. Dumbledore was finally inside her. His semen would be inside her by the time she was finished. God, he was so big, hard, and all hers for now. Hers forever if she thought she could get away with it. Up and down she went, the man making noises the entire time, letting her know she was doing well. I can be yours if you want me, said Hermione seductively into his ear. When you want, where you want, what you want, she said, grinding herself into him. Sounds promising, gasped Dumbledore. He was playing her. He had been offered this all before. She wasn't the first person to think she could become rich and powerful by buggering Dumbledore. However, she seemed to be the first one to be genuinely enjoying it, no fake orgasm to be seen. She then milked him for everything she had, sitting there enjoying the feel of him inside her. This surprised Dumbledore. She seemed to really like him, which was surprising. Of course she liked him, he was Dumbledore. She had admired him since she had heard about him in the books she had read. "I want you," she said, the complete truth. "I can see that," said Dumbledore, playing his part, shocked and awed that a young student would want him. "I can give you everything you ever wanted," she said. "Would you come up tonight?" asked Dumbledore, massaging Hermione's breasts, mesmerized by them. "Of course, anything for you," said Hermione, awed that Dumbledore would risk it. Finally, he would be hers, and she would be Mrs. Hermione Dumbledore. "Good," smiled Dumbledore. "Albus!" pounded McGonagall on the door. "Merlin," groaned Dumbledore. Hermione regretfully got off him, and made sure she put everything back where it was and made sure she was dressed properly. Dumbledore undone all his spells and said to McGonagall to come in. "Ah, Miss Granger," said McGonagall, flustered and surprised. "Minerva, she is here for training. Harry will need all the help he can get, and Ronald was here 10 minutes ago. He had to leave because he was late for Severus classes. It seems Ronald is finally taking his studies seriously and wants to become an Auror," beamed the headmaster. "Oh, that's great, Albus," said Minerva. Hermione glared at Minerva. She seemed jealous of the relationship she seemed to have with the headmaster. Chapter 17. "Harry," said Ron, hugging his mate good naturally. "How's training?" asked Harry. He seemed almost bitter. "Dumbledore means business. He's teaching us the killing curse," said Ron. He looked uncomfortable. "What's the matter?" frowned Harry, looking at his best friend. "I think Hermione, likes Dumbledore," said Ron, looking very disgusted. "Excuse me?" asked a skeptical Snape, wondering if he had heard right. "Well, when we got his note, she went and got changed. She looked stunned when I said to her we were only going to get training. She then declared she did it for me, but she was too stunned." "She likes Dumbledore," said Ron. "That's disgusting. Why would she like Dumbledore?" shouted Harry, looking rather sick. "I don't know, but she does, Harry. You have to believe me," said Ron.
Ido Ron, Ido said Harry.
"Can I take the Marauder's map with me to Hogwarts?" asked Severus. "Why?" asked Harry, frowning. "I just want to make sure everyone is where they are supposed to be, especially Granger," said Severus, snarling the girl's last name out. "Oh, yeah, I suppose," said Harry, nodding his head. "I'm glad you're out of the Dursleys, mate," smiled Ron. This had to be the strangest summer of his life, but he wouldn't change it for the life of him. "Know what, mate? So am I," smirked Harry. He was still getting used to not getting up at 6 in the morning to cook breakfast for his aunt and uncle. Never mind just breakfast, everything for them. He certainly didn't miss his chores and thought it was amazing not getting beaten left, right, and center. "You didn't say anything about Hermione," said Ron, looking at Severus. When I was a student, there was a girl from Ravenclaw who seemed to spend a lot of time with Dumbledore. She seemed to be in awe of him, and when she was 16 until she left, she was all high and mighty, as if she were better than everyone else. She wasn't seen again after she left Hogwarts. I always suspected that something was going on," said Severus uncomfortably. "Merlin. He's taking advantage of them, then kicking them away," said Harry, wide-eyed. "Bloody hell," grimaced Ron. "Well, Hermione's going to know all about it," said Harry, and he wasn't even bothered. Ron just shook his head. "Have you learned anything then?" asked Severus. "Well, I'm on 7th year defense, so I'm quite a bit along," said Harry, "although I'm nowhere near where Dumbledore is with Granger and Ron." "Good, I don't want you alone when you do those curses. I will teach you when I can," said Severus sternly. "I understand," said Harry. They were dangerous after all, and it was a nice feeling that Severus was genuinely caring about him. "Good," said Severus, satisfied. "When do we have to go back?" asked Ron, sitting down and reading through a book that Harry had lying around. "Dinner time," said Severus, Not even an hour away, he sighed. Well, I'm just glad you are here, smiled Harry. It would drive me crazy being here by myself all the time. Ron smiled sympathetically to him. If I thought I could, I'd stay with you. Thanks, Ron, smiled Harry. Everything had changed, and he had lost a friend but gained a lover and freedom. Ron, me and Severus are lovers, said Harry. Do you both want this? Asked Ron, concerned for his friend, giving Severus a look. I want this, smiled Harry. As do I, said Severus, a little uncomfortable under Ron's look. It's a look that said, I will kill you if you mess with my best friend. He had no doubt that Ron would kill him if he did hurt Harry. He glared back at Ron, as if to say, dare you think that of me? Severus was a very honorable man. Both boys knew this, and Ron thought maybe it was for the baby. And it's not because Harry's pregnant? Asked Ron. Harry looked at Severus too. He obviously had thought that as well. I wouldn't do that to you. I am very attached to you, Harry, but I think sooner or later you will get over this crush, said Severus. He knew now was the time to be honest and open with both boys. If he didn't, he could risk losing everything he had come to love. Ron smiled. Then I am happy for both of you. Legelmens, yelled Severus suddenly out of the blue. Harry didn't react because he knew Severus was just testing Ron's ability. Ron's shields were very good. Severus only got to see one little glimpse before he was kicked out. What was that for? Yelled Ron, obviously not very happy. I just wanted to make sure you have been practicing, said Severus. Well done. It took a lot to admit that and say well done to him, but he was learning fast. It didn't hurt to pay compliments, especially when they were expected. Harry smiled. Ron had been practicing since Harry began taking them in 5th year, but had told no one. When the fight with the Death Eaters and knowing his friend was possessed, he studied like mad. He didn't want to have Voldemort posses him or read his thoughts. He knew he didn't have a lot of information, but he was Harry's friend and he knew all Harry's fears and things. He didn't want to be responsible for that getting out and used against him. Harry himself was perfect. Neither Dumbledore nor Severus could get into his mind. It had taken his godfather dying for him to realize just how important it was. It didn't stop the few visions he got when Voldemort was too happy or angry. You both are getting there, said Severus. Ron and Harry knew it was as good as a compliment they were going to get. They both knew they weren't perfect and sometimes wore their hearts on their sleeve until they learned not to. Then they weren't perfect. Shit, you better get going, said Harry. Dinner started 15 minutes ago. Merlin, Dumbledore is expecting us too, said Severus, groaning. I'll see you later. Harry got up and kissed Severus. Severus didn't respond until he groaned and gave in. He obviously didn't like doing this in front of Ron. Ron didn't either, so turned away. It was weird seeing his friend and teacher kissing. He would get used to it, but it would take some getting used to. Bye, he said once he got his breath back. Severus and Ron flew it out. 0. Dinner was a quick affair. Hermione and Ron spoke about their training, and Severus avoided talking altogether, sneering at the two students whenever they laughed or made too much noise. I'm going to get to bed. Snape and training has knackered me out, sighed Ron. I'll come with you, said Hermione, going up with him. They stayed around the common room for another hour before they went to bed. 0. Hermione waited until 11 o'clock before she got dressed in something she thought Dumbledore would like. She was going to work her way into the old man's good graces. This would do it. She would make him need her so much he would propose to her. She would make sure other boys were interested in her too, including Ron, so she would leave him no choice but to want to marry her. She quickly made sure no one was around before making her way to the headmaster's office. She knew the passwords into his private quarters and made her way there. 0. Severus watched all this in the Marauder's map. It looked like Ronald Weasley was correct in his assumption. As he watched, the dot labeled Hermione Granger went into Dumbledore's private quarters, then into his bedroom, where Dumbledore was. He watched, feeling sick as the dots joined together. 0. Warning: serious Hermione / Dumbledore scene. Do not read if you do not like. Warning 0. I was beginning to think you weren't coming, said Dumbledore, making his voice sound delighted that she had come. Of course, had to make sure Ron was asleep, said Hermione, smirking. She took off her school robe, revealing her fancy underwear. Dumbledore looked at the girl and couldn't help but think she defiantly was a gorgeous girl. Probably the best-looking one he had ever taken to his bed. Her hair was straightened for him and it was nice and long. Hermione smirked. She had Dumbledore where she wanted him. She gave him a full view of everything, giving him a little saucy dance. Before she got onto his bed and began taking his night clothes off. He didn't have much on, so it wasn't a chore. Dumbledore began taking what she had off. For an old man, he was very quick. She charmed her knickers off. She was excited already, and the potion she had taken was finally coming into effect. She began kissing him everywhere, sucking him until he was hard, which wasn't for long because he had began hardening upon her, showing herself to him. Dumbledore wasn't just sitting there taking it, he was kissing and feeling her up. She was very fit and gorgeous. He guided her down on his cock before shoving her down. Hermione didn't expect this and gave a grunt of serious discomfort and stopped herself from screaming at him. Moaning loudly, she begged him to mark her as his, which he did, sucking on her breasts until they were bruised. Squeezing the firm molds on her chest. God, it had been such a long time since someone had been in his bed. She began jumping up and down on him, fast and hard. She liked it that way herself. It took ages to get Dumbledore to come and she was knackered by the time he had. She actually fell asleep. Dumbledore nudged at her once. He had summoned a pepper-up potion and taken it. He lay on top of her, her delicious arse just there waiting. He popped a pillow under her chest, and her back end was in the air a little. Stirring, she groaned. She hadn't meant to fall asleep. Wondering what was happening, she saw Dumbledore on top of her. She didn't like that. She liked being the one in charge. The potion had worn off now. She was just about to move when she felt some cold liquid fill a part of her. Then Dumbledore's fingers delving inside of her. She forced herself to moan at his touch. She grimaced when the second finger went in. Dumbledore soothed her, telling her she would enjoy this. The third one did hurt very much, but Hermione bore with it because she wanted his. She wanted to be Mrs. Hermione Dumbledore. Hopefully the next headmistress of this school. The pain was very bad once he started going in. Tears came to her face, which she hid from view. She bit her lip, stopping herself from sobbing as he went further in. Dumbledore moaned. Such tightness. The other girl had been looser, and not a virgin. Hermione, he knew, on the other hand, had been. She defiantly was new to this way. Smirking, he continued to sink into the tight, hot, delicious arse. He knew she wasn't enjoying it. He knew the pain it was probably causing her, but she was putting up with it. That's why he did it, because he knew he was going to get away with it. Finally, he was inside her completely. He said things to her such as he was enjoying her, she was gorgeous, and he loved her. Hermione perked up at that, drying the tears away. It can't have been that easy, could it? She didn't care really. Finally had Dumbledore where she wanted him. Or so she thought. It didn't stop what Dumbledore was doing to her from hurting, as he began thrusting in and out of her. He didn't last long. She was too tight around him and the tightness was driving him mad. He then slid back out. Hermione stayed there and Dumbledore lay down, obviously exhausted, and told her he had never been with anyone like her. How he didn't know what he would have done without her. How he would train her himself in the art of pleasure. Hermione got up ready to leave when Dumbledore asked where she was going. She said she wanted to get back to the dorms before anyone got suspicious. He took a potion while she spoke and she then watched him turn into a teenager. He had taken a de-aging potion. I said I would teach you everything, said Dumbledore. His voice was different, more seductive. Hermione was about to protest when she felt herself taken into a forceful kiss. This time it was him giving her pleasure. His teenage self was not old and Hermione moaned wantonly for him. The times she was riding him was nothing compared to his forceful thrusts. She enjoyed it. The pain in her backside was gone now. Dumbledore took his wand and with a spell he had her screaming in pain, as a brand was spelled into the top of her leg. A beautiful hawk with a D inside it. Her withering in pain had him coming inside her. He told her this was his promise, that he would always be hers, that they would bond as soon as Voldemort was gone. Told her that it would be too dangerous before the war was over. Eventually Dumbledore fell asleep, his arms possessively around Hermione, who eventually managed to get out of his arms. Looking at the brand, she smirked success. Dumbledore wouldn't have given her that unless he had meant it. She gathered her stuff and walked back towards the dorms, a limp in her step as the pain came back. To her, it was all worth it. She was going to be Mrs. Hermione Dumbledore, the only one. When he was gone, she would remain a Dumbledore, have his money and be headmistress. She never asked herself, had someone not already thought of this? She thought too much of herself. She kept stroking the brand lovingly. He was hers. Now all she had to do was to make sure Ron liked her, get Dumbledore proposing. She would have that engagement ring on her finger before the end of the school year. She would make sure of it. Of course she couldn't tell anyone, but the knowledge was there. She fell asleep dreaming of her wonderful future as Mrs. Hermione Dumbledore. Chapter 18. Mr. Weasley's assumptions were correct, said Severus. They hadn't seen Harry for a day and a half now. Severus had finally gotten away with Ron without arousing suspicion. Between his duties as a teacher, the Order, and Voldemort, he had hardly any time to get to himself, and now it was even less. "You have got to be kidding me," said Harry, paling beyond any color imaginable, and was actually sick over the arm of the chair. Until he was dry heaving, Severus held on to him, and Ron got him some fresh water and a stomach-soothing potion from the kitchen. "Drink this," soothed Severus, rubbing his back gently. He wasn't sure if it was morning sickness kicking in or if the thought of Hermione with Dumbledore made him sick to his stomach, probably a bit of both. Harry drank it and was thankful he didn't feel the need to try and heave any longer. Swallowing thickly, he drank the water as if he hadn't had any in years. Giving it back, he slumped on the couch. He tried to wipe out the image of Dumbledore and Hermione because it made him want to be sick again. "What do we do about that?" asked Harry. "Nothing. What she does is her own business. If she's too busy with him, then she will not bother you," said Severus. "When I go back I will be 16. I am not going to pretend to be her friend when there's no longer a need for it," said Harry. "I am emancipated, and I will let everyone know I am Lord Potter and that I have came to my full inheritance." His head up, his shoulders squared. Even Severus knew when Harry meant business, and that was it. There was no convincing him otherwise. "Very well," said Severus. "How long do you have?" asked Harry softly. "About an hour and a half." "Why?" asked Ron curiously. "Would you train me in the killing curse? Wandless?" asked Harry hesitantly. "And risk the child?" "No way," said Severus adamantly. "I have enough reserves for the child to survive on. If anything happens, you should know this. Plus we are bonded. You could give me some of your magic to sustain the child," said Harry. "There is no need for this," said Severus. "Would you rather see us both die if Voldemort gets his hands on me? Because you, as well as I know, it's only a matter of time before he gets me again," sighed Harry, stating the truth as it was. "He does have a point," sighed Ron, looking glum. "Plus rather do it with you here, or he does it on his own." And it was true, Harry would have ended up doing it on his own. "Very well, let's depart to the garden," said Severus. He didn't want the cottage he had just bought destroyed. Harry's still lay vacant, Dobby and Winky restoring it and working at Hogwarts. Turned out there had been more damage to it than was first anticipated. No wonder the man fled as soon as the money went through. It was no skin of his nose. He liked it and would have it. End of story, really. "Think up all the memories you hate more than anything else. The anger, let it out," said Severus. "Avada Kedavra!" shouted Harry. Nothing happened. "Avada Kedavra!" yelled Harry. Once again nothing happened. Nothing worked. No matter what memory he used, no real anger was enough to get the killing curse to emerge from his hand. Ron suddenly got an idea. Transfiguring a stone into a rat, he put it in front of Harry. "That's Pettigrew, Harry. Remember what he said? If you could turn back time, what would you have done? Would you kill him? Remember what he did to Cedric in a swish of his wand," said Ron. He made sure to stay well behind Harry. He didn't want to see the look of utter anger and hate appear on Harry's face. "Avada Kedavra!" snarled Harry, only it didn't sound like him. It sounded cold and hard, something Harry had never sounded before. As for Severus and Ron, they got to see something no one else had ever managed to do. A killing curse wandless, and see them still standing. The best anyone else ever did was a tiny lumos or small transfiguration, nothing quite as advanced as what Harry had done. Harry Potter had once again done the undoable. "Well done," said Severus, pride filling his insides. Any child Harry and he had would be powerful, as they were both magically powerful themselves. "I feel kind of woozy," moaned Harry, his hand clutching his head in pain. "Come sit. It will get better. Maybe we shouldn't have used such a powerful spell," soothed Severus. "What do you think I do all day? Watch the TV?" No, I got going on the smaller spells, but I didn't need half the power to do what I just done. The anger and hate was very consuming, said Harry. Yeah, that's what makes them addictive, said Severus, a stern tone in his voice like he was warning Harry. I know, nodded Harry, groaning. He wasn't going to move his head again. It just made him twice as dizzy. Well, there we go, said Ron. Now you can rest for a while. Once they had gotten Harry sitting down on the seat. So Hermione went for the bigger fish when she realized she could get more than just me, said Harry, shaking his head in disbelief. He still couldn't get his head around it. Money and power, it looks like that's all she wants. Soon she will find out, just like everyone else, money and power is nothing if you are alone in this world, said Severus softly. Something else he had figured out the hard way when he had joined Voldemort. That's the ward coming down to the dungeons triggered. Take care, love, you know how to reach me, said Severus, giving Harry a quick kiss before moving towards the flue. Ron and Severus had enough time to get back comfortably in the potions lab before it opened. Headmaster, said Severus, making himself sound surprised. Ron was adding an ingredient to a potion which Severus had started for him. Sir, said Ron, wide-eyed like an errant schoolboy caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I was just coming to see how his lessons were coming along, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Severus felt like snorting. Dumbledore was just too nosy for his own good and wanted to see if they were doing what he let them do. As you can see, Weasley is actually using his head for once for something useful and succeeding. If he used it for more than Quidditch, everything would be better, sneered Severus. Ron looked down, his face going bright red, forcing himself to think of thoughts that would make him angry. Anger was as close as he could get to actually being embarrassed. Miss Granger has been up in my office looking for you, said Dumbledore. Ron suddenly gagged. He was unable to keep it coming out and he felt his eyes going wide. Suddenly he began coughing and spluttering and hacking. Turning away from both of them, he got himself under control. He then faced them again, totally embarrassed. I am so sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I had a hair at the back of my throat, it wouldn't go away, blushed Ron. He could feel Severus' real glare at the back of his head and knew he was in trouble with the man next time they were alone. Very well. Go get Miss Granger. I would like a word with Professor Snape, said Dumbledore, frowning. Yes, sir, said Ron, wide-eyed, stuffing his things in his bag. He quickly departed, wanting out of the way from those two wizards. He is acting rather odd, said Dumbledore. Severus just smirked. Yes, no doubt. I made him test his own potion. The hair is probably no doubt one of his own. Dumbledore's eyes began twinkling, all suspicion lost. There is an order meeting later on tonight. Severus attend, said Dumbledore. As per usual, it wasn't a question, it was a demand. Chapter 19. The summer holidays did indeed go very quickly. Harry continued training in more advanced things than Hermione and Ron were getting. Severus spent very free second he had with Harry, training him and watching his child bloom under Harry's now large stomach. He was now off age, and Harry managed to make them stall until he actually got to Hogwarts to send the letter to Dumbledore. Harry wanted nothing more than to see the old fool's face when he stopped getting his money. Harry wasn't interested in getting anything back, just wanted to make sure he couldn't get his money anymore. Hermione and Ron sent him a few letters. Of course, Ron had to fake that he hadn't seen him since Hogwarts ended. Harry didn't get to see Ron as often as he would have liked, but it was better than not at all. Ron and Harry were more like brothers now than they ever had been, and Harry loved it. Hogwarts is starting back up tomorrow, grinned Ron as he came though the flew cheerfully. I know, and I can't wait, beamed Harry happily. Me either, being stuck with Hermione is horrible, shuddered Ron, looking pale. Rather you than me, laughed Harry, feeling a little sorry for his best friend. Yeah, I guess you would say that, said Ron, pouting slightly, but knowing Harry meant it all good naturally. Their relationship had changed since that day Harry used the Veritasrum. It was stronger and happier than it had ever been before. The fact Ron was no longer jealous anymore. Ron, do you know much about the brother bond? Asked Harry quietly. Sure, it gets done at Gringotts, nodded Ron, a curious look in his eyes. Would you be willing to do it with me? Asked Harry. He seemed almost desperate. Why? Asked Ron, wide-eyed. I just want family to call my own, and I trust you, said Harry softly. But Harry, you would make me a Potter. I'd be entitled to half the money you have, and if anything happened I'd get it all. It might be something Dumbledore wants, said Ron, looking worried. He didn't care about money anymore. He doesn't know I know about these kind of things, said Harry. True, but when he finds out, what if he hurts you to get the money? Asked Ron. He would be killing everyone in the wizarding world if he did that. It's after Voldemort is dead we would have to worry, murmured Harry. True. If it's what you truly want, I'd be proud to be called your brother, said Ron softly, his heart swelling with brotherly affection towards Harry. The trust Harry showed him was more than his heart and mind could handle. Hermione didn't deserve someone as good as pure as Harry, and he felt undeserving as well after all he had done. I would be too, whispered Harry softly, his green eyes glowing brightly. How can you trust me, after all those times I've blown our friendship to smithereens? Asked Ron, fourth year, the tournament blowing off his friendship for bloody stupid jealousy. Because you have proven yourself when it matters, said Harry honestly. So when are we doing it then? Next year? Asked Ron, wondering when he would be able to officially declare himself a Weasley Potter. Before we got back to Hogwarts, whenever you have the time, said Harry. Well, I've got until lunchtime. They are having an order meeting, which Hermione is present for. It showed her on the map along with all the other order members, said Ron, a twisted frown on his face. Great, sneered Harry, disgusted. Up for a trip then? Laughed Ron. He was actually glad to go anywhere away from Hogwarts. It was getting on his nerves, the common room, Snape's potions classroom, and Dumbledore's office. That's all he saw. Yup, grinned Harry, getting up. It wasn't long before they flew Ed to Gringotts and saw about the ritual they wanted. It was fairly simple. The goblin kept on chanting in Latin. Harry and Ron both understood a good load of the words, but the other eluded them. They sliced their palm open and joined their hands together, before saying the last part of the rite, and blinding light filled the room. Ron felt Harry's power enter his body. Before leaving, he felt more powerful than ever. Some of Harry's magic must have remained. Bloody hell, said Ron, looking surprised. Your hair has red highlights in it. Look at your own, laughed Harry. He had 3 freckles on each side of his face. Red highlights, but other than that nothing had happened. Ron had brown highlights in his hair, less freckles, and his face was slightly paler. Just like Harry, they did look similar now, and everyone would know. The ritual wasn't done often. Not only was it making you share the inheritance, but magic as well. Harry had been surprised that his father and Sirius hadn't done it. Cool, smirked Harry, getting used to it. Very, smirked Ron right back. Hermione will know as soon as she sees me, said Ron after a few seconds of silence. I know, and I don't care, scoffed Harry. Dumbledore cannot do anything to us, said Ron passionately. And you're going to be an uncle soon, laughed Harry. Ron gawped. He hadn't even thought about that. He was truly Harry's brother now, which meant Snape was in all technicalities his brother-in-law, and Harry's baby was going to be his niece or nephew. He silently mused how his family was going to take it, especially his mother and sister. What's the matter? Asked Harry as they made their way back to Harry's house in silence. Just wondering how Ginny and my mum will take it, sighed Ron, honestly sitting down beside Harry. Are you regretting it? Asked Harry, his eyes dropping, feeling guilty. No, but you know my mum has always envisioned you and Ginny getting together, said Ron, grimacing. That's not going to happen, said Harry sadly. Funny thing was, when he was 13 he had thought about it as well, joining Ron's family for real. However, he had made Ron his family and Ron had made him family. That was all that mattered to him. Money didn't matter to him, family did. No, it's not. At least Ginny can get her head out of the clouds now, said Ron. He felt for his little sister, but Harry wouldn't and couldn't love her the way she wanted. Suddenly the fire roared to life and Severus stepped out. What have you two been up to? Asked Severus, seeing the changes in both of them immediately. I'm Ronald Bilious Weasley Potter now, smirked Ron. I see, said Severus, shocked. Another thing Dumbledore will be furious about, laughed Harry. Oh, he lived to torment Dumbledore and Voldemort now. You should really watch what you are doing, murmured Severus, kissing Harry softly and rubbing his tummy as if soothing his baby. Yep, I know, sighed Harry, but it's what he wanted, and as he told Severus before, what Harry wanted he got. Apart from his parents, of course, but Harry didn't dwell on things he wouldn't ever have. Dumbledore finished the order meeting early, so I'm afraid you need to get your arse back, said Severus. He didn't look happy at all. Can I come over tonight? asked Harry softly. Of course Dumbledore doesn't know if someone comes to Hogwarts though my room, said Severus. One of these things he had made sure of. His privacy was number one on the list. Great, I'll be over soon. Severus, has Dumbledore said if I'm to be picked up? Asked Harry. I've to go and get you tomorrow, smirked Severus. Originally it had been Tonks and Moody to go. However, Severus was brilliant with manipulation and made sure Dumbledore picked him instead. Tonks and Moody hadn't been happy, but he didn't care how they felt. Smart and manipulative, a brilliant combination, smirked Harry, kissing Severus softly. Now I must get going. I'll see you tonight, said Severus softly. Harry sighed in boredom and sadness when the two people who had come to mean more than anything in his life left. It looks like it's just you and me, little one, sighed Harry sadly. Harry gasped in shock when he felt a nudge exactly where his hand was. It didn't take long for tears to run down his face. Happiness unlike nothing he had ever felt began to flow through him. His baby, his little one, had kicked for the first time, and it was more than he had ever hoped for. A child of his own. Chapter 20. Changes and Hogwarts train ride. Needless to say, Molly Weasley was shocked when her son came home, looking very different from his usual self. She at first assumed it was a charm and swished her wand and tried to undo them, with 2 words, finite incantatem, but nothing worked. Molly looked stunned, staring at her son in utter disbelief. She couldn't understand where he had gotten the money to get his hair done. She hollered for her husband, who came barging in, his wand at the ready, looking for an armed intruder, only to find his wife almost hyperventilating on the sofa and their son he did a double take at. What on earth is happening? Asked Arthur, confused. Ronald Weasley, what have you done? Shrieked Molly Weasley. She hadn't shrieked like that since Bill came home with long hair and refused to let Molly cut it. Ron hadn't expected her to react like this. It was only a few highlights, for goodness sake. He wondered what her reaction would be when he told them what really happened. Fred, George and Ginny were peeking around the door curiously now, wanting to see what Ron had done to earn their mother's wrath. I went through the blood brother right bond, said Ron quietly. Who? Asked Arthur, not knowing anyone his son trusted enough to make a Weasley. Well, he did, but he was currently at Privet Drive, safe from harm in the Muggle world. Harry. I'm now legally Ronald Harry Bilious Weasley Potter, said Ron softly. But why? Shrieked not Molly, surprisingly, but one Ginevra Weasley, who looked like her entire life had shattered before her eyes, and it had in a way. Ginny Weasley would never be Ginny Potter, the wife of the boy who lived. She would never have the big manor and fancy clothes. No beautiful, expensive jewelry or fan base she always dreamed of one day. Because he's my brother, he was my brother in all but blood. Didn't you want him to be a Weasley? Asked Ron sadly. He's our brother now? Cool, beamed Fred. Very cool, smirked George, ignoring their sister's devastated look. You know I love him, sobbed Ginny, throwing Ron a betrayed look. Harry's gay, Ginny. You wouldn't have stood a chance unless you are thinking about getting a sex change, said Ron bluntly. Arthur and Molly just sat quietly on the couch, feeling overwhelmed with this new information. They couldn't deny they had hoped Ginny and Harry would get together, and Harry would be a Weasley that way. They had thought it was the case, as Ginny always spoke about Harry and the things they did together, which was why they hadn't ever officially adopted him into the family properly. Now, though, it seemed the decision was ripped from them. If Harry was gay, then Ginny would have to find someone else. They didn't hate him for the fact he was gay. 2 of her sons were gay, Bill and Charlie, so it would have been very hypocritical of her. Now, Ginny, enough of that. Harry cannot help his preferences any more than Bill and Charlie can. I know it hurts, but you have to look at it this way. It was better for him to realize now rather than later on in life, said Molly, honestly taking her daughter out of the room. She stopped at the door and smiled at her son and said, Well done, son. I'm proud of you. I know you have grown up a great deal lately, and I couldn't be happier. We shall celebrate Harry's official welcome into the family during the holidays. That was her acceptance, as she led a sobbing even louder at Molly's approval of Ron's actions away. Dad, are you okay? Asked Ron, seeing his father's stunned looks. I am, son. But you really should have asked me for my acceptance before going through with the rite, admonished Arthur. Not really. Only requires one head of the family, and Harry is his, said Ron weakly. True, mused Arthur. It made sense why he wasn't contacted magically to agree with it. If Arthur hadn't been happy, Ron would have just taken only the Potter name and been done with it. Well, it looks like we have another brother to torment, grinned Fred and George, speaking together. Just you remember who gave you that money, whispered Ron cheekily into their ears as he headed for his own room. They would be leaving for the Hogwarts Express first thing in the morning. Without more ado, he packed everything into his trunk and fell asleep almost immediately. Harry, I was beginning to think Snape hadn't brought you, said Ron, looking relieved. He had been looking in every single cart for Harry, ending up talking longer than he liked with some of his Gryffindor housemates. He was back to saying Snape as they were in a place near students, where they could overhear. He didn't want to be caught calling the man he supposedly hated by his given name. It would raise unwanted and awkward questions, something they wanted to avoid. He's away back to Hogwarts, explained Harry. Where's Hermione? Asked Ron, his face contorted as he asked about her. Don't know, shrugged Harry indifferently. He wasn't going to pretend to be her friend this year. She had another thing coming if she thought he was going to make it easier for her to spy. It was just a shame he couldn't tell everyone that she was a horrid little sneak. He just wished he knew how to charm that on her forehead, like she had done with Marietta Edgecombe back in 5th year. Perhaps he should do the same to her. He was sure she would appreciate it. Actually, Marietta still had the words on her face, just not as prominent as before. He had to give Hermione applause for that. She was a powerful witch, but not as powerful as him. He wondered if he did it when they would disappear. He sniggered at the thought. What's funny? Asked Ron, curiously, spreading himself comfortably on the chair. They were 16 years old now and on their way to their 6th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The door was already locked. With a wave of Harry's wand II, he had come in and put his trunk up above him. Just thinking of Granger with sneak written across her face, smirked Harry nastily. Oh, Harry, we have got to find that spell, begged Ron, his eyes wide, a surprised, shocked look on his face. Harry had never been one for pranks, even less fond of them since he found out about how his father treated others. Harry wasn't stupid enough to think Severus Snape had been their only target. Ron had been immature then. He hadn't truly understood why Harry hadn't laughed at his father's actions. Then again, he knew Harry so much better now, knew what his life had truly been like before Hogwarts and during the summers. Hermione betraying Harry had been the best thing for them. They were really close now. He knew everything there was to know about Harry Potter, something no one else in the world could claim other than Severus Snape. We will, smirked Harry wickedly. Hermione Granger would rue the day she decided to spy on him. What else are you thinking? Asked Ron, looking over eagerly. Well, I'm thinking she's with him for his money and titles, right? Said Harry. Yeah, frowned Ron, not seeing where this was going. There was also a disgusted grimace on his face at the thought of such an old man doing anything like that to an underage girl. Even if Hermione was the one perusing it, it still made him sick to his back teeth. We have the map, we can conveniently talk about it. How Dumbledore stole my money because he has none of his own, smirked Harry. Are you sure you did the right thing going into Gryffindor? That's a pure Slytherin move, said Ron, grinning amusedly. You know me, Ron, smirked Harry. He had of course told Ron about the hat suggestion. That I do, laughed Ron, sitting back down. How did they take it? Asked Harry quietly after a few minutes of peaceful silence. Not too bad. Ginny was the worst. She acted like I had betrayed her, sighed Ron sadly. He loved his little sister. He hoped this got her head out of the clouds. His mother had it right when she said it was better now than later. At least Ginny can get over him and find a true relationship, someone he could beat the crap out of, without looking his best friend in the progress that was. Harry winced in sympathy and sighed sadly after a few seconds. Fred and George are over the moon. Expect a long letter from them, laughed Ron, remembering their reactions. Like everything else, they took everything in their stride and found the good in everything they did. They were so different from everyone else in the family, but the same too. Maybe they could help us prank Hermione, said Harry after a few seconds. Both teenagers were lying along the seats quite comfortably. Only Ron had his knees slightly bent as he was too big to lie down properly. Harry, who had been abused all his life, was lying across it no problem. No doubt, laughed Ron, it felt good going back to Hogwarts again with his best mate. Do you think Dumbledore knows yet? queried Harry after another few minutes of silence, both just staring up at the overhead compartments. Probably. Might be why he left you there till the last minute, or what he thinks anyway, shrugged Ron. True, he hasn't done that in a long time. Mad Eye and the others came to get me last year. It was only what, a month into the holidays? Asked Harry. Something like that, said Ron quietly. That had been a bad year. Ron knew he was in the wrong. He should have written to his friend, although he hadn't really admitted it then. More often than not, Ron was now actually trying to put himself into his friend's shoes and trying to see it from his point of view. Not that Harry's shoes would fit him anyway. He was a size 7 for Merlin's sake. Anything of the trolley? Shouted the woman. It sounded like she had been yelling for a few minutes. Jumping up, Harry brought a lot of things like he usually did and dropped it all down on the chair. Immediately Harry chucked Ron's favorite sweet at him, which happened to be a chocolate frog. Cheers, mate, grinned Ron, used to this now and no longer bothered to protest. Harry had been doing the same thing for the past 5 years after all. Harry just nodded and continued eating himself, suddenly ravenous as well. They were still eating when the announcement came on, urging them to change into their robes, which they did in the carriage, seeing as Hermione wasn't there, and that was a good thing for both teens. They were very angry and upset with Hermione's betrayal, even if it had been good for them as friends in the end. They had trusted her with all their secrets, and then she was skipping off to Dumbledore to tell him. They sometimes wondered just how much she had told him over the years. It made them shudder in fury. Looks like we are nearly there, said Ron after he was dressed in his brand new school clothes. Being Harry Potter's brother had already come up with some perks, although he didn't know just how Harry had gotten his measurements to do that. Ginny had gotten a few things as well, but they weren't sure now if she would wear them after his so-called betrayal. It was a rather good thing the school clothes didn't cost a lot of money, well, in Harry's terms, really. That's usually her line, smirked Harry, clasping his cloak around him. He had gotten his clothes slightly baggier than usual. He had a bump he had to conceal half the year. Goodness knows what would happen after that. He would have a brand new baby to look after and the rest of the school year to go. Then his 7th year, something had to give. He hadn't exactly planned for this. However, Harry had always wanted his own family, and he would never under any circumstances, even if he had been dirt poor, give up his child. Well, it's mine now, smirked Ron smugly. Who do you think has been made prefects? Asked Harry curiously. Well, I was offered it, but I said no, said Ron, stuttering, feeling awfully awkward. You turned it down? Gasped Harry in shock. Small mat. I didn't receive a single outstanding in my exams. I managed to get potions only because of Snape's extra tutoring. There was no way I was picked because of my academic history. It was another way for him to lord it over you, said Ron, a disgusted look on his face. You did it last year, Harry pointed out, confused. Yeah, well, I'm a brother now, gotta put him first, said Ron proudly. Harry snickered softly, feeling a warm glow in his stomach that had nothing to do with the baby this time. So no doubt Hermione is one of them. I wonder who was picked to replace you, said Harry after eating a long snake sweet. I know they are welcome to Hermione, she's insane, grunted Ron. Who will be head boy, you reckon? Asked Harry curiously. Do no ID become one for the bathroom alone. Percy absolutely loved being head boy for that simply reason, said Ron dreamily. Good idea, said Harry. What do you mean? Asked Ron curiously. Just thinking it would be a good thing having your own room all year. What's the bet? He gives me it to make me more like my father. The last part was said very sarcastically. You know what, Harry? I think you're right, nodded Ron. It was something Dumbledore would do. Before long, they were coming off the train onto the Thestrals' drawn carriages, which Harry petted before getting on. It wasn't long before the beautiful Hogwarts castle came into view and welcoming them. It was always nice and warm, no matter what weather was on the outside. They took their normal seats. Hermione was missing from the table so far, so it made them all the happier. Oh boy, Dumbledore looks furious, said Ron, staring at Harry, trying to stop the smirk from slipping on his face. Has he looked at you, or is it the money? Smirked Harry quietly so no one else could overhear them. Money, nodded Ron. Harry couldn't help himself, he smirked despite his best efforts. It came of no surprise that Harry was demanded up in the headmaster's office after dinner. Both Severus and Ron were concerned for him, but Severus just gestured to his neck. Severus had given him a portkey that would take him straight to Severus in case anything happened. Thankfully, no one was paying attention to Severus other than Ron and Harry, discreetly obviously. "Come, Harry," said Dumbledore joyfully as usual. The trip to the headmaster's office was in silence, broken only by their feet on the ground. Before long they entered the headmaster's office, which was the same as always, just missing a few big trinkets that Harry had broken in his furious tantrum at the end of his 5th year. "Sit, sit," said Dumbledore when Harry never said anything. "Lemon drop?" beamed Dumbledore once he was seated behind his big chair. "No thank you," said Harry, not even attempting to put Sir or Headmaster at the end of the sentence. "Is everything all right, Harry? Nothing you want to tell me?" asked Dumbledore, his twinkle noticeably absent. "Nope," frowned Harry. The nerve of the old fool. Nothing he wanted to tell him indeed, when it was Dumbledore who had been stealing from him for years. "Care to tell me how you became emancipated?" asked Dumbledore, shaking his head in sadness and distress. "I signed my name on a little piece of paper that emancipated me," said Harry bluntly. "Why?" said Dumbledore, hiding his fury at the insolence of the boy. "Because it's what I wanted," said Harry honestly. "You are only 16, Mr. Potter, and I'm afraid that is too young," said Dumbledore sadly, "which is why you must return to the Dursleys after Hogwarts finishes for the year."
Emancipate denunciate Harry Smagli.
"I'm afraid it will be overthrown, and if I have to I shall gain temporary custody of you," said Dumbledore. "It's for your own good." "It won't happen. I'm emancipated and I've also gone through the blood right bond, which makes me a Weasley Potter. If you force your hand, that's where I will be going. You cannot destroy that kind of bond," said Harry, standing up, not caring for Dumbledore's demanding him to get back in. He walked out and went to his dorm, sick and tired of Dumbledore's constant scheming. Harry watched the map for the longest time, watching Severus doing his rounds around the castle, then checking on his snakes before retiring to his quarters. Only then did Harry put on his invisibility cloak and begin sneaking away. He had to stop abruptly when he noticed Hermione's dot moving. Stopping breathing, standing deadly still as she passed, exhaling in relief, he made his way down to Severus' quarters. Chapter 21. Hermione finds out as Ron and Harry play dirty. Slytherin. "You ready to do this?" asked Harry. He had been waiting a week to do this, ever since he had the idea on the Hogwarts Express. He wanted to blow every fantasy and idea Hermione Granger had about Dumbledore. If she knew then, that would suck, but still, he had to do it. If she didn't know, he wanted to hurt her. If she did, he was going to hurt her even more. Harry had changed since being emancipated and going through the rite to get his magic early. He had a child to think about now. He couldn't afford to be stabbed in the back. He had to get rid of those who wished him harm before his baby was brought into this world, which included Hermione, Dumbledore, Voldemort, and of course his Death Eaters. He knew from what happened to Neville's parents that Death Eaters wouldn't quit, not because their lord and master was gone. "You bet," grinned Ron. He lived to torment Granger now. He hated her with every fiber of his being, for betraying all those years of friendship, for siding with Dumbledore, for everything she had said behind their back to Dumbledore. He had confided in Hermione a lot about what Harry was going through. He had wanted to go to him, save him from what was happening, only for Granger to tell him he wouldn't be able to get past the blood wards. This had been after he rescued Harry in his 2nd year, when Fred and George had first seen Harry's room. He had expected it full of Muggle stuff. His friend had been raised there after all, and he had only known Harry a year. He hadn't realized just how bad the Dursleys were. He had been raised right. The thought of abuse was foreign to him. It was only when he grew up a little more, heard more stories of the Dursleys, that it truly sank in. He had remained a boy until he had fought the Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, though. Seeing his friends and himself fighting for their lives had ripped the rose-tinted glasses from his face. This wasn't just schoolboy adventures. Someone could get killed. Not just someone, but the people he held dear above all else. His heart had just about given way. Then he had seen Harry screaming on the floor. Later told Voldemort had possessed Harry. It was a frightening concept. Even Ginny's near-death experience in his 2nd year had shaken sense into him. He hadn't been there. He had only known she was missing. In the chamber, he didn't actually see Harry battle a basilisk to save his baby sister. Their baby sister now. They were brothers after all. Instead, he had found a room with a bed, cupboard, and a set of drawers, a bare lamp, and that was it. It had been bare of anything else. It was as if Harry was just temporarily using that room. He had nothing that identified him in it at all. His own room was full of posters and used to be bright orange. He had his things strewn across the place. It wasn't until years later it actually dawned on him. He had wanted to save Harry so much, but then Harry had told him to wait it out, that he didn't want Dumbledore to know. So he had waited on pins and needles, breathing a sigh of relief at every letter written to him by his best friend/brother. Then he had an epiphany, when Fleur began speaking, and then the fear settled in. He had done what he could to ensure Severus would know. In the end, it had been a good thing. He was actually rather fond of Severus in a weird way. Despite the fact he had been abused by the man since he was 11 years old in potions class for years. He understood the reason behind it, but it had taken a while for Ron to actually see why he did it to accept it. Severus hadn't been personal, well, not to him, but he had been to Harry. Harry had probably had the worst time from Severus, who continuously used Harry's father as an outlet for revenge. In fact, he was just the same in potions. It had hurt Ron to see the snarky bastard back, but Harry as usual seemed uncaring. It had taken Harry explaining that he didn't know his father, that no matter what Snape said he wouldn't know him. He had been told malicious things about his parents since he was old enough to ask questions. He knew what he did and nothing anyone said was going to change that. They had died for him and that was enough for him. Even if he was extremely disappointed in his father for being more like Dudley than him. He wasn't his father, instead he was more like his victims, but none of that mattered. James had grown up into a man and died trying to save his wife and son. That was enough to satisfy Harry. Everyone else could go kick themselves. Ron had then asked why Snape continued to do it. Harry had smiled at him and said he knew. Even then, no matter what he said didn't bother him. He can read people, especially him. He knew Harry didn't care what he said. Although if he mentioned his mother, it would have been a different thing altogether. It was a good job Severus hadn't, or not being able to use accidental magic at Hogwarts would have been proved false. Severus would have become Marge and been blown up. Nobody mentioned Harry's mother and got away with it. Nobody at school even dared try. Nobody was that vicious though, not even Draco Malfoy. Surprisingly enough. Ron had blinked and pointed out he got mad, and Harry had simply shook his head and said it was expected of him. He had played his part so long it came second nature to him. He had started the second he stepped foot in Hogwarts. Apart from antagonizing Albus Dumbledore, that wasn't a smart move, but Harry was through playing most parts of the game. Ron had learned that certain things about his brother weren't exactly what he thought, and he was all right with it. "She thinks she's following us?" snickered Harry viciously. Ron bit his lip to stop himself laughing. Nobody could see the map anymore. Only Harry, Ron, and Severus Snape, not that he had handled it often. Hermione couldn't take it, couldn't even see it. She would never know it was in their hands. Ron and Harry had avoided Hermione, ignored her, and basically tuned her out. The confusion had come off her in waves, and it was the only real emotion they were sure they could get out of her other than anger. So she had taken to following them when they weren't at classes. So far they had avoided her. Having that map came in handy so many times. This time they were going to let her think she had found them. Without more ado, they sat down on the floor and waited on the dot, getting closer before they began their very private conversation that no one was meant to overhear. "But why would Dumbledore steal your money? It's just bloody pointless," Ron said in exasperation. "Because he doesn't have any of his own," explained Harry in his normal quiet voice. Harry never raised his voice often and rarely did he swear. Or so Hermione thought, and she had been right. She had known him better than most. Unfortunately, that wasn't exactly strictly true anymore. Harry wasn't the same naive boy anymore, and he would never return to that. "He's Dumbledore. He's rich," exclaimed Ron, obviously disbelieving Harry. "Look, Ron, that's my statement from Gringotts. Dumbledore took money out every month, lots of it. Why would he do such a thing if he had money of his own?" Harry pointed out, arguing his point without raising his voice. Rustling the paper for Hermione's benefit from where she was stock still behind the wall they were talking near. "Whoa!" exclaimed Ron, his eyes wider than saucers. When big money was mentioned, it always happened. It was more to do with the fact that half was technically speaking his now that he was Harry's brother. He would never touch it though. He was just honored to have Harry's ultimate trust. He wondered though sometimes if he would. if Harry hadn't given him Veritaserum. It didn't matter though, because it had happened, nothing could change it. If he could go back, he'd let Harry. It's what had made their friendship so strong. They weren't just friends now, they were brothers in arms. Yeah, he's been taking my inheritance for himself, said Harry quietly, his voice sounding broken. His face, though, said a different thing altogether: fury. It was a good thing Hermione couldn't see him, or she would have ran for the hills. If it was only so easy to scare Voldemort away, Harry would be happy. Well, you did get emancipated, Harry. Nobody can touch your money now. That's all that matters, isn't it? Ventured Ron, sounding unsure and very young. I suppose so, said Harry, his voice full of doubt. Come on, let's go play some chess and get some lunch. I'm hungry, said Ron, sounding like his old self for a few seconds there. Harry had to applaud Ron. He really was becoming quite the actor. He was rivaling Harry there. Yeah, come on then, sighed Harry. Harry, are you ever going to tell Hermione? Asked Ron as they began walking away. She'd never understand, Ron. She thinks too highly of any teacher to ever believe us, said Harry sadly. They wanted to give Hermione the impression they were avoiding her was because she trusted the adults too much. Not because they knew she was a spy until the war ended. That's the way it had to be. Or that's how they were going about it. As long as Harry didn't have to be friends with her, he didn't truly care. I guess, said Ron mournfully. Harry pressed his lips together, stifling his urge to laugh. They could only hope now that Hermione had bought it. Then wait to see the outcome of their conversation, whether Granger continued to go to Dumbledore's office a few times a week during the night. It sickened them to no end. When they saw her on the map going to Dumbledore, it was nothing on Severus' face when he saw it though. -0. Hermione was furious with Ron and Harry. For some reason they were avoiding her as if she was a plague. She didn't understand it. They were ignoring her, not doing what she asked anymore. She wondered sometimes if they knew what she was doing, but that was impossible. She was too sneaky for that. If there had been any chance of them finding out, they would have known years ago. She had taken to trying to follow them, find out what they were up to, so she still had something to tell Dumbledore. She had managed to convince Dumbledore it was boys being boys, trying to avoid doing their homework. It seemed like he had bought it, but he wasn't going to forever. She had to find out and fix it. If she didn't, Dumbledore wouldn't pay her, and she wanted all the money she could for putting up with them. So she followed them, intending on finding out, and what she heard stunned her completely. Dumbledore didn't have any money left? She had been getting paid to befriend Potter from Potter? That had a certain irony. He had paid her to be his friend for years. It also meant that she wouldn't get anything else, if what the boy was saying was true. Swallowing harshly, she felt undeniably betrayed. If Dumbledore wasn't going to leave her any money, what good was he? The name didn't mean all that much, especially considering what she had found out about Dumbledore's father. That had been completely unexpected. She had been reading a book in Diagon Alley that spoke about Azkaban. She watched them walking away, feeling out of her depth. She was drowning in the sea of the uncertainty. She scowled at Harry and Ron, as if it was their fault Dumbledore was penniless. What had Dumbledore planned when Potter found out? She had to think things through and then maybe confront Dumbledore. -0. That was fun, laughed Ron, finally letting it rip. Oh yeah, she didn't even know what hit her, said Harry, or rather he hoped so anyway. Do you think she will tell Dumbledore and get booted? Asked Ron. He grimaced at that thought. Dumbledore truly was a sick man and he needed dealt with. The thought of his sister even going anywhere near Dumbledore's office was enough to make him panic. He was abusing his position by allowing people to think he cared, that they would be powerful too. Merlin knew what he was offering them. All Ron knew was it had to stop. I don't know, said Harry, opening the secret entrance to Severus' quarters. He was sitting reading a book in front of the fire, or had been at least. He was busy staring at them curiously. He had listening devices out there, since he had found out about it. Just in case Harry and Ron weren't the only ones who knew about it, he was a cautious man after all. Don't know what? Asked Severus smoothly. We let Granger know that Dumbledore doesn't have a penny, explained Harry, sitting down, his back aching slightly. I see, said Severus, taking a few seconds to digest that. Severus, we have to stop Dumbledore, said Ron, choking on the word. He was so disgusted it was beyond a word to describe it. I know, said Severus pensively. Nobody would believe them, unfortunately, so they were stuck really. There's nothing we can do, is there? Said Ron hoarsely. No, unfortunately nobody would believe it. Dumbledore has everyone stuck around his manipulative finger, said Severus, his lip curled in disgust. Actually, if they see it they would have to believe it, right? Asked Harry curiously. Indeed, said Severus smoothly. Then what about showing someone the map? Someone with the power that rivals Dumbledore, especially at Hogwarts, said Harry. McGonagall is the only one that has the authority that rivals Dumbledore. She adores him. I do not think that will work, said Severus reluctantly. Even if she sees it on the map? Asked Harry quietly. It's easier to believe it's malfunctioning, grimaced Severus. But it's got to be worth a try. We can't let him continue, or we will become like him, doing things for the greater good, protested Ron. Ron's right, Sev, we are already doing it, said Harry, pale. He looked a little green. Severus looked at both teenagers and thought about what he would do if he knew Dumbledore did those things and his daughter went to Hogwarts. He would take her out and run for the hills. Neither option was available. He knew they were right, but he was used to doing bad things for the greater good now. Spying had been the start, hurting people had been the second thing. Dumbledore had convinced him he had to do it. The information he brought back was too valuable for the life of a few. All right, we do this, but if it comes to it I will obliviate her, said Severus grimly. She cannot know and do nothing, so I agree, sighed Harry. Agreed, said Ron. They had much to do and they needed to be at Hogwarts to do it. Then we wait, said Severus. Game of chess. Ron asked both his companions, even if one was still a teacher. Chapter 22. McGonagall, the shit hits the fan. Harry and Ron remained in Severus' quarters until Hermione made her way to Dumbledore's office. As soon as her dot began moving up the spiraling staircase, Severus, Ron and Harry made their way to McGonagall's classroom. Her office happened to be in her classroom, her quarters were nearby. However, Severus knew McGonagall stayed up late. It was because of her duties. Not many people realized just how much work went into being a deputy. It required more work than being an actual headmaster. Added with her duties as head of Gryffindor House and a member of the Order, now that the war had started back up again. She was, in other words, extremely busy all the time. I hope this isn't a repeat of first year, said Ron as they stalked through the halls. You think, said Harry, grimacing slightly. What exactly does that mean? Asked Severus, his eyes narrowed on both teens in confusion. We told her someone was after the stone. She told us it was safe and reprimanded us for knowing about it. Then proceeded to send us on our way, without even doing anything about it, said Harry. That's what made me and Ron decide to go down. Granger, of course, decided to follow us down. She is never that idiotic, at least she has never been, in my opinion, said Severus, surprise written across his usually closed features. Well, she's never listened to us in all our years here, sniffed Ron disdainfully. Then I ask why we are doing this? Asked Severus, smirking sardonically. Because I don't want to become like Dumbledore, not wanting to put up with something for the greater good and lose myself in the process, said Ron. Hermione might be 16 years old, but she's always been too respectful towards adult authority figures. She's also still the student. Dumbledore shouldn't be doing that. He's definitely the one in the wrong here. I think it's because she hasn't had many friends. Everyone she's interacted with has been teachers. From primary school to Hogwarts, she's never had friends. You can tell by the way she acts, said Harry sadly. You didn't have friends either? I don't see you. Never mind, said Ron, looking sick at his own thoughts. He had been about to say, shagging a teacher or something along the lines. Hey, said Harry, looking slightly hurt. I didn't have friends because my cousin scared them off. Him and his stupid little gang. It was a good thing anyway, he ventured sadly. I wouldn't have been able to go and play with them after school, or do the normal thing. I'd always have to start cleaning or cooking the second I got home. Well, at least you have me, bro, said Ron, realizing he had hurt his brother with his words. Perhaps he wasn't as grown up as they thought, but that wasn't neither here nor there right now. Patting Harry on the back, they stopped. McGonagall's office was in front of them. Stay here, said Severus, giving McGonagall's door 3 hard raps. "Come in," shouted the crisp Scottish voice of the Transfiguration teacher. Severus stepped over the threshold of Minerva McGonagall's classroom/office. "Severus? How can I help you?" asked Minerva, surprised. It wasn't often she was visited by Severus, at least not without out-of-bounds students trailing behind him. "I have something disturbing to share with you, something that the world cannot find out about. At least not until the war is over anyway, or the world would descend into chaos," said Severus, his voice low and serious. His voice to Minerva made it sound dramatic. She knew Severus better, though, and knew he was completely serious. "What is the matter?" asked Minerva, getting up sharply, going towards Severus' side. "Is it you know who?" She never mentioned Voldemort's name when Severus was around, aware that it hurt though the mark whenever the blasted name was mentioned. "No, it's not," sighed Severus. They had already removed the spell from the map temporary, so Minerva could see it, but it would be replaced whenever they could. Perhaps Severus had been wrong in just making Minerva see it. Perhaps someone like Moody and Shacklebolt should be here. "Well, get on with it," said Minerva, irritated with the secretive way Severus was currently being. "Do you recognize this?" asked Severus, holding up the blank parchment. "It's parchment. What more do you want, Severus? When it was made?" asked Minerva dryly. She could blame it on the fire whiskey she had drank too this evening. Severus raised an eyebrow. That was actually a pretty good comeback. Then again, Minerva was one of the few who could hold their own against his sarcasm. They never did get to have the battle of the wits very often. Tonight they weren't going to either. He had business to discuss. "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good," said Severus, watching the irritation was replaced with incredulity. Shock, and was that even all lingering in the stern woman's eyes? It wasn't very often that Minerva openly displayed anything. She was well known for her stern, strict but fair ways. "What on earth? Who made this? Does it show everywhere?" gaped Minerva. "It does," said Severus, showing her. Her own office, where Harry and Ron's dots were, as well as their own. "Excuse me," said Minerva, walking towards her door and looking outside. She was surprised to see them there, leaning casually against the wall. She realized just who owned the map, and it explained so much. How they were able to sneak out of bed all the time. She, of course, had no idea about the invisibility cloak. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, what are you doing here? It's past curfew." 20 points dash started but never finished Minerva. "They are with me, Minerva. I wanted to show you the efficiency of the map," said Severus before she could finish. "At this time of night? Why did they go to you?" gaped Minerva, quite simply stunned. "We have something we wanted you to see. Look closely at mine and Professor Snape's dots," said Harry, walking in and standing nose to nose with Severus. Minerva was still confused by what on earth was going on. She did as she was told, though, hoping someone would explain everything soon. "Do you see how close our dots are together?" asked Harry quietly. "Of course," said Minerva, her lips pursed at how close they were standing together. Harry was a student, and there was a thing called personal space. "And now?" asked Harry, putting his arms around Severus in a hug. As much as he wanted to lean in and hug him properly, he didn't want Minerva to have a heart attack. "They are joined. Now please explain what is going on and remove yourself from Professor Snape at once," she said, very flustered. Severus hated physical contact, and she was surprised he had allowed it. Especially with Harry, of all people, their hatred was very well known. "We are just trying to prove a point. Narrow in on Dumbledore's office," said Harry thickly. Minerva for once didn't say anything about someone disrespecting the headmaster. She wanted to know what on earth was going on. That would make Severus nervous enough to think it might change the world. Her eyes just about popped out of her head when she saw it. Ron peeked over her shoulder, having no problem considering he was now taller than his head of house. He shuddered in revulsion as well. He hated seeing that on the map. "This has to be wrong," choked Minerva, looking disgusted. "I'm afraid not. It's been happening since the summer holidays," said Severus. "You let it continue?" shrieked Minerva, outraged. "I didn't know what on earth to do. I mean, seriously, would you believe it if you didn't see that map?" asked Severus smoothly. "Well, no, but this cannot continue," said Minerva, looking as though the rug had been pulled from under her, in the most violent manner possible. "That, Minerva, is why I'm here," stated Severus sarcastically. "I need a drink," said Minerva, her usual stern posture melting away. She looked as though she was going to have a panic attack. "First you need to calm down. There's students here, loose it later," said Severus sternly. "Secondly, figure out a way to alert the order. See what they come up with. Not everyone can know about this. It would send them into chaos," she said, shaking her head. "Shacklebolt, Moody, perhaps Arthur?" suggested Severus. "No, not Arthur," disagreed Minerva. "Why not?" Ron squawked, insulted. "He would tell Molly, and no offense, but she has quite the temper on her. She would fear the worst. Think Merlin only knows what had happened to her daughter, and have Ginny aware before we knew it," said Minerva. "He wouldn't tell Mom. He can keep a secret, you know," said Ron, quite put out that his family was being looked down upon again. "Whatever we are doing, we need to act fast," said Harry, taking the map from McGonagall and keeping a hold of it himself. They would never believe it if they didn't see it themselves. Chapter 23. Shockers. Severus couldn't have moved fast enough, upon hearing Harry's words, knowing them to be true. If Moody and Shacklebolt didn't see it, they wouldn't believe it. If they had any chance of getting them on side, they had to move fast. Shacklebolt was much easier to get than Moody, but he did succeed in getting both their attentions. They flew over to Hogwarts, worried frowns marring their foreheads. Of course Shacklebolt's was more obvious than Moody's. Moody's frown came one of suspicion, as he stared at everyone in the room. "What's going on?" snarled Moody. Harry would have jumped at the attitude if he didn't already know that was Moody's usual voice. Moody didn't talk, he boomed, and snarled at everyone, even Dumbledore. It was sort of like Vernon Dursley, he always yelled, it was just how they were. He was no longer scared of loud voices. Harry knew he could defend himself if need be. When he came out of his musing, he noticed that they looked sick. Blinking, he realized he had missed Severus telling them everything. "Are you sure this is right?" gaped Shacklebolt. He was the only one looking shocked. Harry's eyes narrowed in on Moody's. "Why aren't you surprised?" asked Harry suspiciously. Moody's wand was in his hands. Severus had his own out within seconds, but the old wizard wasn't looking at him. It became apparent what he was doing, and they all relaxed. He had just put a silencing spell on the room. Although, to be honest, if he believed the map, he shouldn't have. He also uttered a few more spells Harry was unsure of, but he knew Latin. It was for eavesdropping spell detector, he thought. "I've always had my suspicions, Potter," admitted Moody to a completely stunned set of wizards. "What the bloody hell is that supposed to mean?" exploded Ron. He had noticed since doing the brother bond. His anger was easier to control. It was just his magic now that was getting to him. Ron had noticed he was more powerful, and if he got angry it reacted. So since then he had, with great difficulty, reined his anger in. With how he felt about Dumbledore, Hermione, and a lot of things, it truly was surprising. Minerva looked sick. She was staring at Moody as if she had never seen him before. Shacklebolt just gaped at Moody as though he was stupid, as if he was perhaps even under Polyjuice potion. Severus just stared at him, disgust coursing through him. It showed in his dark brown eyes. It was a good thing Moody wasn't paying attention, or he would have ended up furious. Moody would have loathed being stared at in disgust, especially after everything he had done for the wizarding world. He had given them his leg and his flesh over the years, and they still wanted more. He understood Harry Potter a great deal more than the teenager thought. Moody sighed warily. As he sat down, one of Minerva's chairs looked older than ever. "My first day as a head Auror, I uncovered complaints of a very grave nature. You see, once a complaint is made, it's recorded for good. No amount of magic can take it back. Instead of dealing with it, it was put away and forgotten. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I wanted to see the girls with the complaints. Instead, I found they were dead. All suspicious circumstances and all till cold cases in our department." Minerva blindly looked for a seat before slumping down, her face ashen and gray. Ron just looked sick, as he stood there almost as tall as Shacklebolt. Shacklebolt's reaction was a look of revulsion on his face. Not for Moody, but for the situation. Harry's eyes just stared at the floor as if it was the most fascinating thing on the planet. "How many?" asked Severus, He had suspected one, two including Hermione Granger. The fact that there was more surprised him a lot more than it should have, given that he suspected the worst at every situation. I uncovered 5 that actually made a complaint, admitted Moody. I suspect at least 10, perhaps more. What age were they? I mean, when they died? Asked Ron, grossed out. 18, grunted Moody. That's just sick, said Ron. Why hasn't anything been done? Demanded Harry. Think about it, Potter, all the witches that put in a complaint died. And the wizard suspected was a very valued high-end hero. You cannot just drag him in without questionable evidence. It's why people get away with crimes, snarled Moody, thinking of Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy of all people. A simple drop of Veritaserum would have done the trick, said Harry. It wasn't invented back then, said Moody, irritated, rolling his eyes. I created it a few years ago, explained Severus. Nobody knew that, of course. Nobody would want potions invented by a Death Eater. So what have you been doing? Harry asked Moody, sitting himself on one of the desks, wanting as much information as he could possibly get. We've been watching, waiting on him screwing up, said Moody. We? Questioned Severus dangerously. There are a select few who know everything I know. We've been watching and collecting all pertinent information, said Moody simply. Is it anyone we know? Asked Ron. Moody stared at Ron for a few seconds before he answered, Your brother. Percy? Gaped Ron in shock. He suddenly had the urge to join nearly everyone else and sit down, unable to believe straight-laced Percy was involved in this. He knew what Dumbledore was really like. That had been why he left the family? Because of their ties to him. Why did he try and blame it on Harry? He suddenly felt betrayed and angry with Percy. Just wait until he saw him again. He was going to know the living daylights out of him. Moody just nodded curtly. Chapter 24. Information gathering and taking action. I'm going to kill him, find a way to bring him back, and then kill him again, snapped Ron, pacing back and forth, unable to believe it, yet as he paced he felt undeniably proud of his brother. None of his family members saw through Dumbledore. He had thought he was. More fool him. Percy wouldn't have been safe backing away from the family without an excuse. Ron wasn't happy he had used Harry, but it did make sense. It was a good reason to leave the family without suspicion. Listen, we cannot let this continue, said Harry. No, we can't, said Moody. Since he had started the Auror Academy, no one else had come forward, at least not on his watch, and he couldn't find any files to be suspicious of. Now that a case had been brought to his attention, he couldn't let it continue. He wasn't one for thinking about the greater good as it was. We need a plan, as much as I hate to say it. Without Dumbledore, Voldemort just may attack Hogwarts, said Severus bluntly. Isn't that what we want? Asked Harry out of the blue. Excuse me? Growled Severus. Just what was Harry hinting at? He was pregnant. The last thing he wanted to do was loose them both, should the worst happen. I don't want the baby born into a world with Voldemort, stated Harry adamantly. What baby? Asked McGonagall, confused. Shacklebolt nodded along with him, but Moody was staring at Harry's midsection. Congratulations, do you want to know the sex? Asked Moody, smirking wryly. Severus and Harry stared at one another before nodding their head, agreeing wordlessly. It's a boy, said Moody. Very powerful. You've got some years ahead of you boys. Children that powerful was going to cause problems. If anyone could handle it, it would be Harry and Severus. Then again, Harry had been powerful. Unfortunately, it had been suppressed growing up as a muggle unaware of his powers. If Harry had grown up as a wizard, he would have been one hell of a competitor. He's lay some serious money that Voldemort would have been as afraid of Harry as he was Dumbledore. Sure, Voldemort was probably scared of Harry, but not as much as Dumbledore. Harry and Severus shared a small proud smile. They were going to have a beautiful little boy in a few months' time. As long as Harry didn't want to name him James, he was all for it. You're pregnant? Asked Minerva, wondering when the shocks were going to end. Yes, I'm due in 1 month 2 weeks, said Harry. At least that's what the last diagnostic said. It seemed as though his child was growing at an alarming rate. It might have something to do with him being male, and magical that his child was growing so much. Although it wasn't too bad, he had been pregnant 5 months 2 weeks already. So he's be pregnant a total of 7 months when he gave birth. It's only 2 months shaved off by him having a child rather than a woman. I think Severus has a point, Harry. You cannot fight him to full capacity if you worry about the baby. Plus you are going to be huge. You'll never forgive yourself if you lost him, said Ron grimly. He was going to have a nephew. He suppressed the smile. He had bigger things to worry about. So what, we let Dumbledore get away with this until Voldemort's gone? Asked Shacklebolt, ready to fight against it. No, denied Ron a sudden through striking him. Then what? Asked Shacklebolt, unable to believe he was actually listening to a 17-year-old boy. However, any idea was better than doing nothing, as disturbing as it actually was. I think we should hear the laddie out, said Moody, watching Ron. He had seen that look before. I need information on Grindelwald before I say, asked Ron curiously. He was friends with Dumbledore. Perhaps more, but nobody could deny or confirm that. They met as teens in 1899, just after Dumbledore finished Hogwarts. Grindelwald attended Drumstrang, but was expelled, which showed how bad he was even then. Back then it might not have been a school bad for dark arts in those days, said Minerva. Dumbledore defeated him in 1945, the final year of World War II, said Moody. Wait. Are you telling me wizards and witches participated in the war? Asked Harry curiously. This was even more fascinating than almost 7 years of history. Muggle-borns did, no doubt, but most of us just stayed in our own world, said Shacklebolt. How the hell did we not end up bombed? Asked Harry, wide-eyed. Pure luck. No amount of magic would have stopped it, grunted Moody reluctantly. Good job, it looked like a demolition site, replied Harry, impressed. Back to Grindelwald, said Ron in amusement. He's imprisoned in Nurmengard prison, said Minerva. Ironically enough, it's got, for the greater good, written over it, and it was built by the man in question. He built it for his enemies. When he was defeated, the people he had imprisoned were released. Then the Aurors and Unspeakables ensured it was secure and left Grindelwald there, said Moody. How are prisoners fed? Asked Ron. House elves, said Moody. The others hadn't ever thought of it before, much less be in a position to answer his question. How about putting Dumbledore there? Asked Ron, smirking wryly. When? Moody asked, interested. Now, said Ron seriously. You agreed we should wait, said Severus through gritted teeth. He didn't want Harry or his unborn son put in any more danger than they had to be in. We will. Someone else is going to take Dumbledore's place, said Ron smugly. Polyjuice is not going to go well. Breakfast is over an hour long itself, and Dumbledore doesn't drink anything. People would get suspicious fast, said Severus, rolling his eyes. So that's the big idea, Ron had honestly. He had to remind himself that he was just a 17-year-old boy. Not Polyjuice potion, said Ron, still smirking. I was thinking along the lines of a metamorphmagus. Tonks? Scoffed Shacklebolt in disgust. She couldn't do it. There was no way. She was far too clumsy and idiotic for such a task. It would work, said Severus in agreement. Don't be idiotic. She's stupid, clumsy, and downright catastrophic. She wouldn't last one afternoon, never mind until the end of the school year, said Shacklebolt. Say one more bad word against her, Shacklebolt, I'll remove your tongue, snarled Moody angrily. He had taken Tonks under his wing when she first joined the academy. He had seen her potential, not because of her shape-shifting abilities, but because of her magic. People had laughed at her and thought she wouldn't last all the way through and graduate the Force. Moody had wanted to prove them all wrong, and he had. Tonks had graduated the top of her class and was the top of most classes. She was for all intents and purposes her mentor. Because of him she had joined the Order and then his secret order. One that was very selective and all about bringing Dumbledore down. Shacklebolt's eyes widened before he started at the floor, completely contrite. You all underestimate her. I think she'd be perfect, said Harry. He had been about to land on one Shacklebolt, but Moody had bet him to it. He actually really liked Tonks. She had always made him laugh, for most part, unless his mood was too severe for even Tonks to lighten it. Said Moody, still glaring at Shacklebolt nastily. Better still, she knows everything. Then I guess we should get her here now and ask her, said Severus smoothly. If we move, we need to do it fast, said Harry, agreeing completely. What about Hermione Granger? Asked McGonagall grimly. She needs to go somewhere isolated and learn some important lessons in life, grimaced Shacklebolt. For the first time, you and I agree, said Moody. So what do we do? Asked Harry, lost. I know a mind healer. He might be able to help us with that. He's currently out of a job and it might be worth asking him, said Moody. She doesn't need a mind healer, snorted Harry. No, Harry, a mind healer is a psychologist, said Severus, hiding his amusement. There was so much Harry still didn't know about this world. His world, and it truly wasn't fair. Dumbledore truly kept him ignorant about everything. Thanks to Granger, they had almost succeeded. Oh, I see, said Harry, nodding his head. Only one problem with that. What do we do if people ask questions about her? Asked Ron worriedly. You can just say a member of her family died, and she's gone home early, stated Severus. Does that happen? Asked Harry. It hadn't in his 7 years at Hogwarts. Not with purebloods, but a lot of Muggle-borns do leave, stated McGonagall. Purebloods leave for a week for the funeral, but the education is the most important part of the wizarding world, that it's rare for a pureblood to leave, especially during their last year as well, said Severus. Well, it's as good as it's going to get, sighed Harry, nodding his head. We need to be quick about this, said Moody. Let's get this on the road. I'll call Tonks, then Zarek. McGonagall just nodded, seemingly unable to form a coherent sentence, as she once again dwelled on everything she had just learned tonight. She felt sickened to her stomach, and she couldn't believe Granger was… Ugh, it was just too disgusting to think about. So she just tried to think about Tonks and Zarek, who she didn't know. Chapter 25. Taking action on Dumbledore. Tonks, get your backside over here now, said Moody, shouting into the fire, so much that they managed to hear him. It was late at night and Tonks had probably been in bed. He pulled his head out, looking amused. Moody seemed too really like Tonks. He was treating her like his daughter or something. It was actually rather sweet to see, really, especially a man like Moody doing it. She'll be here in a few minutes, said Moody. There was an odd twinkle in his eye. You really are fond of her, aren't you? Asked Harry. Tonks was one of those people you couldn't hate. She always made everyone laugh. She was a very bubbly woman and well-liked. It surprised Harry to hear Shacklebolt's words. He was being downright nasty. He wondered if it was apparent at order meetings. Judging by Moody's defense, he didn't think so. Yes, she's like a daughter I never had, said Moody simply, moving out of the way of the fire. He didn't want to end up sprawled out on the floor, or Tonks to get hurt either. Shacklebolt grimaced at that, causing Harry to suppress his smirk. What's up? Are you aware of what time it is? Asked Tonks, her bubbly self nowhere to be seen. She was in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt that showed her midriff. She had a robe on that wasn't closed. She had trainers on though, so she had at least put something on before coming through the flue. Her wand was in her waistband of her shorts. If Harry had been into women, he would have noticed just how gorgeous she was. Ron, though, on the other hand, was almost drooling. His eyes hadn't left her legs since she entered. Harry smirked. It seemed as though his brother liked someone, which meant he was going to get to tease him. Hermione Granger is sleeping with Dumbledore. We need him taken care of tonight, stated Harry. Oh, that's just sick, said Tonks. Harry snickered. She was nothing if not honest. They want you to morph into Dumbledore and take his place, said Shacklebolt. What? Asked Tonks, her eyes going huge. She had never done such a thing before. Never mind morphing into a man. You can do it. All you need to do is look extremely happy to see everyone, eat in the Great Hall, look smug. Call me up to your office all the time, twinkle your eyes. It's only for a month and 2 weeks, said Harry encouragingly. I've trained you for situations like this, you know, Dumbledore, and you attended Hogwarts. I've got complete faith in you, lassie, said Moody. I will always help you, said Minerva. She needed Dumbledore out of the school before other children were hurt by his evilness. Poor Hermione, she had been manipulated and turned because of him. She failed to realize it had been her parents who had paved her way to this. They had made sure she respected and listened to adults and authority figures. Tonks looked around the room, before they landed on Moody, and she got this determined look in her eyes. Closing her eyes, She morphed in front of their eyes into Dumbledore. Robes and all. It was rather freaky. His glasses were on her nose too. "Well?" asked the Tonks, Dumbledore sounding exactly like him. "Wicked?" said Ron, sounding a lot like his younger self, which hadn't happened in a long time. Harry laughed again. "Now we just need to get Zarek, is that right?" asked Harry curiously. "Aye," nodded Moody, clunking back towards the fire and asking for Zarek to come through. "What's wrong? It's 3 in the morning?" asked Zarek, looking tired. There were bags under his eyes. Tonks was back to her normal self. She didn't want to look like Dumbledore when there was no reason for it. "There's someone in need of help. She probably needs it against her will. She's sleeping with Dumbledore. And she probably thinks what she's doing is right. She needs to get out of that notion," said Moody. "What age is she?" asked Zarek, looking green. 17, said Harry, Ron, Severus, and Minerva together. "I will need parental consent to take her from Hogwarts," said Zarek. He wasn't about to be arrested for kidnapping, thank you very much. "Actually, that's not true. As head of house, I get guardianship of them. It's up to me what happens to them during the school year. Especially the Muggle-born students. Their parents sign the form agreeing for their child to attend. And until the holidays I have the say what happens to her," said McGonagall. "I shall sign the consent forms for her. By the end of the year she will be off age. And you can keep her there if she hasn't changed. If she's not changed, you can say she's a danger to herself and it's within your rights." "She's right," agreed Severus. "Then sign this," said Zarek, summoning the necessary paperwork that came flying through the flue. "You owe me 1 Alaster." "No, I don't. This makes us even," smirked Moody. He had saved the man's life after all. "Damn. I was hoping you wouldn't remember that," said Zarek good naturally. "I remember everything," said Moody, smirking in amusement. "I know, don't remind me. Now go get her for me," said Zarek. "Why don't you go and get a room ready for her, and meet up back here in 15 minutes, said Minerva. "Good idea," said Zarek, fluengy out of there. "Who's taking Dumbledore to Nurmengard?" asked Harry. "I am," said Moody, a sneer twisting his lips. It seemed almost permanent. "What about food?" asked Ron. "Not that I mind starving him, he will need food." He doubted Gellert Grindelwald would share. He almost laughed out loud at the thought. He didn't want the others to think he was insane, so refrained from doing so. He was actually getting really, really tired. "I'll make sure a house elf does it," said Moody. "I'd suggest Dobby," said Harry innocently. That house elf seemed too really like him. Perhaps he'd get some elfish revenge of his own. "Who's that?" asked Moody, baffled. "A house elf, he's bound to me," explained Harry. "All right, we can deal with that later. Right now we have got to move. You two go to your beds, you have classes tomorrow," stated Minerva grimly. She didn't want them in the line of fire. "We want to see Dumbledore taken down," said Ron, shaking his head. "Do as your head of house asks," said Severus grimly. He didn't want anything happen to Harry or the child. Dumbledore wouldn't give up easily, but he hoped it didn't come to fighting.
Fine Gramboldron.
"Night," said Harry, and they left back to their common room and to get some sleep. Severus, Minerva, and Moody stalked through the halls of Hogwarts, with one goal in mind. It helped having the Marauders map. They knew they had the upper hand. The oddest thing about it, though, was they could feel Hogwarts, feel her, sense her as if she was protecting them, helping them. "Wait a minute, who's the father of Harry's child?" asked Minerva, and she stood stunned. It finally hitting her properly for the first time. She had a feeling she knew, since when Moody asked if they wanted the sex. Both Severus and Harry had nodded their head. Plus, he wasn't shocked by the news, and they hadn't looked uncomfortable when Harry had planted himself in front of her. "Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to," grunted Moody. He had put a silencing spell on his leg, so it no longer making clunking sounds every time he moved it. He personally was very happy for them. It made him realize perhaps you can do what needs done and have a relationship too. Something he hadn't done, and he regretted it sometimes. He had regretted it a long time ago, then that had brought Tonks into his life. She was like the daughter he didn't have. He'd do anything for her and she didn't even know it. He'd defend her till his last breath. He was also very proud of her and her decisions. Can you feel that? Asked Severus, ignoring McGonagall's mutters and astonished red-faced look she had going on. Hogwarts, said Moody. It's never did this before. I felt it but never to this extent, said McGonagall wide-eyed. You don't think you've been made headmistress, do you? Asked Severus cautiously. It's possible, said Moody, nodding his head. Impossible, said Minerva. It didn't work like that, did it? The ministry always decided who would be headmaster, and then they'd take over the wards. That's how it always worked. Then again, magic was magic. Chapter 26. A very anticlimactic capture, just like they wanted. Polo mints, said Minerva, but weirdly enough, before she got Polo out, the stair began moving. It didn't even do that for Dumbledore, and he was headmaster. It also didn't start with the same bang they usually do. It was as if Hogwarts knew to be quiet, and quite frankly, it was freaking Minerva out. The three of them hopped onto the moving, spiraling staircase, walking up the remaining steps. They were outside Dumbledore's office now. The two dots weren't connected anymore. In fact, Granger's dot was moving about in a quick, frantic fashion in the same spot. The exact same spot at that. Dumbledore was standing at the door of his chambers, probably facing Granger. You ready for this? Whispered Severus. He never imagined in his wild dreams he'd be attempting to kidnap Albus Dumbledore. He cannot continue, was all Moody said. As I'll ever be, was Minerva's reply. Opening the headmaster's door, they had their wands at the ready, just in case Dumbledore was already alerted. There were many spells to tell one when they had company. Given by the fact Dumbledore always knew when someone was at his office, and who they were surprised to see Dumbledore's dot didn't even move. They kept an eye on the map as they moved towards Dumbledore's chambers, walking up yet another set of stairs that was hidden from view. Nobody other than the teachers knew they were there. Everyone else that came to Dumbledore's office didn't know the existence of another level, never mind his quarters. They stood outside yet another door. This was it. Moody wasted no time at all. He opened the door and fired off 3 stunning spells, and a spell none of them recognized. They all met their mark, and Dumbledore fell down to the floor unaware of who even hit him, which wouldn't remain the case, but for now it didn't matter. Moody, though, turned his face to the side, not wanting to see Granger in all her glory. Miss Granger, screeched Minerva, staring at a stunned Hermione. She looked as though she had been stunned herself. She couldn't believe it, but she was also very hurt. Dumbledore had been using the Cruciatus spell on her. Minerva had her dressed with a single spell, before she promptly crossed the room, grabbed her and started with force taking her towards her office. Where are we going? Whispered Hermione, wide-eyed, for the first time feeling true fear. You are expelled, she screeched, almost sounding like a cat. No, please. I'll be better, I promise. Please don't expel me. I need my education, she said pleadingly. Minerva didn't answer, but when she got to her office, she found Zarek waiting on them. This Miss Granger? Asked Zarek. He looked at her as though she was a puzzle. Yes, Miss Granger. This is Zarek. He's going to be taking care of you, said Minerva. Hermione backed away, grabbing her wand from inside her robes where it had been placed magically by Minerva. She wasn't about to go anywhere, not with someone she didn't know. She couldn't be expelled from Hogwarts, it just wasn't fair. What the hell was happening to Dumbledore? Before she could do much else, the strange man cast a spell on her. She began feeling really weird. She realized it was a subduing spell. She felt herself falling, unable to control herself at all. She was cradled in the man's arms. It was the last thing she saw as her eyes closed and she fell unconscious. I do not think she realizes she has done anything wrong, said Minerva grimly. I shall find out, said Zarek, nodding his head. She's marked, Minerva added. Marked? Asked Zarek, confused. Dumbledore's coat of arms, it's on her leg, said Minerva. She had noticed it when she had pointed her wand to dress her. That is sick, said Zarek, repeating what Tonks had said. Minerva nodded. Once Zarek had used the flu to take himself and Hermione away, she grabbed a bottle of scotch. She wasn't going to sleep tonight. She knew it, and she needed a drink desperately. Moody stared down at the man he had befriended, just so he could get close to him. The saying was a good one, keep your friends close but your enemies closer. It's exactly what he had done. Yet Harry Potter had done more tonight than he had done since the organization was created. I need something to create a port key, said Moody. Severus threw a book at him. It was the closest thing to hand. With it, Moody created a port key. He was able to create it and use it in Hogwarts because he was an Auror. Together he and Severus held on to Dumbledore. Moody snarled the activation words and they disappeared from Hogwarts. Nice right to a cell, smirked Severus in satisfaction. Right next to Gellert, smirked Moody right back. I think he will get a kick out of it, laughed Severus, a very rare sound indeed. Probably, said Moody, sounding slightly surprised and bemused. Shouldn't we bind his magic? Asked Severus. It's already done, said Moody. He had thrown 3 stunning spells and a power-binding spell. None of them probably recognized it. It was a dangerous spell to use too. Once used, there was never a way for them to get their powers back. It was pretty much a power-draining spell, only it would stay drained. He will never have his magic back. It's a spell I learned from my ancestors. Remind me not to piss you off, said Severus seriously. Will do, said Moody, before turning his wand on Dumbledore again and releasing him from the stunning spells. Dumbledore groaned. What the hell? He stood up grimly, feeling woozy remembering what had happened. He couldn't believe he had been stunned. Why hadn't Hogwarts warned him? He was always warned when someone was near his office, never mind his quarters. He couldn't have been more stunned to see his good friend Moody and his potions master Severus Snape. What are you doing? Asked Dumbledore, trying to draw his power around him, to make him more intimidating. It didn't work at all. It was as though he had no magic at all, as though he were a muggle. Making sure you don't harm another soul, said Moody grimly. Dumbledore looked around, and became very alarmed. He was in Nurmengard. He hadn't seen this place since he defeated Grindelwald. With vigor, he tried to dredge up his magic to find nothing. Let me out of here before I kill you both, snapped Dumbledore angrily. Severus scoffed in amusement. Sure thing. By Dumbledore, said Moody, backing out. Severus following him before his magic closed the door behind them. Have fun, laughed Severus in bitter amusement. Don't stay up too late, said Moody before they were gone, both of them operating out of there. Severus and Moody operat outside of Hogwarts gates, both of them amused and happier than they had been in a long time. I'll go to Tonk's apartment, she will come to Hogwarts tonight, stated Moody. I, on the other hand, have to go. All right, said Severus, nodding his head curtly, like the bat everyone accused him of being. He stalked back into Hogwarts, his robes billowing out behind him. At least one threat of his child had been eliminated. He had no doubt that Dumbledore would have had his child terminated, if he had even an inkling of his son's existence. Now all he needed to do was help Harry defeat Voldemort. Then he could live in peace, quit Hogwarts and be happy with Harry and his son. He hated Hogwarts, he hated teaching children, who by the way had no desire to learn the subtle arts of potions making. The soft, simmering potions that could ensnare the senses and bewitch the mind. He didn't know why Harry wanted him, but he did, and he would be damned if he screwed up this chance to finally be happy. He could read minds, so he knew Harry wasn't just staying with him out of duty or obligation. Hell, he wasn't even staying with him just because of the child. Merlin helped him, but Harry genuinely loved him, his snarkiness and all. Severus never dreamed in a million years that someone would love him, all of him, and Harry did. A son, he was going to have a son. In his wildest dreams, he never expected that to happen. Not even looking into the mirror of Ariste would have done that. He'd never dreamed of having a child. Funny enough, it hadn't been one of his heart's desires. Yet now he could never imagine being without Harry or his child. Even if it came with a gaggle of Weasleys, one of who was infatuated with his Harry. He would of course ensure she knew he was very unavailable. He had bonded with Harry. He had given him his magic early. He had gotten extra magic out of the deal too. Not that he had wanted it. He was practically married to him. He wondered if Harry realized this or not. Not that it mattered right now. Chapter 27. Tonks and Granger and Plans. Tonks swallowed sharply. She was nervous as hell. She tried to remember everything about Dumbledore. How he walked, talked. Hell, she even looked in the mirror to practice the twinkling eyes. She almost went blind just looking at Dumbledore's cupboard. She would not have worn those robes for all the money in the world. They were gaudy, disgusting and downright she couldn't think up a term bad enough for all those disgusting bright robes. "Oh no, why did I agree to this?" she murmured, closing her eyes, screwing her face up, making a pig face with Dumbledore's face. She plucked the least disgusting robe he had before forcing herself to put them on. "Moody so owes me for this," she said, staring at Dumbledore and the horrible robes in the mirror. Who would have thought anyone would trust her with such an important task? She had been brought up to date on everything. Moody had stayed all night talking to her about everything, from why she was doing it to how she was expected to act. Nobody knew Dumbledore as well as Moody did. Harry was pregnant with Severus' child, something she hadn't seen coming a mile away. She had to play the part until Harry gave birth to his son. Then she would make a big fuss as Dumbledore about going away for a few weeks, hoping Voldemort would take that time to attack Hogwarts. If not, then they would figure out a new plan. She left Dumbledore's quarters and made her way down to the headmaster's office. Well, her office for now anyway. It was so exciting. She had never done this kind of undercover thing before. Never assumed someone else's identity. Suddenly she tripped over Dumbledore's feet, cursing and flushing bright red. Not a sight anyone had ever seen on Dumbledore's face before. "Are you ready?" asked Minerva, coming into the room in her usual outfit. "Yeah, I think so. Do you think I'd get away with buying him new robes?" asked Tonks, grimacing in distaste. "No, now remember glasses, you need to wear them. Here is his wand, he always keeps it on his forearm," said Minerva, giving Tonks some last-minute information. "Okay," she said, still sounding like Dumbledore and looking her part too. "Just take your time. Be confident and everything will be fine," said Minerva. "Here's hoping," said Tonks. Entering the great hall from the teacher's entrance was an unusual experience. She soon forgot her fear and quickly began enjoying herself. Winking at Ron and Harry, she sat down and began eating breakfast, making sure to twinkle her eyes like Dumbledore did, beaming at the students as thought she was happy to see them all, hiding the grimace at the first year that was sitting eating its bogies. "Dumbledore eats with his left hand," whispered Minerva. Gulping, she changed hands and made an idiot of herself. She couldn't eat with his left hand. She eventually gave up when more teachers appeared. She didn't want to let anyone down. She sat there watching everyone eating, salivating. She was starving. She hadn't had dinner yesterday. "Is everything all right?" asked Minerva. "I'm fine," said Tonks, beaming happily. "Tone it down, he's been quite depressed these past months, with losing control off Harry and Voldemort being back," hissed Minerva. Tonks' beam faded fast. She was already screwing up. Damn it. To say Ron and Harry were pissed off by the end of the day would be putting it lightly. They were sick of the questions, Hermione this, Hermione that. Then they had the gall to insult them by saying, "What are you going to do about your homework now?" as if she actually did it for them. Plus, they were dying to know what was going on. They knew the change had happened. Tonks had winked at them from the head table in the morning. Minerva, true to her word, was helping Tonks through by whispering to her every few minutes. She played the part to perfection. If not for the wink, they wouldn't have suspected anything. Finally, they were able to get away, going down to the dungeons, risking being seen since they didn't have the map. Thankfully, though, they weren't seen as they entered the potions classroom, going straight through and into the potions master's private rooms. Each still thinking to themselves, "Who'd think that I'd ever be willing come down here?" Never mind, to Severus Snape's private quarters things had indeed changed. Maybe it would affect the outcome of the war, maybe not. They'd just have to wait and see. "So what happened?" asked Harry, walking in, sitting himself in Severus' favorite couch. Severus sat right next to him, and Harry lay against him, getting comfortable. Ron sat on a chair, one that was next to the chess set he liked so much. It was much better than the one he owned, which by the way was second-hand, much like everything else he owned. He had money, half of the Potter fortune, but he hadn't spent a penny. It's funny, he had always wanted money, yet the second he had it he didn't spend it. It was mostly because he knew the money wasn't truly his. "Dobby?" called Ron. "Yes, Master Weasley?" asked Dobby, still calling him by that name. No matter what Ron did, he wouldn't stop. Can you bring us some stuff to snack on? We are hungry, asked Ron. Yes, Master Weasley, Dobby will be doing this, said Dobby, popping out again. He didn't even get a chance to fight. We opened the door and Alastor shot 3 stunners at him and a magic draining spell, said Severus. Wow, I'm surprised it was that easy, said Harry. He had got up early and went down to breakfast, wanting to see if Severus was truly all right. He was. As soon as he saw him, his worry faded completely. Disappointing maybe. I always thought he was more power than wisdom, said Ron. Said Harry, agreeing nonchalantly. He's safely away from hurting others, that's the main thing, replied Severus. Yeah, said Harry, agreeing wholeheartedly. Dobby popped in, putting the trays of food and drink down before popping out again. Did you speak to him, Sev? Asked Harry, seeing that sly look on Dobby's face. He had only seen it once, when Dobby had realized Harry had tricked Lucius Malfoy into freeing him, before he had used his power to knock him on his arse, claiming that Malfoy wasn't to hurt his Harry Potter. I did, smirked Severus wickedly. He had also made a few suggestions to the elf. He could tell by the look in the elf's eye that he had some of his own. Thought so, laughed Harry in merriment. His green eyes were twinkling big time. Yum! Exclaimed Ron, eating cake. What about Granger? Asked Harry curiously. Zarek is the best in the field. She will be looked after, said Severus, if she ever regrets her actions. She's always going to have one thing to regret. What do you mean? Asked Harry. She's been marked by Dumbledore pretty much the same way as the Dark Lord marked me, said Severus. Minus the skull and snake tongue, it's Dumbledore's coat of arms. Not that he had looked at her, Minerva had told him this morning. Oh God, moaned Ron, looking sick. He put the rest of the cake down, looking disgusted. He's worse than we thought. But if he did that to others, that's the way to find out, said Harry. Perhaps, but that's not important right now. Keeping up the pretense is until this little one is born, said Severus, rubbing soothing circles around Harry's swollen stomach. Have you thought of any names? Asked Ron curiously. I guess we do need to, don't we? We know it's a boy, so I guess that narrows down the list, said Harry, a frown of contemplation on his face. It does, agreed Severus. He too was dying of curiosity. You got any ideas? Asked Harry, staring up at the eyes he loved so much. He had never been comforted with black. He had hated the dark. Most of his life he had grown up in a dark cupboard, sometimes having light when they put a new bulb in his cupboard. As long as it's not James, I'll be happy with whatever you pick, admitted Severus honestly. That's part of what made Harry love him so much. He was honest, sometimes brutally honest, and he had never had that before. So you have no ideas? Asked Harry, pouting slightly. Severus shifted almost uncomfortably, his mind coming up with 100 ways to get rid of that pout. None of those ideas were plausible, especially with company. As comfortable as Ron was in his company, he doubted very much he'd like to see them making out. Perhaps 1 or 2, said Severus eventually, getting his mind into gear. Perhaps Minerva would ensure they weren't bothered. He really wanted Harry to himself tonight. So much for getting his mind into gear. The second he tried, he just ended up thinking about it more. So what are they? Asked Harry curiously. Wyatt, Chris, or Matthew, said Severus cautiously, wondering how his names would be taken. They are nice, agreed Harry thoughtfully. Yeah, agreed Ron, surprised. He would have suspected older, more fashion names from Severus. What about you? Asked Severus. Well, I thought about Brian, Craig, and Ash, said Harry. Tonks sighed in relief. She was safe, no more acting to do, and she let out a sigh of relief. It was hard work doing this, very hard work. Moody better be paying her for this, because she was going to demand more. She couldn't deny she was enjoying herself. She had seen the look Shacklebolt face. He hadn't believed her capable, he never had. He always put her down and said horrible things about her behind her back. She knew she had heard them often enough. None of them had wanted to be partnered with her, and then Moody had come along. She owed him everything. It's the only reason she was here. That, and she liked Harry enough to want to help him. Life was going to be interesting in the upcoming both, or so to say the least. Right now she didn't care about that. She had made sure the house elves made the bed. She didn't want to sleep on one he had been with a child. A 17-year-old at that. She had made sure to use Dobby, who was aware of their ruse. She sighed when she saw the bed, and gratefully slumped on it. Morphing into her true features, she fell asleep. She was secure enough, she was an Auror. Nobody was going to surprise her like Moody had surprised Dumbledore. Chapter 28. More information on Granger and time goes flying by. Good news or bad news? Asked Zarek, a week after Hermione had been taken. Better yet, it had been a week since Tonks had began playing Dumbledore. After the first day, Tonks really began enjoying herself. Playing Dumbledore made her feel more confident and different, and she was like that. It was so different from her usual clumsy self. It just went to show, perhaps if she concentrated a little more, she'd find she could stop being such a klutz. How can there be good news? Asked Harry, laughing in amusement, as Ron got his arse kicked at chess. There was finally someone who could beat him. Then again Severus had bet him a few times. Ron won the majority of the time though, and now he was watching Minerva McGonagall and Ron go head-to-head. For the second time, and for the second time Professor Minerva McGonagall was winning. Good point, I suppose it just differentiates between what you think is good or bad, sighed Zarek. She doesn't have potions in her system. No spells attached to her magical core or even the mark. So she did this by herself? Asked Ron, distracted from the game of chess momentarily. Unfortunately, said Zarek. He had taken a sample of her blood. She had of course been bound to the bed, but she had been hysterical begging him to let her go. She's also refusing to talk. She either continues to ask me to let her go or ignores me. She's not eating. If she continues this, I'll need to feed her magically. Magically was surprisingly more uncomfortable than the Muggle way. The mouth was frozen open, and your throat works without their will. It wasn't a pleasant experience, and one that he wanted to avoid. He had only did it a few times, and they had been enough for him. Ouch, said Minerva. What do you mean, ouch? Doesn't it just magically appear in the stomach? Asked Harry curiously. No, explained Severus before Minerva could explain. It's like uneaten food being forced down your throat. Has that been done to you? Gaped Harry, shocked. It didn't seem any nicer than a tube being forced down your throat the Muggle way. No, said Severus. At the same time Minerva said yes. What happened? Asked Zarek curiously. I ended up with the wizard flu. I was sick for 3 months. I nearly died, replied Minerva. It was the first time she had ever shared personal information, especially in the presence of her students. A lot of wizards and witches died before the cure was found, agreed Zarek. Sometimes that isn't even enough, sighed Severus. Sometimes it was just too late for even the potions to work. Looks like magic can't save everyone, just like Muggles can't, stated Harry simply, which meant magic wasn't better than Muggle. They were two sides of the same coin. Magic, Muggle, good magical people, good Muggles, bad wizards and good Muggles. Grindelwald, Hitler at the same time too. It saddened Harry when he realized getting rid of Voldemort wasn't truly going to save the world. There would always be more evil people trying to rule over others. All he could do was get rid of him and give the world a reprieve and save those still alive now. To save his children from going through the life he had. He'd always made sure his child knew he wasn't responsible for saving the world. In fact, he had already said as much, speaking to his little boy at night. Nobody had anything to say about that. The days quickly turned into weeks. Nobody knew anything was happening. Tonks, much to everyone who knew who it truly was, pride, had managed to even trick the minister. When she went to a meeting in his stead, although she left all the correspondence to Minerva, she wasn't that good to be able to write like Dumbledore, so it was safe all around. Harry hadn't been attending his classes. He was too big and in too much pain to do it. He wasn't a woman and his body wasn't truly equipped to handle it. The closer he got to his due date, the more painful it was. Those who loved him and hated seeing him in pain tried to tell him to have the baby early. Harry wasn't listening to them. He didn't want his child born early. He just wasn't ready for it. He could handle the pain. It's all he had known for the first 10 years of his life. that he could remember anyway, with the Dursleys. He'd go through a lot more of it, just for the sake of his son, who he already moved more than anything else in the world. The final battle was looming even more closer and ominously as ever. Chapter 29. It's time, and it's not good news. Tonks continued to play her part. She was actually having fun, and it's when she noticed Hogwarts was always around her. It had come one with her magic of all things. It was as though Hogwarts had deemed her headmistress of Hogwarts of all things. She knew she was going to have to talk to someone about that, and pretty soon too. She got together with Zarek, Minerva, Severus, Harry, and Ron every few days. Zarek always gave them updates on Hermione Granger. Unfortunately, with her case, there was no update to be had. Hermione was being stubborn. She refused to see what she had done was wrong, and that's with Zarek having her for 1 month and a fortnight. She had been force-fed for that amount of time too. Despite the pain, she refused to eat on her own. Zarek promised her books if she ate food and spoke to him. To their surprise, it didn't work. She continued to be childish and petulant. Zarek was fast getting pissed off with her. She was acting like a 1-year-old, not the 17-year-old woman, ready to graduate Hogwarts. Or rather had been ready to graduate Hogwarts. Then Severus and Harry had suggested something, and Zarek was going to wait until tomorrow morning to check out. Hermione sleepily woke up, trying to rub her eyes only to find her hand stuck. Yawning, she yanked at the stubborn hand, still half asleep. It was only when she woke up more that she remembered everything. Whining in irritation, she once more tried to get out of the restraints, but they didn't give. She spent 50 minutes until her arms were raw and aching. She felt so scared and out of her element. Everything in her life she had understood. There had been purpose to it. Now someone had yanked the rug from under her feet. She was stuck in some sort of hospital, or at least it looked like one from where she was. The room was sterile white, minus the disinfectant smell that usually accompanied them. The man wouldn't tell her anything. He wouldn't let her go, and she was trying to not let him win. She wanted to go back to Hogwarts, back to graduating, but not back to Dumbledore. She didn't understand children, even when she had been one herself. She knew she'd always marry someone older than her. All the children she came into contact with bullied her, and she hated them all. Then Albus had come to her. The Night Potter and Weasley had saved her from the troll, giving her a very important mission. She had agreed right away. Her parents always told her that adults knew best, that they were never wrong. She had been offered a lot, books, money, and the promise of power and a definite acceptance into a great college. She had gotten greedy. She had wanted more. Getting with Dumbledore, it would have guaranteed success. She hadn't wanted to continue putting her life on the line for Potter. Unfortunately, getting with Dumbledore hadn't solved that problem. He still wanted her to spy on them. Things had gotten out of hand. When she had asked Dumbledore why he took money from the Potter vaults, he had gone crazy. She shuddered anew at the feeling of the Cruciatus curse. She couldn't believe Dumbledore had used it on her. She was so confused now. Had Dumbledore placed her here? If that were true, why would they have stunned Dumbledore? Swallowing sharply, she just wanted to go home, to Hogwarts, to her magical world. It's where she belonged after all. She was brought out of her musings with the door to her room opening. "Who are you?" she snapped, repeating the first thing she always said when he entered her room. "My name is Zarek," he replied, being truthful. Nothing else had worked, so this was what he was going to try. "Where is Dumbledore?" she asked, surprised he had answered her. For the past 2 months, or what felt like it, he always ignored her questions, told her what to do, and in turn she refused. That's how it had been. It had become a habit. Imprisoned, after what he did to you and the others, he couldn't very well remain free now, could he? He said sarcastically. Severus and Harry had suggested he tell her the true and censored truth, and it might get through to her. "He didn't do anything to me," protested Hermione hotly, before the other half of the sentence began to process in her mind. "What do you mean, the others?" she asked with great reluctance. "You weren't the first little girl who thought they would have the fame of being Mrs. Albus Dumbledore," said Zarek, sitting down on the chair next to her bed. Hermione gulped audibly. "You are, however, the only one lucky enough to still be alive. Dumbledore kills them after using them, usually when they've turned 18 and away from Hogwarts. Diverging suspicion from him to Voldemort," said Zarek. He wouldn't, she denied, shaking her head. I really couldn't care less whether you believe me or not, shrugged Zarek truthfully. Now are you going to eat? Or am I forcing you again? Staring down at the bed, her situation was finally sinking in, and she had to fight back tears. Her throat constricted with all the suppressed emotion. She said, I'll eat, feeling defeated and down. Good, said Zarek, pleasantly surprised. Severus cursed once more. Inwardly, of course, he was a picture of irritation in his black teaching robes. He never lost his cool. At least he never did in the presence of his students. He was currently teaching the first years who he thought would know more about potions, but no, that would be too much to ask for. They were just as bad as they had been at the start of the year. He was even more impatient with them because he didn't like being away from Harry. Who would have thought he'd love Harry and hate seeing him in pain? He did, and he hated seeing Harry in agony, and he couldn't give Harry a potion to help him. It's okay earlier on in his pregnancy, but now it's definitely a big bad idea. Who knows what the potions could do to his son? If anyone else blows up their potion, you will spend a fortnight picking potions in the Forbidden Forest without your wand, snapped Severus furiously as yet another student blew up their potion. That caused students to look faint and completely terrified. The poor Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. His anger was just getting out of control when someone knocked on his door. Come in, he hissed furiously. Sir, Professor McGonagall needs you, said Ron, looking sourly at Severus, as if he couldn't stand the sight of him. They all had roles to play, unfortunately, whether they liked it or not. It's just the way life was, and now it wouldn't be much longer before they could stop the farce. Severus had to stop his eyes from widening. It was code for whenever Harry needed him. Since he knew it was close to his child coming into the world, he just knew it was time. He wondered how Ron knew. He had been in class as well as far as he knew. Leave, sneered Severus, getting a grip of himself. Ron threw a look of loathing towards Severus once he had turned his face away from him. He truly was good at playing his part, but Ron would do anything for Harry. Harry needed him right now. He had gone into labor. He could feel it. It must have been part of the bond he had with his brother. Arg! Exclaimed Ron, falling to his knees, clutching his stomach in agony. It seemed as though his theory was right. It was something to do with his bond with Harry. The brother bond, but he didn't understand why he could feel his labor. Weasley, what the hell are you doing on the floor? Snapped Severus. Even though there seemed like no one was around, Severus wasn't taking any chances. It was hard to snap when he felt concern for the redhead. Harry, moaned Ron, barely able to speak. Go now. Severus didn't want to leave Ron lying. Harry would never forgive him for it. Rolling his eyes at his own sentimentality, he levitated Ron, more worried about Harry now. How had Ron known? He knew the teenager had been in class. Otherwise McGonagall would have been at him again. Ron had stayed off the first few days, insisting it was to keep Harry company, which was probably partly true. Ron would take any excuse he could to get out of school, like any teenager would. As soon as he entered his quarters, his magic in its shock let go of Ron. Harry was lying unconscious, near the fireplace, as though he had tried to flee somewhere. Rolling Harry on his back, he felt for a pulse and ran a diagnostic spell. Severus paled, if what he was reading was right, and he believed so. The baby need removed now, otherwise his son would suffocate and Harry would die. Enervate, snapped Severus, throwing it at the unconscious Ron. With another spell, he had Harry's clothes removed from the top half of his body. His stomach had swollen grotesquely in the matter of a few hours. Get Poppy here now. We cannot wait or we will lose them both, snapped Severus. Accio numbing potion. Severus grabbed it out of midair. Harry was unconscious, but he wasn't about to take chances. Plus, he wouldn't be able to pour the potion on him if he was already sliced into it. Who knows what it would do? With urgency he had never felt before in his life, Severus rubbed the foul-smelling potion into Harry's stomach, as he heard Ronald Weasley speaking to Poppy urgently through the flue. She's coming right now, said Ron, running towards them and sitting on the other side of Severus, worry coursing through him. Severus swallowed sharply, before turning half his wand into a scalpel. With a whispered apology he cut into the skin. Very grateful when Harry didn't even as much as moan. Perhaps it was better that way. It was a good thing he was tough and had witnessed a lot of things in his time, so he had the strength to do this. Ron was already looking away, just about loosing the contents of his stomach. As much as he had grown up, he still didn't have the stomach for blood. "Move aside," said Poppy, dropping to her knees, wand already out at the ready. Ron moved aside, letting Severus remain with Harry. He'd be more help anyway. As Poppy got to work, Severus started at Ron and asked the question he had been dying to ask. "How did you know?" "I've no idea. I felt it. I just knew something was happening. When I left the classroom, it was more than just phantom pains. It was as though I was the one experiencing it," explained Ron. "I see," said Severus, just as confused. "I think it might have something to do with the brother bond," said Ron. "It's like I've always got a sixth sense of how Harry's feeling or doing." "Ah," said Severus. He had forgotten about that bond. Nodding his head absently, he turned his full attention back onto Harry. Poppy had already cut him fully open, and Severus got the first peek of his son, who was carefully removed from Harry's stomach. Unfortunately, the child wasn't screaming, or even moving. He was still too still. Poppy, forgetting Harry, began flinging spells at the baby boy. Everyone there held their breath, waiting, hoping for anything, but even Poppy soon stopped and gave up. Looking completely devastated, she had never lost a child. Until now. Chapter 30. Ron's a hero. Ron felt his entire world collapse. He knew this would destroy his brother. He wouldn't be able to cope with losing his child. Every death hit him hard, but this would hit him the hardest. In fact, it would kill him, utterly destroy him. He'd blame himself. Even Severus just sat there completely devastated. Suddenly Ron found his voice again and grabbed the baby. "And oh," he shouted, "breath, damn it, I will not tell Harry we've failed." Then something amazing happened. Magic began glowing all over Ron. So much so that neither Poppy nor Severus could see him. The magic gathered strength and momentum. With great force, it left Ron and flung into Harry and Severus' baby. The second it did so, the child started screeching its lungs off. The screech of a cold, tired, cranky but blessedly alive baby. "What just happened?" asked Poppy, stunned. "Later, Poppy." "Harry!" shouted Severus. He was still losing blood. A lot of blood at that. Poppy scrambled for her bag, her wand already waving, closing up the wound on Harry's stomach. Potion after potion was forced down Harry's throat, Severus helping as much as he was able. Ron stared down at the child, awe written across his face. He had saved his nephew. Somehow raw magic had helped him in his moment of need. Maybe even the magic he had gotten from Harry. He'd never know. Would he have been able to do this without the bond? If not, he was suddenly glad Harry had been so insistent. He was crying more insistently now, and he didn't know what was wrong. "Here," said Severus, handing over one of the baby covers he had bought while glamored in Diagon Alley. Severus then picked up Harry, who was still unconscious by the way. He cleaned him up, removing his blood-soaked clothes and replaced them with new ones. Tucking him into the bed, he kissed his forehead, ignoring Poppy's spluttering. "Is he okay?" asked Severus desperately. "He's fine. He'll be fine. The pain caused him to collapse. He should wake up after a decent sleep," she reassured him once she got her mouth back in working order. Severus walked back over to Ron, where his son lay in his arms still crying. Severus took him gently, putting him in the crook of his arm. He turned to look at Ron, and for the first time he truly looked at him as a man, not a young teenager. "Thank you," he said. His onyx eyes were overbright with emotion. Emotion he didn't normally share with anyone. Poppy was still fussing over Harry. She had known he was pregnant. She had berated them for waiting so long to tell her. They had only come to her when they had 1 month left to go before the baby was born. Thankfully, the child had been very healthy and safe. No doubt Harry's magic helped. He was a powerful young man, and it didn't surprise her that he would be able to get pregnant. If it was going to happen, it would happen to Harry Potter. "You're welcome," said Ron proudly, straightening his spine, staring man to man at his sort of brother-in-law. "I think he might be hungry." "No doubt," said Severus, walking briskly towards his kitchen and magically preparing a bottle. Ron watched the sight, once again stuck by how much his life had changed. Hermione had poisoned everything, caused such distrust between him and Harry. It was almost as if they had never meant to be a trio. It was almost like, if it had just been them two, they would have bonded like they should have. If Hermione had never been a part of their group, would he and Harry have done the bond sooner? It was a daunting thought indeed. It made him angry, furious really, because right now he loved this and would have liked it from the beginning. He supposed it didn't matter now, what's done was done. All he could do was make sure Harry survived the war and they got to be a proper family. "Harry?" said Ron, perking up when he noticed him moving slightly. "What happened? Where is he?" he asked, panicking. The last thing he remembered was pain ripping through him, then forcing himself to crawl towards the fireplace, trying to get to Poppy. "He's fine. It's okay. Harry, calm down," said Ron, stopping Harry from getting up. "Where is he?" asked Harry, calming down. He knew Ron would never lie to him. "Severus is feeding him," said Ron. "Can I see him, please?" asked Harry desperately. He didn't like being without his baby. "I'll go get them. Just stay still. Poppy says you've to stay on bed rest," said Ron, concerned about his best friend and brother. "Okay," said Harry, breathing deeply. He was still sore, but it was nothing like it had been. Ron walked out of the room and straight to Severus and the baby, who were sitting on the couch. Severus had a look of reverence on his face, as though he couldn't believe that the little boy in his arms was his, that he couldn't believe such a beautiful thing could be a part of him. "Harry's awake. He wants you both," whispered Ron. "You are welcome to use the spare room. I don't really care what anyone else thinks now," stated Severus. Their games were up. He wanted Voldemort gone with an adamance that rivaled Harry's. He didn't want Voldemort in this world any longer than he had to be. He wasn't risking the life of his son. The second Voldemort found out, he would come after him. He also realized how hard it was to keep a secret, so also knew it would be next to impossible for it to remain hidden. Tomorrow they would end their ruse and draw Voldemort out. Voldemort wouldn't survive to hurt his son or Harry again. One way or another it ended now, and he hoped he survived. If he didn't, at least he knew he had done right by his son and lover. Voldemort really should know better than to mess with a child and their parents, especially when those parents were very powerful and lethal as Severus and Harry. "Is everything okay?" asked Harry as soon as he saw them, his green eyes glowing brighter than emeralds. "Everything is more than okay," said Severus softly, putting some pillows behind Harry's back, lifting him up slightly, before placing the baby safely in his arms. "Thanks to Ron." "What do you mean?" asked Harry, confused. "He saved both your lives, his life twice," said Severus proudly. "What?" asked Harry, baffled. What on earth had happened when he fell unconscious? "Ron sensed something was wrong. He came to get me. Without him doing that, you would have both died. He was suffocating inside of you. When we got him out, he wasn't breathing. Poppy tried to get his heart beating, but he wasn't having any of it. Ron took him into his arms, and raw power seeped from him and into the baby, presumably starting his heart," said Severus in explanation. "He did?" gasped Harry. The brotherly love he felt for Ron was soaring to a new high. His best friend/brother had saved the most precious thing in his life. He'd have to find a way to repay his brother. Perhaps a new wardrobe and a brand new broom might. Then he might add a chess set into the pile. Ron loved chess but only had a very old set that belonged to his uncle. "Yes," said Severus, feeling similar gratitude to Harry. "Then we must give the baby Ron as a middle name in honor of his overprotective Uncle Ron," said Harry, smiling in pride. "Good idea," said Severus. He had nothing against the name, and to be frank, Ronald deserved the honor. It was saying a lot coming from a man who barely respected anyone, never mind like them. "Yeah, but I want you to pick the first name," said Harry, laying his head down, looking exhausted. "How about Matthew Ronald Potter?" asked Severus. "No, Sev, not Potter, Snape," said Harry quietly. "What? But Potter is a well-known, respected name, Harry," said Severus, confused. "Are you sure? What if we use both?" asked Harry. "What, Snape Potter?" asked Severus. "That doesn't sound right. I was thinking more along the lines of Potter Snape. It sounds better," shrugged Harry. Severus felt overwhelmed. If Harry believed his name was good, he should too. Maybe the Snape name would prosper. Not only did they have the Potter Snape name, but they had the Prince line too. Maybe his name would be widely respected, especially after the war. Matthew Ronald Potter Snape it is then, said Harry. Welcome to the world. Bad as it is right now, baby. Know, though, that you are loved, safe, and cherished. You are my world, and I will do everything I can for you. He finally fully understood how his mother had made the decision she had, for the first time in his life. He too would stand in front of his child to the death. Indeed, said Severus. Sev, we need to write a will, and make sure if anything happens to us that he's taken care of, said Harry, almost panicking. I don't want them to end up with the Dursleys. Calm down. I'll arrange it tonight, I promise, said Severus soothingly. Harry relaxed and nodded his head. Chapter 31. The attack. Voldemort truly is too predictable. Severus had written out his will and helped Harry with his, and both of them had written a list of names. It was very short, but there was nothing they could do. They just wanted to be prepared for the worst. Since Dumbledore couldn't manipulate everyone, they didn't have to fear their child would be placed, against the will of the parents, somewhere they didn't want him. He was to go to Ron or Molly and Arthur. If Merlin forbid died, he'd go to Tonks and Moody. Their list was very short, but at least their child would never end up in the Dursleys' hands. Harry knew deep down, they'd never raise another magical child. They would rather kill him than do that, and Harry couldn't even imagine it. He had come too attached to his little boy in the week he had known him. Tonks had, due to their schedule, announced Dumbledore's departure from the school for a week, insisting it was something that couldn't wait and was extremely important for the war. Voldemort had eaten it all up and was planning an attack on the school. Having spies everywhere was a very useful thing. One of Moody's secret organization members was actually an animagus, a ladybird. They were able to spy very effectively once Severus had given them the usual place Voldemort called them. Once they felt the ward's twinge in warning, Moody called the Auror department and requested all Aurors and Unspeakables. Severus gathered all Order members from a different fire, getting everything done on the quick. The students were locked in their common rooms. None of them were allowed out. To help with the war, they weren't ready for that. Not after all the horrid defense teachers they had been forced to put up with thanks to Dumbledore, which no doubt had been a bid to ensure Harry didn't learn anything that he didn't approve of until he was ready to train him himself. The only people who were out the common room were Ron and Harry. Then the war started. Expecto Patronum, yelled Harry loudly, feeling the cold first. He could sense them before the others. He always had been able to, maybe because they affected him so badly. He was thinking of only one thing, his beautiful little boy, who he hoped to get home to. Dobby was personally looking after him. Harry had told him if anything happened he was to take him away and bring him back later. He had given him the list too of people he wanted to have met, with letters from him and Sev if the worst should happen and he didn't survive, and explanations too. The others all followed suit, casting Patronus spells, just in time as the Dementors closed in around them. Harry laughed out loud. The house elves were coming out of the school, with knives and meat cleavers in their hands, looking ready to fight to their last breath, to save their school, their masters, the students. The Dementors were quickly taken care of, and then the cloaked figures of around 100 Death Eaters fled onto the school grounds. The fight was on, but for once they were evenly matched. Aurors versus Death Eaters, Unspeakables versus Death Eaters. Harry was fighting for his family, his life, and most importantly for his baby. He was taking no prisoners, which meant he was taking them down hard and fast, trying desperately to get to Voldemort to finish him off once and for all. But Harry didn't get a chance. He nearly had a heart attack when he took down another Death Eater to find Severus fighting with Voldemort. He was too stunned to do anything else but stare. Severus was awesome, and he realized there and then how much he loved him. He was willing to do this for him, for their son. He realized he didn't want to play fair, he just wanted to end up. He jumped when he felt someone behind him. A wand was pointed at his back. Turning around, the man's eyes were already blank as he slumped forward. He found a house elf staring up at him. Looking down, he saw a huge knife lodged in the Death Eater's back. "Thanks," Harry squeaked. Welcome, Master Harry. Dobby requested I look after yous, and that's what Misty does, said the house elf proudly. Harry nodded before climbing over Death Eater bodies. He finally ended up having a clear view of the fight between Voldemort and Severus. Narrowing his eyes, he pointed his wand and with ease cast the killing curse. Avada Kedavra! Yelled Harry, watching the spell closing in on Voldemort. Two green lights formed and headed straight for Voldemort, hitting him together. The red eyes went blank, and Voldemort hit the floor dead before he could comprehend what happened. Just like that, it was over, and the remaining Death Eaters were rounded up. Moving forward, Harry, uncaring of what anyone else thought, hugged Severus tightly. Before he brought him into a breathtaking kiss, they had survived. They were all right. They were both going to be able to bring up their little boy, and nothing else mattered to him. Harry, said Ron, rushing forward looking relieved, exhausted but relieved. We're okay, smiled Harry. You know, this isn't how I imaged the battle being. I thought you'd have a long drawn-out battle with Voldemort, both sides watching in awe before you stuck him down, said Ron honestly. Well, you of all people should know how quick and easy you can take out the Queen in battle, teased Harry. So what are you going to do now? Asked Ron. Me? I don't know, Sev? Asked Harry curiously. I'm handing in my resignation, said Severus bluntly, looking smug and happy about that. Then we go home, said Harry happily. Indeed, said Severus. They were speaking as though they weren't surrounded by dead bodies. When they realized this, though, they grimaced and quickly walked from the battlefield, leaving it to the professionals. Their part had been done. It was time for them to get on with their lives. It had been 3 days since the battle. Ron had been utterly spoiled by Harry. He had gotten a brand new ivory chess set, a brand new broomstick, state-of-the-art too, and a chest full of new clothes. The chest happened to have his new name on it. RBWP. Ronald Bilious Weasley Potter. The best present yet was his own house, ironically enough not far from the cottage Harry had bought last year. You know, you better stop at some point or I'm going to end up spoiled, said Ron wryly. You aren't yet? Asked Harry laughing. Yeah, considering you've bought more than I've probably gotten in my entire life, said Ron. And proud of it, said Harry. So where's Sev? Asked Ron, gracefully accepting the new deeds to his cottage. He's out with Matt doing some shopping. I swear Sev is spoiling him worse than me, said Harry. I'll bet, said Ron, remembering the look on Severus' face the day his son was born. So where are you going tonight? Asked Harry curiously. He had asked Ron to babysit, but he had said not tonight, that he was going out. He wanted to have a night out with Sev, but he didn't trust anyone else. So there was nothing to be done but wait. Ron flushed darkly, and Harry grinned in devilment, already having a feeling what was happening, causing poor Ron to turn even redder. It was a good job he had brown highlights, or Harry would have said he was redder than his hair. I've got a date, Ron murmured. Aha, so who's the lucky witch? Asked Harry seriously. Tonks agreed to go out with me, said Ron. Harry's laughter filled the room. Good on you, mate. I cannot think of anyone more prefect. He had known Ron liked her, but he hadn't realized Ron had been interacting with Tonks so much to ask her for a date. Thanks, Harry, said Ron, sighing in relief. You know, when we were in second year, I always thought it would be you and Granger that got together, said Harry admittedly. I did like her. At one point, but not anymore. Now I just hate her guts, grumbled Ron. Speaking of, have you heard anything more about her? Nope, nothing. I'm sure we will hear if anything happens, said Harry. If what happens? Asked Severus, entering the room. If anything happens to Granger, supplied Harry. Strange. I was just talking to Zarek about that, said Severus, bemused. And? Asked Ron curiously. She's never going to understand. He suggested permanently binding her magic, removing her memories and letting her settle in the Muggle world in America so nothing can remind her of her old life, said Severus. That's a good idea, said Harry. I don't know. She seems to be getting off too lightly if you ask me, grumbled Ron. Out of sight, out of mind, said Severus. It seemed as though having a child agreed with him. He wasn't as bitter. Then again, it might have something to do with quitting Hogwarts. Tonks had turned back into her normal self. She claimed she had seen Dumbledore get hurt during the battle, that there was no way he should have survived the spells, and that she didn't know where he went or where his body was. People were mourning a dead Dumbledore, much to the secret organization's disgust. However, they realized it was for the best. Nobody needed to know just how perverted Dumbledore was. Minerva had taken over as headmistress of Hogwarts. To the surprise of all, Hogwarts hadn't released Tonks. She could feel the wards. Minerva had no choice but to ask her to be deputy headmistress and the defense against the dark arts teacher. She had gladly accepted. "Did you see Percy?" asked Severus, giving Matt over to his other daddy, summoning and heating up a bottle, before also passing it to Harry. "Does he need his nappy changed?" asked Harry, sniffing at his baby's bottom. "No, I just changed it," said Severus, still staring at Ron curiously. Had the brother survived the confrontation? Ron had been furious with him. "I spoke to him, made sure he realized how I felt for him. As proud of him as I am. He had no reason to use Harry, and I cannot forgive that." Harry was devastated when that letter arrived. "Nothing Percy says will change that. Harry comes first. He's always been more of a brother than Percy anyway," shrugged Ron indifferently. "I see," said Severus. Harry smiled happily, feeling very flattered that Ron had chosen him over Percy. Again. Chapter 32. 2 years later. Ron and Tonks and baby Leo stepped through the flue of Harry and Severus' cottage. Leo was only 1 month old and had been born with red hair. Unfortunately, right now it was neon yellow. Matt was 2 years old and currently driving both his parents mad with his magic and mischievous ways. Harry and Severus, though, wouldn't have it any other way. They both realized how lucky they were. "Hey guys!" grinned Harry, happy to see them. "Dinner's almost ready, have a set." "Hello, Harry," said Tonks, smiling at him, setting Leo in the moss's basket that was always there for them. Leo was at Harry's house. Ron and Harry were best friends/brothers, it was to be expected. "Hey Harry, hey Matt, how's my wee squirt doing?" said Ron, lifting the 2-year-old up, tickling him, causing the 2-year-old to laugh hysterically. Matt had black hair, like his father's, and his onyx eyes to boot. He had Harry's round face and smile. He looked like a small angel. He was the perfect blend of both his parents, although most people agreed he looked more like Severus. "Uncle Ron," he squealed. "You've got a ring on," said Tonks, observing Harry. "Yes, I'm engaged officially," grinned Harry happily. "Well, it's about time," said Ron, laughing. He and Tonks had gotten engaged before them. "Will you be my best man?" asked Harry. "Of course I will. I'd be honored," said Ron. "The family is going to be happy. Another thing to celebrate." Harry laughed. Ginny had settled down and married Dean Thomas, much to Molly's delight. Charlie and Bill had settled down with men of their own. Percy was married to Penelope, and they were expecting. Fred and George had girlfriends, Angela and Alicia, to Molly's surprise. Ron, though, was currently her favorite, since he had given her her first grandchild. "I want my son to be the ring bearer. I know it's the job of the best man, but I want Matt to have a part of the wedding," explained Harry. "I think that's a brilliant idea. When's the wedding?" asked Ron curiously. 1 week, said Harry. "So soon?" asked Tonks, surprised. "Well, we have been together 3 years. I don't want to wait," said Harry. "Good for you, mate," said Ron. Together the two families, who had bonded beyond Harry's understanding. He never thought he'd have this kind of life. A family, someone to love him, a child to spoil, and a brother to confide in. "Where's Sev?" asked Tonks. "Need you ask?" laughed Harry. "He's down in his lab again. I warned him about missing dinner." "Talking about me?" asked Severus, kissing Harry and his son before sitting down ready for dinner himself. "Yes, so did you manage to make it?" asked Harry. "No, it just keeps blowing up," sighed Severus, disheartened. "If anyone can do it, Sev, it's you. Nobody loves potions more," said Harry encouragingly. "What he says," agreed Ron, causing them all to laugh. It seemed over the years. Ron's ability to make them feel better hadn't faded at all. -0. Everyone was gathered together, everyone close to Harry and Severus that was. The Weasleys, their partners, including Tonks, Minerva, Moody and Zarek. They were all wearing their best robes, as they sat and waited patiently. Severus and Harry was already waiting at the altar. Everyone stood up to see Matt coming down the small aisle with the rings. Watching their son come down as a ring-bearer made Harry tear up. He was dressed in stunning white dress robes that by some miracle they had managed to keep clean. Everyone awed at the beautiful sight he made, and Matt grinned at it, eating it up. Ron was right next to him, guiding him down the aisle, making sure he didn't hurt himself. "Good boy," said Ron once they were there. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to unite these two souls as one," started the minister. Everyone sat down once more. Molly was already blotting her eyes. Tonks was shushing a fussy Leo. Smiling at the two men she had become incredibly close and fond of. Who would have though she'd have all this? It was all thanks to the part she played in months coming to the final battle. She couldn't have asked for anything more, even if Ron was a bit younger than her. She was very proud of him. He had successfully become an Auror. Tonks missed being out on the field, but she wouldn't give her job of teaching the next generation of children for anything. She had found her place in the world and was damn proud of it. "Do you, Severus Snape and Harry Potter, join us here of your own free will to acknowledge the eternal bond shared by you both?" asked the minister. "We do," replied both of them. There was one thing Severus had asked for when they were getting married. That was a small service, not filled with romantic words and gestures. To just bond, and that Severus hoped it was enough for him. To know that Severus loved him. Severus wasn't a man used to showing his emotions, and even now he wasn't comfortable doing that. Unless it was with very close family, meaning mostly Tonks, Ron, Leo, and his own family, Harry and Matt. Harry of course agreed. He knew how Severus was, and he too wasn't used to having these emotions, never mind talking about them. He loved them so profoundly it took his breath away still. "Join hands, Severus, Harry, you may recite your vows and promises to one another," said the ministry, standing in the middle of them, both too busy gazing into each other's eyes to notice much of anything. They were finally doing what they had wanted to do for 2 years. It had taken Severus that long to summon up the courage to ask. "Severus, I'm blessed to have you in my life. I wouldn't change anything. I couldn't imagine life without you. You and Matt are my life, my family, and I never dreamed I would have this. Now that I do, I want you to know you have my heart, my soul, as long as we both shall live," said Harry softly. "I've been through a lot over the years. I never expected to survive the war, never mind have a family. Now that I have you, I never want to let you go. I love you. You are my heart, my soul, and my reason for living. You have my fidelity, loyalty, love, and my soul until death and then beyond," said Severus calmly. Harry's green eyes were swimming with tears, apparently unable to maintain his composure. He had a smug smile on his face, which his son had inherited, by the way. "Here, before witnesses, Severus and Harry have sworn their vows to each other. With the rings they will be bound to their vows," said the minister. Ron lifted Matt up, and Matt put out the soft cushion that held the rings on them. Harry took his, sparing a look of complete adoration for his son. Turning back to Severus, he placed the ring on Severus' finger. Severus in turn did the same. "With the placing of rings, I pronounce you partners for life. You may kiss your husband," said the minister. And they kissed passionately in front of everyone. They completely ignored the Weasley twins' wolf whistles. Life was good. Unbeknown to Severus, Harry was pregnant again, this time with twins, a boy and girl, that was going to make the Weasley twins pale in comparison. Reese Severus Potter Snape and Paige Lillian Potter Snape. Life just got interesting.